Hello, and welcome to the Humanity, where we do the things with the stuff for the people. I am Matt.
And I'm Tommy. Thanks for joining us tonight, everybody. And tonight we are joined, you may have noticed, by special guest and his finger, the one and only Dr. Kipp Davis. Yay!
I,
I don't have like a
yay.
soundboard with applause or anything.
Ooh.
So I'm assuming people are just
Listen.
cheering wildly.
Wildly. You can
Yeah.
hear them. I can hear them. The dog is staring out the window at all the noise.
It's like, who's cheering? Yeah. Everyone calm down. You're scaring Dagan. You're Dagan.
Actually, it's not Dagan. Dagan has gone to spend a few weeks with his dog mom. It is my tenant who lives in the basement is away. And when she's away, I get to pretend like her dog is my dog, which is nice. So except when I go to bed, this one I like open the door to the basement and she's like, okay, good night, see you later. And she doesn't follow me up to my room. So but that's cool. It's fine. I get it. I changed the bandage today. I took some pictures.
Ooh.
See, I can send them.
Ooh.
that sounded like you're excited.
Well, I was just saying, Maya apparently is just wondering when is this thing gonna just fall off?
The finger? No, the finger's doing well. Look, it moves. It's wound up a little tightly, so it doesn't move well. But
I see.
I think everything will be back to normal except for my absent fingerprint.
Oh, so you could
like I could do.
You might end up with some nerve damage.
You could commit crime with that one finger. Yeah.
It's a superpower. just learn to hold a gun with one finger.
I need to add that to my super Kipp lore. Not only do I have the useless toleration of the most astonishing bullshit on the internet, I also I can also commit crimes with this finger.
Yeah. Well, speaking of tolerating bullshit, well, thanks for joining us tonight. We appreciate that.
I watched it earlier. It's poor.
Yeah.
You know what? I studied in preparation, because that's kind of the thing when when something's happening. There, I sent you a picture.
Well, somebody's got to carry water for their book because they didn't.
Yeah. Yeah, and
I read some stuff in anticipation.
Well, reading's good.
Yeah, I like reading. I promote reading. I create reading materials for people to also enjoy reading.
Oh, I hear some people call those books. So, and apparently you've written some, which I don't know. Are we breaking news right now that you've actually written books?
No.
It seems to.
It is. You may have heard that I have written no books.
If you can't find them on Amazon, they're not real. Right?
You can find more than just even one on Amazon, but it's a vicious lie.
What the smartest people told me.
I'm aware that yes. Hold on a second, close the door.
I just love that disdain. Going, I'm aware. All right. Well, while Kipp's doing something, let's see. Speaking of people being here, looks like we got a lot of people in here so far. Thanks for showing up, everyone. Especially the Ember gets the award for first, like 38 minutes before it even started. So,
you okay?
Spooky was also here, just close second, and then G Word. Who else we got here? Then we got Maya, and then here's a name I don't recognize. Aramgard 13. People think the flood was unjust. Anti-Enlil propagandists. So I don't recognize the name, but coming in strong with a good first comment. Appreciate that. Who else we got? Noise ending. Let's get that marmalade.
A budding Hebraist noise ending.
Oh,
by the way, the I for any budding Hebraists in the audience, the link for Hebrew 2, the sign up link for Hebrew 2 is now live. Ooh. And I believe we're starting up again on I think it's like the 19th of May. So
so you like teach people things too.
I do that. I do that as well. So from time
I gotta
to time.
share what I'm drinking soon.
Okay. Oh yeah,
distracted by it.
You have to go through the thing.
Yeah.
Tommy.
All right. Who else we got? We got Miranda. Hello.
I reckon.
And we got Lil, who's already yelling at Kipp. And I was never here. I keep getting confused. I don't know if they're here or not, but
they keep saying no. Never here. But yeah.
Right. No. Tonight we are actually getting away from the dinks, and our this is our monthly commitment to take a look at Crossroads. So
you have a monthly non-dinks commitment.
Yeah. Kyle does sound like a puppet a little bit, though.
A bit.
Yeah.
And then
that's not a real boy's voice.
One day. Then we got a Tory and we got a Misinterpretations, who I just love the out of not having context for this.
Wow.
A turtle peed on me while I was taking it across the road. It was trying to cross. I didn't want it to get run over. Well, sometimes, that's what you get for being nice, I guess. So, but yeah. And other people in here, I'm sure. Sorry if I missed you. If I did, just comment some more and I'll say hi. But yeah, so before we get into the business for tonight, since Matt's been patiently waiting, all right, what are we drinking tonight, fellas?
I'll go first because I'm excited. I had this on tap. This is called Mall. It's from High Grain Brewing, which is it's a walking distance if you're really drunk, but it's better to drive. It's 11.5%. It's a imperial stout aged in bourbon barrels.
The can is already empty.
Yeah, well, it's in a glass.
Okay.
Yeah.
This might be the most black hold beer I've ever had.
It's like Nitty's cat in a glass.
Yeah.
Wow. That is something.
I don't think it's doing anything. It's not. It's not even like it looks a little red right just past the light. No, it's hitting the glass and the light disappears.
That's going to coat your stomach lining.
Well, I hope so.
With goodness.
Nice protective coating, I bet, too.
Yeah.
No, but it's one of the best bourbon barrel aged stouts I've ever had. It's not as good as Axis Mundi because Axis Mundi's more balanced. This is really bourbony. Maybe they left some bourbon in the barrel.
Yes, it is also like the good Dr. Kipp. Yes.
Dr. Kipp.
In a glass. Kipp the doggo.
Thanks for clarifying, Lil. It's very, very important information.
All right. I guess I'll go next. Back to the classic rounding third red IPA.
I had one of those starters.
So yeah,
very good.
It's good times. How about you, Kipp? You got anything?
Oh yeah. So today, this is my last beer, by the way.
Ooh.
I'll have to pick some up. Probably tomorrow or Friday. But so the last beer in my house is a Vista Cold IPA, 7.5 ABV from one of my local breweries, the Field House, and this is an anniversary edition. So it's a perfect beer for today because it's fucking warm out there today. The sun is shining and it feels like spring. In fact, how warm is it?
Nice.
It's let me check because I didn't earlier today. Yeah, it says 22. And I know you guys use the Freedom units and probably don't understand what that means.
No, I know
But,
generally. I'm guessing it's probably like
more.
at least 70s. But
not something. I'm sure that's
Yeah.
that's probably it. So,
so, but
and
if
these
anyone
are
in the chat knows, let us know. So
these are 473 mil cans.
So that's like a pint, or
Yeah,
probably. Yeah.
I think so. Oh, it's a bit heady.
Oh, and look, and we got a Nitty. Hey, how's it going, Nitty? We were just talking about your cat because
In a glass.
yeah, which is apparently Matt's beer.
Check for your cat, Nitty.
Yeah.
Look,
super black.
make sure you got him.
I'm drinking a
Now
cat.
here's an idea.
I'll call it
Who's
cat
DoorDashing
smoothie.
Kipp to get him hammered? And Braden Passmore. I don't believe I recognize you either. So welcome. And
I did see if
Great idea.
somebody addressed a question directly to me in the chat that I felt it important to respond to if I could. From
sure.
Steward asked, for those who are starting fresh with Hebrew, do I recommend Dr. Bowen's Hebrew book? And yes would be the answer. It has nothing to do with the fact that he's my best friend. Nothing at all. I would recommend it. It's a great book. I teach from it. I'm going to be starting a brand new Hebrew course with the religion department, which is the company that's operated by the Religion for Breakfast channel on YouTube.
Nice.
So
that's a good channel.
I'm using Josh's book, and I'm teaching Hebrew through the first chapter of the book of Jonah.
Nice. Like, all right, and thank you, Tori. Looks like I was. Yeah, I think I said
you were
70s.
You said 70s. That's what you said.
Look at that.
Very good.
I know there's a formula. It's like 4/9 times something.
Yeah, but I also remember like minus 40, they get like
Right.
equal for some reason, which is weird. Hey, and not just good ham, but gooder ham.
Gooder.
I've always wanted to make that joke because I'm sure you've never heard that before.
Still not the best ham.
And I mean, thank you for joining us.
Yes.
But by the way, Maya, come on. Everybody is in love with Dr. Josh. Everybody.
I mean,
I'm convinced.
I mean, it was bad enough with just the bow tie, but then he added the beard and like just no chance. Just you can't escape it.
Crazy
All right.
thirst trap there.
Yeah.
Is he always wearing a jacket?
Yes. On yes. Pretty sure. Yeah.
He has a sleeping jacket.
Every time
you answered that. You answered that very quickly. It's almost like, are you like having him under surveillance or something? Like, yes, I know confidently he is always wearing a jacket.
No, I just
I've seen him sleeping.
Well, I have actually seen him sleeping. He was sleeping on Maya's stream when he was on. So, and yes, was wearing his a jacket then. So,
how do you fall asleep in a tie? I'm really uncomfortable with ties.
Maybe if it's really tight and it's just cutting off the. Do you guys remember when we used to do this? Did you guys used to do this? Do you know what this is?
You do that till you
when
pass
I was
out.
Yeah. Oh
no, people held their breath till they passed out when I was little, but that was it.
Yeah. I don't know. It was something my buddies and I did when we were in high school. It was before we could go anywhere convincingly to get any alcohol to drink, or you have to make you have to make your own forms of mind altering entertainment.
Yeah, you do what you can. Yeah, times get tough. All right, so I guess the reason we brought you here tonight, Kipp, that is, and everyone else who's here,
for the torture, I believe.
Yes, So, as people know, the thing we're doing on the show now is the last Wednesday of the month. So, we're taking a look at a sermon from mine and Matt's former church, Crossroads, here in Cincinnati. It's a big mega
Dude.
church.
Wasn't there a
I don't know if
thing
they're
at our
very
church
small
called
mega-
Last Wednesday? It
Probably.
was like a special worship night.
Oh yeah, it was.
Fuck.
Well, but they stopped doing that years ago. So I guess
We fixed it.
Why did they stop?
So it's this now. I don't know.
Honestly, it's probably because it was attracting crazies, like the high intensity worship, spiritual warfare crowd, and they're
wow.
maybe we don't want to publicly associate with them.
the latter rain people and the New Apostolic Reformation people and those sorts.
No, like there are people who are like sort of adjacent to that, or they used to be, who were part of Crossroads. It was kind of this sect, unofficial sect within the church. And like leadership was on board with that, but they weren't like, they're like, oh, we appreciate what you guys are doing, and we're actually like really into it too, but like we can't let the general public know that exists here. Basically, they didn't say that out loud, but
yeah, it's a thing. It's a thing.
On that, just by the way, I'm listening to a book right now by Matthew Taylor called "The Violent Take It by Force." It's really, really good. The subtitle is "The Christian Movement That Is Threatening Our Democracy," and it's all about the have you ever noticed that since the 2016 presidential election, there's a lot of strange ministers and evangelical pastors and stuff hanging around the White House that you've never seen or heard of before.
Yeah.
So this book documents basically this movement called the New Apostolic Reformation and how they basically moved their way into presidential power over the course of like 30 years.
Is that movement affiliated with that group called the Family?
No.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
I mean, the only family I know are the Mans. Although I do think I've heard of that. I don't know. I don't think there's an affiliation.
It's a Christian organization that is hell bent on infiltrating the government, basically, and getting politicians that align with the family's goals to create a theocracy. They connect like billionaires and business interests who are also interested in thriving in that kind of environment. And
there might be. I don't if there's a relationship. I don't know it, or at least he hasn't talked about it yet. By the way, Aunt Jer said Kipp and his friends played pretend murder for funsies. And have I talked about this before? I feel like this is actually something that maybe I have because this is 100% true. I and my friends on Friday nights used to play. We used to play a game that we made up called Friday the 13th, and it's based on the Smash movie franchise, Friday the 13th. So everybody in Canada has a goalie mask kicking around, and so we would take turns, pretending to be Jason Voorhees and going and stabbing our friends. It was lots of fun. Scared the shit out of each other constantly, and
good times.
Can you buy like a William Shatner shaped goalie mask, like an actual goalie like that functions that you can like play in?
Holy cow! I want one now badly.
Because then it would kind of have the Michael Myers shape.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
True. Yes. So
that would really freak people out too.
I feel like I need to go looking for that. I'm kind of shocked that I haven't seen an NHL goalie Don the William Shatner yet.
I mean, if it doesn't exist, I think it'd be pretty easy to make.
Yeah,
it would be.
You'd probably sell a shit ton of
top
them too.
seller too, I think. Yeah. So
apparently, Aunt Jer was actually talking about the choking for fun game, but that was a good story as well. So.
Okay.
But also Lizard Blast. I don't believe I recognize you as well. All kinds of new people. Like Kipp, did you let these people in? Damn it.
I might have. But this is actually absolutely not the same group as the Doug Wilson group.
Don't worry, there are more groups.
Power. Yeah, there are lots of groups, and Christian connections to power in Washington D.C. are complicated. But these are the New Apostolic Reformation are like they're like hyper charismatic, non-cessationist, independent Christians who came out of like in the 1930s and the 40s. It was Amy Semple McPherson was a big televangelist, and lots of televangelists are part of this.
Well, of course,
New Apostolic Reformation, and this also explains Trump's appeal to the movement, because he just watches TV all the time, and
he just basically did what they do. Like that's how he got popular.
Yeah, exactly. Wait, why are we not friends anymore, Aunt Jer? I am.
I don't think she wants to be choked or stabbed. I mean, fair enough.
I have not choked or stabbed anyone since I became an adult, and that was a long time ago.
It was Canada. Everybody was stabbing people.
Look,
I mean, you don't.
It's cold and dark up here.
For all us Americans, for all us non-Canadians, like you don't know, you've never been there. You don't know what they're doing up there.
If I heard Alaskans stabbed people for fun and it was like a rite of passage, I'd just be like, yeah, that makes sense.
Oh yeah, you seen like Prophet Zod or Mr. Zod? No, he looks like he's stabbed some people. He has
stabbed a few people.
Yeah. Oh. Anyway, but he's also the only person I'm aware of that actually lives in Alaska. So I don't know who he's been stabbing, or maybe that's why he's the only person I know of in Alaska. He just stabbed everyone else.
You only run into when you live in Alaska. You don't run into people very often. It's like you go months without seeing anybody. So
that sounds awesome.
If you just stab everybody that you meet or run into, that number's still really low. It's not. It's not very high. That the Zadanza podcast when they first came on, their claim to fame was they were the tallest atheist podcast on YouTube, because apparently they're both giants. Nephilim, I believe is what they used to be called in antiquity.
I'm actually surprised Dan is real tall. He must just have really long legs, because he doesn't seem tall from like the part you can see on camera.
from this part.
Well, some people just kind of like look a little like lanky, or
I guess.
Yeah. So out of curiosity, if anyone would like to guess our heights in the chat, like, to see how we come across on camera. But
something I have discovered, because I've met a few people in the meat space, as Bish calls it. It's actually her sister who calls it the meat space. I've met a few of the YouTubers in the meat space, and my impression is, because I guess maybe it's just me, but my impression when I see people on camera, I apparently assume that they're a lot taller than they actually are in real life. So every time I've met somebody from the YouTubes, I've been surprised that they're not as tall as I imagined they would be. Are.
I get you.
So
I feel like I probably generally tend to think people are taller than they are, mostly because I'm relatively on the shorter end, so I'm just used to people being.
Yeah, most people are taller than you.
Yep. Thank you, Matt. All right, so
I'm average. Most people are around my height.
I mean, for instance,
5'10"
I
and
haven't
10'5".
I haven't met
Hello?
I haven't met Paul Gia in the meat space yet, but I mean he is famously very short. But
Yeah.
when
Really?
I first, yeah, see, you probably didn't know that. Yeah, he's quite short.
Hmm. Interesting.
But like that's a guy, right? Like I was like, I don't know, I just assumed he was like 5'11". So
Hmm. Yeah. Well, according to Maya's monitor,
this
we're all about 2
tells
feet.
us Maya's
Ah.
Maya's watching on a gigantic monitor
Yeah.
is what I'm hearing.
But yeah, I'm so I've Spooky says Tommy is
5
6'4", Matt is 5'10", Dr. Kip is 4'8". Not quite. But something
My
I
height
actually
is about perfect. That's about right. Yeah.
yeah, I'm
Matt,
only
what's
like
that?
I'm only like 5'7" though. But I found out through my years of being a sound man at a local coffee shop, I am roughly the height of the average female Cincinnati area singer songwriter.
Well, that's
Because I
useful.
it,
Brilliant.
it, was, it
That
was it was
average.
very helpful to know that, because whenever I would be like just setting up the microphone for it, because usually like in a coffee shop it's usually just a person with a guitar, but I found out if it was like a woman that was performing, I would set it up like to like my height, and like 90% of the time that's right where it needed to be. But if it was a dude, I set it up to my eyebrows, and like 90% of the time that was accurate. So I had a system. It was good times. All right, so yeah, we're doing some things tonight. So well, so all of a sudden, speaking of monitors, they all just changed color. I guess they all just went to nighttime mode.
Oh,
Don't usually see that when it actually happens. Weird. Ooh, so I'm at least considerably taller than Miranda. So, well, let me know if I'm ever a sound guy at a coffee shop again, and you're coming by and performing. I'll be sure to set it a little lower.
at the mic.
Than,
So
so,
yeah,
mhm.
there you go.
Hey, Tommy, had I not stolen my first wife from you, you would have been like several inches taller than her.
And I still appreciate you.
Yeah,
you
you would
doing
have
that
been.
for
You had
me.
a whole 5 inches on her. No, I don't think that's right. I think she was like 5'3" or something.
Yeah. So 4. But
Yeah.
that's yeah. Anywho. Yeah, so tonight we're taking a look at Crossroad Church attempting to explain Noah's flood, which we knew was going to be awful, but so me and Matt watched it to confirm, and yes, it's pretty awful. But we decided we should probably have Kipp along with us to help us out. So I guess Kipp, for anyone who maybe isn't familiar with you, who it seems like probably most people here are, but whether if there's anyone here who isn't, or anyone watching later, because we kind of hope some Crossroads people watch this later, we think it might be helpful. So why did we bring you in? Like what is your
I'm a home repair specialist and a power tool professional
Enthusiast.
representative.
so what you're saying is you've built an ark yourself, so
Absolutely. No, so I am I'm a professional scholar of the Hebrew Bible and a specialist in early Judaism, the Dead Sea Scrolls, and I promote responsible critical biblical scholarship on YouTube and in social media. I think it's in the laundry. I have a shirt that says I fucking love the Bible. Very disappointed to see that you guys didn't wear yours for the show. Jeez. But
it's also in
in
the laundry.
Mine's also in Kip's laundry.
So, but that's it. I think the when you understand what the Bible is, when you understand where it came from, and when you gain insight into how to read it on the basis of where these texts came from and the people who put them together and the reasons for that, it's a really, really interesting and exciting book that. And it doesn't have to control your life. It doesn't have to be your guide to living. It can just be a really cool, interesting book of literature from antiquity. And I think this is important too, because if you hadn't noticed, the Bible has had a profound impact on most parts of our world, our day-to-day life, our language. It's unavoidable. So why not share with people how to better understand it? So I have to say though, I was really excited to come on here and do this because you guys introduced me to Crossroads Church, and I'm not
You're
gonna
welcome.
lie. Listen, I spend my Friday nights listening to the insane babblings of the now disgraced Egyptologist. I am a regular consumer of content from Inspiring Philosophy, so this is it's my ish. This is just it's part of what makes me me. So so thank you for that.
You're welcome. I think.
Bree is here,
Hi, Bree.
Oh, hey, Bree.
buzzing into the chat. I don't know if where was it? Where's the? I put it up before. What's with all the beards? What? Don't you have one too?
See, I apparently didn't get the bandana memo for tonight, though. So
I had mine on from work. If I don't have it on again, all my hair right here just looks like I like plastered it to my head.
yeah. So here's the thing: if I didn't have the beard, you would see I don't actually have a chin. So
I'm the opposite. I have a like a super pointy chin. Like it's it's.
I thought that was your beard.
Oh, it's just no. It's just I just draw it on, really. But
yeah.
So we're bearding for the opposite reasons.
All right. Well, yeah. I don't know how to segue to that. Noah probably had a beard, right?
Oh, probably.
So, anywho,
probably.
All right. So for tonight,
Sorry. Sometimes my brain is racist. Like I grew up in blue collar, like white area, and sometimes
so long as you keep it up there, it's good.
Right. Sometimes like part of my brain from growing up like in Deer Park, which is where I live, like blue collar 80s. Sometimes that still comes back, like something my grandpa would have said, and then would have laughed because he felt terrible.
Kind of like that. Yeah. So anyway, so we should probably get to a video then, so that doesn't creep its way out. All right. So tonight, I know, I'm just kidding. So we're not actually watching this video because Crossroads has actually done almost the same exact message, like 4 years apart, and this is the most recent one. We're actually watching the older one. I'll explain why in a second, but there's just something about this thumbnail that just tickles me so much. It's like, God doesn't matter you, I swear. But like the background is like the most like ominous, dark, foreboding, like with the lightning bolt. It's like, it kind of reminds me of that like scene from like Naked Gun where Leslie Niel's like in all the chaos, like nothing to see here. Everyone move along. It's like, I swear he's not angry. Storm, wave, death.
What's this guy's name again?
Kyle.
Yeah.
Kyle. God. He looks like a Kyle. So now we were just talking about how tall everyone is. Is the camera is the picture shot like this because he's maybe not the tallest person?
Yeah, maybe.
Probably just because he's on a stage, but
yeah. But I mean, you can tell how low this camera angle is by like how much of the bottom of this table you can see.
Right.
So, yeah. Someone's they're down in their seat. Like, they're slouched real far down for this angle.
Fucking Kyle.
Yeah.
Which is a shame because like all the Kyles that I actually do know in real life are actually really awesome people. So
yeah. I don't know that many, but Slimy was he's a cool ass dude.
Yeah, still awesome. Yep.
I currently know zero Kyles.
And we've had Kyle Butler on the show
that
several
Kyle
months
too.
ago.
He was all right. He's pretty good.
Mm.
Pretty
Yeah.
good.
Pretty
So
good. Yeah.
I
So-
know
so anyway.
I've known Kyle's growing up, and I'm sure I've known Kyle's growing up. The name rings a bell, but I can't actually think of any of them at this
Doesn't
point.
it?
So I don't know if they're any good or not. So any
All right,
Kyle's in the chat?
Well, this one appears to be just based on
Care
the
to,
angle. Okay, this Kyle just based on the angle and his leaning forward and his fist, like it looks like he's yelling in German.
I like
so that's-
anarchic. I think anarchic Fox has it on the nose here. Gnomish Shia LaBeouf.
Yes.
Shia the
But there's a certain sequence of comments here. I don't think that was done this way on purpose, except like the last one, obviously. But if anyone remembers the old song, "Who built the ark?"
Noah.
God,
Who built the ark?
Brother Noah built the ark.
Fucking God.
Built the ark. Well played, Lizard Lass.
Kyle and his podium are walking on water.
Yeah. Yeah. So, all right. So we'll get off of this into the actual video we are watching tonight. Now, this is I picked the older version of this. It's from around the same time period as the Rock Solid series for a couple reasons. One, it's a little shorter, even though like he pretty much covers all the same like points and things that I want to talk about. But yeah, it's a little shorter. Plus, this was also back in the era of the infamous peck shot. So I was like, well, we got to bring those back. So
if I understand what you're telling me correctly here, this was such a smash hit message that they just repackaged and recycled it over and over again. Is that
more sad? Like I actually was disappointed in them. Where I was just like, oh come on, you can this is not the best worst you can do.
You can do so much better or worse than this.
Yeah.
So all right, so Kipp, I don't remember if you said this before we started or after we started, but apparently you did some like prep work beforehand.
I did.
I'll let you.
Okay, sorry.
I'll let you know. It like for the level of deepness that they get on this, that may not have been necessary, but we appreciate the effort anyway. If people want to give me their guesses in the chat, I couldn't decide if after watching this tonight, if Kipp would like laugh, cry first, or if he'd just go straight to aneurysm. So let me know what you all think, and we'll all find out together.
There were several parts where I was sure Kipp would have things to say.
You need a certain number of subs to do polls, I think, don't you? Oh, but we could just do an informal one.
Yeah,
I think, right?
So yeah.
So what were the choices?
So one's in the chat for laugh, cry. Two's in the chat for just straight to aneurysm. Or stroke. Yeah.
Stroke.
Aneurysm and stroke.
I'm apparently this is apparently maybe a bad idea. I'm here. We'll find out though.
But speaking of subs, I guess I should maybe do like the usual YouTuber stuff because we're up to 175 now. I have no idea why, but
Yay!
I feel like though we're getting dangerously close to the point where we have to actually start giving a shit. So I'm a little nervous.
Oh no!
So, let's not get crazy.
Just never.
But yeah, so if anyone, I feel like we only just a few months ago did hit the 100 mark and did a special episode for that. So I figure we'd probably have to do something special for 200. So if people want to know what that is, because I sure as hell don't know what we do for that. So, but if you want to find out and force me to decide,
believe
tell your friends.
I was in the audience and sometimes conscious for your 100 subscriber episode.
Well, you were actually on for a little bit. Actually,
oh my god!
Well, that's when he was conscious.
How unconscious were you? Yeah, we brought you on to watch some dinks. So it was good times.
So Fox only dances on informal poles.
Nice.
Lots
Stroke,
of
aneurysm,
twos
tomato,
in there,
potato.
you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like what doesn't aren't they? Don't they kind of almost happen at the same time? Well,
yeah. Also,
Maybe
so
not.
tilting windmill. Good to see you, but we'll try to have a great show. We'll see how much Kyle helps with that. But yeah, taking care
We'll
of your
have
folks. Hope you're all
fun.
doing. Yeah, hope you
Look
and your
after
folks are
your
doing
folks.
well as well.
I hope so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So we ready to get into this?
Yes.
All
I am
right.
ready.
All right. And I have it on 1.25 speed. So
Yeah, brace yourself for Kyle's feelings voice.
We're hoping to open the front door and find a loving father waiting for us, not the Turner Burn sign guy. Hey, I'm Kyle, this is Crossroads, and today I'm gonna look at the story of Noah's flood under a microscope. This is one of the most famous stories in the whole world, and chances are you've written it off or haven't really thought about it.
Standing in front of like a digital recreation of
yeah. I will say, because
that screen is fucking huge, by the way, that he's in front
no,
of.
I'm assuming this is probably like green screen, like
Okay.
like digitally added
probably,
in.
eh? Yeah.
But I will say, but they did a great job with it, especially like with the way they did the lighting. So it looks like a little harsher, like it is actually like sunshine on them. So they made it look really good. I'll give them that.
It looks like it's got actual depth to it too, because I think I saw like the perspective of the tree in the foreground move as he was walking past it, right? So
that's fancy pants stuff.
Really, is this the earliest that you guys have gotten to the video? Wow.
I mean, I've never actually timed it, but I'll trust Ember on this one.
Well, Ember's usually right about
yeah.
these
I think one time we got into it pretty fast, but
yeah.
Okay, I do have to say that this picture of the ark is just wrong. So we have actually a pretty clear description of what the ark was and what it looked like. Spoiler alert: it's just a big ass rectangle. It's a box, and that, I mean that's the word. We recently read the story of Noah in my weekly Thursday night Hebrew readings stream, and I chose to translate it the box, because that's what the word is.
Well, Kyle actually gets to that later. So.
He might be reading your shit.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Ooh.
Okay.
Wow. So
I'm happy
they do address the shape later, but that's something I do remember growing up, because I also went to a Christian grade school in high school growing up. I remember in one of my
Did they
Bible
teach you
classes,
it was a box?
Yes, because one of our assignments was we actually had to draw just like a scale model of the ark. Like we took the measurements, we were supposed to like scale it down to like just like a few inches.
It was a science class, wasn't it? It was
probably, but we were actually told because some of the kids in the class did like try to draw it more like ship like, with like the curves and stuff, and like, but they're like, nope, that's incorrect. It's just a box. So I was proud because my drawing was just a box.
Why didn't it capsize?
So probably because it didn't actually happen, but yes, people have actually done tests and studies on if that boat was actually real. First of all, if it was made out of wood and that big, it just would not have stayed together. It would have just fallen apart under its own weight. But assuming it had actually stayed together, it was not good for any kind
with
of
straight sides
waves or anything. So
it's going to be sitting pretty low in the water if it's going to be stable. And so that water pressure on those straight sides is just going to cave them in.
Have you ever heard of the USS Wyoming?
Yes.
Is it square like Wyoming?
No. The Wyoming was the largest wooden ship ever built. It was a 6-masted schooner. It was 450 feet long. I believe it broke up. But let's see here.
So many trees.
Yeah, right. So, it was built in. I just pulled it up here on Wikipedia in 1909.
And Jer, I agree. It bothers me when people, except maybe Conan O'Brien, because he did it after he stopped wearing suits. But it bothers me when people wear like really nice leather coats, like it's a sport jacket. Just in general, I'm like, it's a coat. It's a coat. It's not a sport coat. This one's actually a coat. Don't do that.
I was just about to spill my beer. That was scary, guys.
Ooh.
Oh, it's the last one.
But I didn't. So
all right. All right. Let's let him continue.
In a long time. But take it from someone who's been studying the Bible for 20 years. When you dig in, some of the
so he's been studying the Bible for 20 years.
Yeah. Which, I mean, how long have you studied the Bible, Kipp?
I mean, I guess. I mean, what does that mean? Like, I guess, like so, because I grew up. I fucking love the Bible, right? So I grew up reading the Bible and reading everything I could about the Bible. So I don't know, probably closer to 45. Like ever since I could read, I've been studying the Bible. So like 40.
All right.
So no, I'm older than that. 40, 48, 49 years, something like that. I had a birthday recently.
Yeah, I heard.
How old I am.
Yeah, I often forget too.
But do you have a new black leather coat?
No.
That's how you know.
I got a cake for my birthday.
Nice.
The kids came over. That was nice too. So
yeah, that's always good.
That was my favorite part. And I streamed.
That's the best. No, I think I watched some of that. Perhaps, maybe. I honestly don't remember.
It was a bit high level that one. Those are my. It's my birthday. I don't give a fuck what anybody thinks. Streams.
Mm-hmm.
So what better time than to sit down and read PhD dissertations? So
right.
That's yeah. But
all right. Well, all right. Well, let's see if Kyle's understanding of the Bible is close to half as good.
Put that 20 years to good use, Kyle. I believe in you. You can do it.
I do want to point out, I don't know if I'll do it the rest of the video because I was listening to it today. I didn't watch it, but when he talks, he does this like bear claw jerk off motion. It's like
and then eventually it all just blows up right in his face.
Like his hands have to be in frame. Like when he's talking, because he talks with his hands, he's like, they got to be in frame too. So it's all up here.
Oh, so that's why they go to the back shot, because that's when he actually has his hands down. They have to like lower the angles. And I get
it. It just looks like he wants to choke me.
Is he scared that everybody's going to think he's jacking off if his hands aren't in camera? Is that it? He's like,
that is the concern. I mean,
Mom always said you had to see my hands at all times.
I mean, he is a guy. I'm told that's all we ever want to do all the time. So,
well, that and think about the Roman Empire.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Close. I actually don't think about it that often. I don't. What is wrong with people?
Yeah, I pretty much only think about it if I'm playing Assassin's Creed Origins. That's really about it. So, and that one's even mostly about Egypt, but you know, Rome. Of course they were. It was fucking Rome. All right.
Stories like this become fascinating and problematic. Frankly, this story has always bothered me, like a lot. You know, like that one thing you stay up all night trying to figure out because it makes no sense to you? It's like that. See, nearly every message I've ever heard about it, I feel like at some point I've been asked to just check my brain at the door and swallow the red pill. But we're not going to do that today. Take it from me. When you dig in, you can actually find real answers that hold water and unlock all kinds of fresh insights about God.
Was that?
But since we're talking about Noah's Ark, don't we want it to not hold water?
Yeah, I was actually I caught on to the whole water thing too. I was like, hey, was that on purpose?
Which if it
they
was,
would have had to have they would have had to have fresh water on the ark.
Oh yeah,
I imagine, right?
So I guess it would have had to hold.
It would have had to hold it,
right?
Yeah.
See, but now you're trying to make it make
Otherwise,
sense. And Kyle's
I
about to show
shouldn't-
us why trying to make it make sense just leads to terrible places.
Man, I really wish I talk about this all the goddamn time because it bothers me so much. But I have like a whole bunch of my books are not they're gone. They're in a basement at the University of Agder in Norway because I couldn't afford to get them shipped home because they changed all their exporting rules just before I left. It was great. But anyways, one of the books that I left in Norway was my first edition of the Genesis Flood by what's his name? Is it let me look this up to get this right. But are you familiar with this? The Genesis Flood was published in 1961 by John C. Whitcomb and Henry Morris. Do you recognize the name Henry Morris?
Maybe.
I recognize the name. Yes.
Okay, so Henry Morris was kind of like the OG scientific creationist, and he teamed up in 1961 with theologian John C. Whitcomb to write this book, The Genesis Flood, the Biblical Record and its Scientific Implications. So I used to have a first edition, a 1961 edition of the if I hadn't have left the book in Norway, I would go and get it and show you guys because I think it's cool.
Wait, so there was like import.
So you could have your Wes Huff moment. Oh, I actually have it right here.
Yeah. Except I can't do that. As you can tell, these aren't like tiny little books here that I just I have to actually.
Because if it wasn't so far, I could literally go see. I have that Calvin and Hobbes book right here. But,
I have no books close by. That's not true. I have some. I just realized that I looked at the shelf very much.
Oh, and thank you, Bree. Love how you guys totally look like a 3-piece set in dad garage band.
Excellent.
I do actually play drums, but speaking of which, since last week somebody expressed interest in, because I'd mentioned that and it said I'd made a couple of videos of me like playing along with stuff. Someone mentioned wanting to see that, so I actually did post just on my personal YouTube page some of the videos I made. So if anyone's interested in watching those, they're fun. Like I did not make, and my point when making those was not like trying to nail it. I'm literally just playing along. Like sometimes I play it correctly, sometimes not quite, but it's more just having fun. So if anyone wants, I think I posted about those on the humanity page. Like if you look in the community posts, if anyone's interested, you can check those out.
I was
Sorry, I'm cracking up at the chat.
Yeah. The chat is great always. Thanks, chat.
Spooky's
This
on
week
full roast all the time.
I was offered this week tickets to go see Rush, but it's in Montreal. So that's far, and I don't think I can get there in September.
That's like San Francisco to Chicago.
Yeah. It's even farther than that, I think. But it's exciting because I would love, just because Rush is always good, but I'm also really excited about Annika Neela's the Neil Peart replacement,
new drummer.
Yeah. She's got some fusion videos on YouTube. It's fucking incredible.
That's a good mix if she usually plays fusion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But also, Marin with a good point. It is called playing, so it makes sense. I'm just doing it for fun. But that is true. So, yeah.
Tell classical musicians that. I knew some in college. The guitarists grow their fingernails out like they're coke fiends, so they can play without a pick. Mm-hmm. And they're all obsessed with it too. Like they're like, no, I can't do that because of my nails. Okay.
Weirdos. All right. Well, hey, we're almost a minute in, so let's.
Awesome.
We'll read the actual story from Genesis 6 in just a few minutes, but I want to give you a quick summary first. It starts like this. God is so bummed at the deplorable state of humanity, he says he wishes he had never made us. So he floods the whole earth.
Bummed. Is that an accurate description of how God was feeling?
No.
Good answer. But
I wrote a book.
Oh yes.
Book.
I make a point of this in the book that I wrote. You can smash people with this book too. By the way, it's big and wieldy. I make a point of this in the book that the word that is used to describe, God's emotional state in his moment of decision to flood the earth is it occurs only in one other place in the entire Hebrew Bible. And this is very interesting because that other place is a story from, now I'm gonna get this wrong. I think it's Genesis 34. There is this story of the daughter of Jacob, the patriarch. Her name is Dinah. It's a pretty name. I like that name. But she is assaulted by Shechem, and
Shechem would
as one does when they violate a young girl, they give her dad money and take her home. That's the way things were done, right? So this was a deal that was worked out between Jacob and Shechem's father, and actually Jacob gets a fucking fantastic deal. In the book of Deuteronomy, you only have to a man only has to pay like 50 shekels for a bride price if he fucks her first, right? But Jacob gets like cattle and sheep, and they get open access to the entire countryside for grazing. It's this incredibly good deal, like almost unheard of. So he's happy, right, about this, and his sons are furious, and this is the word that's used to describe their feelings about their sister having been assaulted by Shechem. The way I understand it is like a blinding, irrational rage. So
it's like seeing blood red.
But bummed doesn't quite cover.
Well, but then because this is actually a big point that Kyle makes, so you're gonna love how he interprets.
Right.
So
awesome.
Also,
by the way, I just wanted to wave. B.S. Lewis is in the chat. I was on his show on Friday.
Yeah.
It was super fun.
I caught part of that. Yeah,
that was really good.
It was.
I got to do Adam and Eve, and now I get to do Noah's Ark. I'm just working my way through.
Yep. Yeah. So someone wants. So I think you mentioned like someone should have you on like next week to cover Tower of Babel or something.
Yeah, totally. Get on it.
Needs to make a shirt.
I'm gonna be on Miranda or Marin's show next week. I think it's next week, right, Marin? Maybe we should do. Well, let's do that. Let's do the Tower of Babel. Marin,
awesome.
Are you still here? Let me know if that works for you.
Like, so we'll get a whole like network of shows together to force Kipp to explain the entire Bible to us, one story at a time.
So that reminded me of a couple things. I think it'd be funny to make a shirt that says it's Adam and Steve, not Adam and Eve. Just because, just turn their stupid slogan thing around first, just for fun and mess with people. Also, when you were talking about somebody gets sexually assaulted and then like you have to just pay 50 whatever, and like that's kind of like, oh, it's fine, we turned assault into a test drive, it's fine now. Like that's kind of what it is, and that makes it sound so much worse.
It was terrible. I mean, listen, the ancient world is terrible. It was bad. Yes, let's do Tower of Babel. Woo! So the ancient world was awful, and she was getting her beer.
Thanks for reminding us, Marin. And I always ask because we always like to go through what we're drinking. If anyone else,
Marin has to tell us when she's drinking now. Absolutely.
Please let us know what y'all are enjoying this evening.
It was just everything. Almost everything was worse in the ancient world, and I would say for everybody.
The past was the worst.
The rich fucks, but
yeah,
this was part of this, right? Marriage was not about romance and friendship and partnership. It was transactional. It was about reproductive rights almost exclusively, and as a result, that's how you end up in situations like this, where the reproductive capacity of a young woman, and we have no idea how, like, the text is unclear. She might have been a little girl, actually, based on what's it's very good. And as I understand it, BS doesn't hold on to his streams, so you gotta make sure you watch it soon, because it's not going to be there forever. So
he doesn't keep them up
no. But please keep. Don't go watch it now. It'll be there after the show ends. So
typically our shows do not last as long as the amount of time that BS keeps his streams up, but we get close, but not close.
So
all right. So Beck's not alcoholic.
Beck's
responsible.
Okay.
Responsible.
Very.
Beck's is all right though. I haven't had a Beck's in any capacity, either version, in a long time, but it's a decent beer.
Yeah. Leave it to the Germans.
So, all right. Well, it was bad. It was all just very bad. By the way, I wanted to point out that that G-Ward in your chat earlier here said taking notes. And I'm quite sure that that's the first time anybody's ever typed that into your chat.
Correct.
Yes.
Way to go, G-Ward.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Hopefully we'll make this worth your while and not give you an aneurysm.
I haven't had one yet. So
for Tommy and I to pull this off specifically, there's a lot of stuff you don't want to go through that you have to do first.
Yeah. So we brought you.
All right.
Earth and kills everyone except for Noah, his immediate family, and a few lucky animals who basically win the animal lottery. Now, it takes Noah 100 years to build the ark, which literally means box, and had never been built anywhere before. Like, no one had ever seen it. So for the majority of this story...
Right, so all right, that's his first, good point. Means box. Yeah.
I thought
good there.
That's probably where he was wrong. But you said earlier that's correct.
No, that's correct. You know where else that word appears in the Bible? Can you guess?
Ark of the Covenant.
The word is teva, and it means box. Can you guess the one other teva in the entire Bible?
Is it the Ark of the Covenant?
That would be my guess.
Yeah, no, it's not that.
Was it the thing that baby Moses was put in?
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Right.
Oh,
yeah.
Cool. That's kind of perfect.
Isn't that cool? Yeah.
Now, I think I only know that because I don't remember if it was in this sermon or the other version of this. I think Kyle mentioned that in one of them. So he got that right as well. So, all right. So,
wow. Way to go, Kyle. I mean, 20 years, right? Something.
I mean, he mistranslated the word that he thought meant bummed, but one for two so far.
So there's two stories in the Old Testament where the Hebrew people try to drown themselves in poor watercraft.
All right.
The people watching it unfold saw something incomplete and were probably super confused about what the heck is going on. I want you to remember that. I want you to remember this picture.
What the heck?
So unless you're an awful person, the story.
Oh yeah. So that's the thing Kyle wants us to remember is and this is an incomplete picture.
Oh.
So
is that right?
It's not done. It's not done yet.
Yeah,
I get it.
something progressive revelation, but this will become important later.
Oh,
So,
God, there's as many holes in that as there is in that boat right there.
right?
It's awful.
Yep.
I want you to remember that, and I want you to remember this picture. So unless you're an awful person, the story should elicit massive questions. Like, how can God be a loving father and then brutally kill like basically everybody? And how does this square with Jesus, who saw people messing up too, but rather than kill them, he died for them? And also,
You see, this is another big issue that Kyle has, like with this, is trying to see how this actually shows us what Jesus is really like, which I'm sure was like top of mind on the person who wrote this story.
Sure.
The first time, and like, right, Kip, like this,
Right. Yes.
That's the timeline.
Absolutely.
That didn't sound completely sincere.
I'm embarrassed to admit that I was momentarily distracted, so I'm just
that never happens. My goodness.
Whatever you say.
Oh, you just agreed to the concept that the story of Noah and the Ark was really supposed to be pointing to Jesus.
Yeah, fuck no.
And all that.
I mean, it's not. That's
better.
And you know what? Even when, because there certainly are parts of the Old Testament that are directed by that are drawn from by New Testament authors in their imaginations about Jesus, and there is echoes and reflections of the Noah story in the New Testament. But I mean, none of them are connecting it like this. This is none of them.
Well,
none of them.
And good thing we have Kyle to do that for us.
Thanks.
But also, hello, David.
Hey,
we
David.
should ask Marcion about this, right?
If I were a New Testament scholar,
then
I would understand what that means.
Let's get Wes Huff in here.
Yes. I could text.
Well, have we got a surprise for you? Because behind the curtain, like, sorry, no, we do.
I think we should try to get him on the show and act like we're not taking no for an answer.
I still like the idea we had last week, where we have Wes on to watch a Wes Huff video, but we
talk about how
like
shit
we
it is.
normally would. Only like we're like speaking to Wes Huff, like fully acknowledging that both of these people are Wes Huff, but just like, man, can you believe this dumbass?
Oh God, I didn't do that. Did I actually? I stopped myself, Marin, before I said Miranda. I'm pretty sure, and I think the only reason I did that is because I have been watching the chat, and I did see that I saw Maya made that mistake, at least, or somebody. I know she was, yeah. So,
yeah.
Anyways,
same person apparently. I heard you started at least got to like the Miranda. You at least got like some of it out. It's where I thought you were about to say Miranda. I was like, oh, cool.
You're like Miranda.
Yes, Wes will fake. Yes.
I'm moving on to beer too, because that first one didn't last very long.
I see. Wow.
Wow.
You got through that an imperial bourbon barrel stout
in an hour.
In an hour.
Well, an hour and 10. Let's be fair.
Well, Matt knew how bad this video was going to be.
Well, it's been a few days in our house.
It has.
You didn't start that at 5 o'clock. We were a few minutes in. It was like an hour. It wasn't.
You're right.
None of this hour and 10 minutes bullshit.
We're on reality time in Cincinnati, and that was at like 8.
Yeah. All right. So, what's your second one, Matt?
My second one is a Jackie O Dark Apparition Imperial Stout.
Ooh, Jackie O's. That's good.
Everything I got was an Imperial something at the store today.
I was just gonna say, is it all Imperial Stouts tonight? Is that?
I have 3 different ones, but I am not going to hit the second one because that would be an interesting bowel movement and a difficult day at work.
Well, you got to keep those bowel movements interesting, right?
Well, I think the older we get, just the more interesting they get automatically.
Well, so I started reading this comment, and I just read the name, and I was like, "Oh, this is going to be good," and it did not disappoint. Righteous Kingdom is here to say evolutionists love their ancient ape family religion. It's like, wow, you
Those are
almost
words.
typed- and some of them were almost close to correct about something. But,
At least
thanks for
everything's
coming.
correctly spelled.
Yeah, well, except that it should be evolutionists love
Sounds
there, or
a little bit.
I don't know. Maybe
You're
he
mixing
meant.
your-
Maybe he meant to use the singular. It's evolutionist on its own is correctly spelled.
Yeah, but it's giving AI is learning new things.
It is, but we're glad you're here, whoever you are. Thanks for the
Yes,
engagement. Yeah, keep it coming. All right, back to
You will learn things. tonight.
Queer space
Yes.
cultists. What?
I mean, I'm interested.
Go on.
Wait, like
Listen,
a flood of the
if
of an
you hold
horse?
on,
Is that even?
If
Kyle,
you
fire
are,
up.
if you are really interested in queer space cult shit, then maybe you should read the now disgraced Egyptologist's new novel trilogy, which I'm
my.
told takes place in space. And
No,
I mean, you can fill in the blanks then, right? So,
is this like Stargate fan
Egyptology
fiction?
in space. Yes, it is. But you know, the very high quality Christian version. It's
God.
But yeah, my bring in the facts. Evolutionist is not a word. The proper
Correct.
term is people who accept facts. Correct. Speaking of facts.
Maya
throw
is
ist
not.
on
And
the
we got
end of
and we got a
anything.
Jesse. How's it going?
Hey, Jesse.
Gigantopithecus. That's a word that I at one point remembered what it was, but yes.
Okay, is he gonna cry? He looks like he's going.
That's
to,
what he looks like, yeah.
he's gonna start crying in a minute.
Because he knows that people are listening who actually know that he's kind of full of shit.
Or
So-
or is this milliseconds after a shark?
All right. Well, first, hey, and another person I don't recognize, but welcome to you as well. You seem like good people. Thank you. All right. Well, we now join our potential shart, maybe already in progress.
Possible? And do I really have to believe this story is
Hold on,
true if I want to
hold on.
follow Jesus, or can I just kind of write it off as
Sorry,
like,
I have to stop because noise.
You're
ending,
worse than
noise
we are,
ending has
damn.
called me out on this. I'm sorry, Kip. You can't just say more stuff he's made. An album, a video game, a trilogy of novels. This is getting out, and this is 100% true. These are all things that the now disgraced Egyptologist has made.
Well, he is a polymath.
He is a polymath.
I used
That's
to
what
work at
polymaths do.
I had an internship at Parker Brothers Milton Bradley, which is all part of Hasbro Games. Parker Brothers Milton Bradley Hasbro Games.
That sounds cool.
It's back when I was trying to get a degree a long time ago. And it takes a while to make a game, like to make a good game. And the one I worked on was not a good game. And it still took a while. So how is this guy making money and putting out all this shit that isn't going to make much money?
Oh, he's not making money, I don't think.
What does his wife do?
He's
Or his mom, I don't know.
Serves, she just does whatever the fuck he wants her to do is my understanding.
Where's all this
By the
Christian
way,
money coming from that just keeps these people employed?
it just let's not. By the way, somebody suggested in Maya's chat on Sunday that they might actually watch me play the game if I chose to do that, if I chose to stream through playing, and I'm open to doing that, but I'm not paying whatever the fuck $35 or $38 or whatever it is.
That's a little bit much.
Yeah.
So if somebody really wants to see that, they're gonna have to buy the game, and then I'll do it.
I mean, you can get Silk Song for less than that. Fuck. So, are you
Right.
much of a gamer, Kip?
Mm-mm.
Oh, so this will be
Not-
extra good then. So,
Mhm.
No, I thought you were talking a board game. This is an actual like video game.
Video game. Mhm.
Oh no!
It's called.
that's the reaction right there.
that takes way more time than a board game.
It's called.
So apparently it's only 18 US.
Oh, is that in? Okay, I'm still not.
Okay,
spending
so
it,
it is cheaper than
want
Silk
to.
Song. Okay. Whew.
but-
I was
Okay.
concerned.
Okay, but 18 is not
Um,
even respectable. That's like that. It's like it better be like a really great like cell phone game.
It's on Steam, and it's called
Ooh.
Egg Hunter,
Mm.
and it's got rabbits in it.
Is
that's
that an
all I
Easter
know.
theme?
Sounds like he's already confused.
They've got they're big. He and his wife collect rabbits. So they're big on that.
Wonder how the rabbits
Tommy
feel
looks-
about this. Like, what are
I
they
don't
collecting
know.
them to do?
The first response that came to mind, is that what they call it? But I don't know what I was getting at with that.
I don't know.
Yeah.
All right,
yes,
Noah's Ark. Wait, where are we now?
But I don't know what he's talking about, but it was this big, apparently. So, yes, Hollow Knight, one of my top 5 games of all time. Silk Song was good, but I still think Hollow Knight was better. Anyway,
Hold up.
all right.
My response to this still frame is it was nice of Kyle's dad to loan him that jacket. It looks a little big.
Ooh. Ooh, Mist and Ribbon, classic. So
I
right.
played some Need for Speed when my kids were very small, and then Assassin's Creed when they were a little older, and I was terrible at all of it.
yeah, the only
I remember
Assassin's
the first
Creed I played
Assassin's
was
Creed.
yeah. The only Assassin's Creed I played was Origins, which I really enjoyed, but I also understand is very different than most of the rest of them.
Oh,
but-
okay.
Yeah, and every time I play it, since it's in Egypt, I want to listen to Nile. So, or when Nile came out with the new album, it made me want to play Assassin's Creed.
Well,
Origins. So it's all yeah. Are you familiar with Nile, Kip?
No,
Yeah.
very good.
Love those guys. All right, but back to Kyle, I guess.
Kind of the Bible gets crazy for a little bit. Well, we're going to tackle all those questions, but I want to start with the last one. Do I really have to believe this story is true if I want to follow Jesus? Because if
You don't.
Now,
You
Matt
actually don't.
did his answer to this surprise you? Because I was surprised.
No, because
Well, you don't need to go into it. I just wanted to get your. We'll
Okay.
go into it after he answers it.
Okay.
Once we hear, but yeah, I was just curious what your take was. But all right, but let's hear. Do we need to take this story seriously or literally to follow Jesus?
not, again, all the other questions don't really matter. It becomes really easy. And the short answer you might not like is this. Yes. If you want to follow Jesus, you do. Why?
Why?
Because Jesus treated it like a true story. In Luke 17, Jesus said, just as it was in the days of Noah, so also will it be in the days of the Son of Man. Now, Son of Man.
No. So I was surprised by this because Crossroads, if you remember, I think they even brought this up during the Rock Solid series that we covered back in January, where they said you don't have to take like the creation story literally to
Right.
follow Jesus. So I thought they were all about like just think, oh, this is all just like mythology or metaphors or parables or whatever you want to call it. But
Yeah.
it surprised me when he said, no, you do need to take this literally. Yeah, I didn't see that coming.
Okay, but then in a little bit he says the opposite.
Right. Yeah, that part is very
Okay.
confusing. But yeah, we'll get to that when
So
it comes.
I think
But-
what he might be getting at here,
Now-
just based on it, may be true is different than factual. Maybe.
that could be.
I have to pull this up because I'm a biblical scholar, damn it. The days are coming when you will long to see one of the days of the Son of Man, and you will not see it. I'm reading the NRSV, by the way. They will say to you, look there, or look here. Do not go. Do not set off in pursuit. For as the lightning flashes and lights up in the sky from one side to the other, so will be the Son of Man in his day. But first he must endure much suffering and be rejected by this generation. Just as it was in the days of Noah, so too it will be in the days of the Son of Man. They were eating and drinking and marrying and being given in marriage until the day of Noah entered the ark, and the flood came and destroyed all of them. Likewise, just as it was in the days of Lot. And it continues with the story of Lot. But now, I'm mostly frustrated. And listen, I make my living trying to teach people how to read the Bible critically, but some of this is just not that hard. Like, you don't have to believe. You don't even have to believe that Jesus believed that this was a true story.
Ooh, okay.
Based on his usage of it
Right
here.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Like, that's it.
Because
It's no different than saying, just as Spider-Man did the thing.
Right. Okay. Good. Yeah, because this was something I was actually talking with my daughter earlier, because she actually wanted me to ask you. So, but I mean, you're answering it now because I actually came up with the example of because to me this sounds like just like you might hear a pastor go like, oh, so just like this happened in Star Wars or Lord of the Rings, like, yeah, they're just
pastors do that.
Yeah,
bunch of nerdy weirdos.
But it's okay when they do it.
Yeah. Yeah. So I must assume. So to me, like, I thought you could take it like kind of like that, or just because Jesus is referencing a story doesn't mean he thinks this story actually happened. It's like, oh, hey, you all know this story. Well, things like that are going to happen.
Like he probably did, right? For real, he probably thought this was real. But the point is, you don't have to. You don't have to think that he did. Like, it's just as powerful an illustration whether it happened or not, because everybody knew the story, everybody knew what happened. So when he references the story, he's saying, you know, that story that everyone's familiar with, yeah, that's what it's going to actually be like when this actual thing happens. Like, that's just dumb. You're fucking dumb, Kyle.
So, but you're saying Jesus may have actually believed it was real when he said this.
We just don't know. Who knows?
Well, that's the other thing. We don't know if Jesus ever actually said this, but yeah.
I just don't think it matters, is the point. It doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter whether he believed this happened or not. That's not what he's doing.
Mm-hmm. Right. But also just Marin apparently likes watching, so that's cool. All right.
Wow.
Back to this.
As it was in the days of Noah, so also will it be in the days of the Son of Man. Now, Son of Man is his nickname for himself. So he's comparing the events of his life to the events of Noah's life, which means Jesus...
Is it possibly not?
Well, no. I mean, and that's actually a point. Certainly within the Gospel of Mark, which is the earliest gospel, there is a point of disagreement among scholars whether or not Jesus is actually, if these are self-referential, if the Son of Man in the writer of the Gospel of Mark's estimation is Jesus, or if it's this cosmic warrior king figure that Jesus is pointing towards as, you know, the one who's going to come in and inaugurate the kingdom of God in the last days. It's unclear.
Yeah, the book of Mark is surprisingly dense and full of
really is. It's
little tidbits,
yeah,
and stuff I never noticed when I was a Christian because I wasn't like allowed to like not take it literally.
You were not allowed to fucking love the Bible when you were a Christian. Most Christians aren't allowed. They're not.
Yeah. It's sad, really.
Yet they serve it. in a strange way. It's like the quadrinity.
Yeah, and it's so weird. It's like they don't actually love the Bible, but they still love it more than they love most people, which is also pretty sad.
They'll listen to it before they listen to the Holy Spirit too. That was something that was crazy even when I was a Christian.
Yeah, because I remember that was one of the things at this church. They said because they were big into actually listening to the Spirit to see it might give you a message or a word or something. But their big thing was how do you know if it's really the Spirit? And they say, well, test it against Scripture.
Sure, so, test the infinite against the finite.
But then the problem I had with that was because then, if separate from this conversation, if you just ask someone, "Oh, I'm trying to read the Bible, but it's so difficult. I don't how do I read it correctly?" Their response would be, "Oh, well, pray, and the Spirit will guide you in reading."
That'll do it.
It's then how do I know? Okay, but if I pray and ask the Spirit, how do I know it's the Spirit guiding me the proper way? Well, you got to test it against Scripture. Well, how do I understand Scripture? You got to ask the Spirit, and it's this whole.
This circle feels square.
Yeah. So. Anywho.
Basically considered Noah to be as real as himself. So if you want to follow Jesus, it's not a great idea to disagree and decide this story is just fake. So let's take it off the table and go to the next question. Does believing...
All right, so apparently,
according to Kyle, with Jesus.
Yeah, so Kipp, according to Kyle here, everything you just said is just wrong and dumb, and how dare you? So
yeah, you don't have a jacket.
Yeah. I don't have a jacket. really don't.
Well, wear one next time, and then maybe Kyle will listen to you.
Holy crap! Look at this man's fade, by the way.
Oh yeah,
and then
what?
His fade, it's mostly a black people haircut thing, but
I don't know if is that a fade or is he just getting a little gray there?
Oh,
not sure.
A little both, but that sharp line.
I mean, he has been studying the Bible for 20 years.
It gave him a great haircut too.
Yeah. Right, but yes, and this is also a good question. If praying in the Spirit guides you, then why do so many? Well, people weren't praying right, or something.
Right? Yeah, you were in the way. Is always the answer.
Yeah.
I mean, the enemy / you. Who knows?
Oh yeah, we'll get to that later too. But
Noah and the flood happened. I mean, you must believe the flood literally covered the whole world. And this answer may surprise you. I'd say not necessarily. See, while you can find some really well-meaning YouTube videos that describe how massive canyons could have been power carved in a matter of days by a worldwide flood, those claims are, geologically speaking, suspect at best. Also,
which again, points for that saying people who try to use geology to prove a global flood, they're suspect at best is very generous, but
that's British people polite. That's extremely generous.
So
it's an insult wrapped as a compliment.
Hot take here. Sorry, I've got crackers and cheese in my mouth.
Are they saltines though? Because
they're Ritz crackers.
Oh, those are better, really.
Old cheddar. I really like. Yeah, I like Ritz crackers a lot. Hot take here. I don't think there was even a local flood.
You think in the desert?
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing, and I don't know if he's gonna get into any of this or not. Should I wait or should I?
Well, get into what?
It does not matter.
Well, some of the cultural backgrounds of this story.
I think he does get it. I think he does touch on that later, as far as comparing it to other myths and stuff. Yeah.
So this is this is unquestionably a Mesopotamian story. I have a here. I feel like this is apropos, but it's going to take me a minute. I can draw
fresh in from Mesopotamia.
Draw you a map.
Well, while he's doing that, I guess I'll crack open my second here. This is
I hope Aunt Jairus still
alcoholic intermission.
Yeah. Oh, I missed the chat again where I clicked on something and it's like you don't want to see anything else, right? And it doesn't scroll.
Yeah.
Woven wheats. Oh, he's not doing saltines. You're right. DH.
It is. Yeah, the woven wheats, which I think is like the Kroger version of Triscuits or
Yeah.
Wheat thins, I think.
Okay, the regular wheat thins, like the original, are not the best. Like the salt and pepper ones, the best. Or the garden veggie ones, even better. But I can't have the glutens. So, I mean, I can have a little bit of gluten, but, I like to keep it mostly in my beer.
Right.
Share screen window. There we go. I even have a map already here that I had drawn.
G word.
There we go. Oh yeah, I have to erase this.
I guess we can.
So,
Here, I'll take away Kyle.
Kyle.
Just to give you a sense here. Let me get a bigger eraser. There we go. Okay. Although now.
Oh, so sorry. People were people were directing us to G Word's comment. Hot take, va? I see what
you did there. Very nice.
I don't get it, but I was obedient and put it up.
Oh, do you want to? You don't know hot take, va, Matt?
Oh, I forget what it means.
I'm not surprised if you don't. But this was I mean, if you're like a mega Hebrew nerd, this might be the funniest thing you've ever seen when Wes Hop attempted to teach people Hebrew on the internet and just absolutely
Was it to that CEO guy?
It up. No, it was in a standalone video that he made to try and provide cover for his claim of the Great Isaiah Scroll being word for word like the Masoretic text. In
word for word,
he had on word for word. He had on a friend, a legitimate Hebrew Bible text critic by the name of John Mead, who was giving an example of how to understand the way that words in Hebrew are formed. And they have prefixed and suffixed elements, so you can actually say individual small sentences with single words in Hebrew. So he gave this example. Right. He said, if I say ahavtaka, that means I love you. And Wes put the word up on the screen.
Oh no.
But it was not ahavtaka. Wasn't a verb even. It was the noun hatikva, which means the hope. It's actually the Israeli national anthem is Hatikva. But so he put this up here, and what made it just chef's kiss. What made it chef's kiss was to watch him then separate the noun into its constituent parts that mean I love you, which is fucking hilarious because it doesn't at all. So,
yeah, but real quick, I want to point out. Look, it looks like we've been raided by Skeptic Haven raid.
Avast. So, who have we been raided?
Where did it go? We're raided by Skeptic Haven.
Are you trying to show your screen? Nice. Weird things are happening.
No,
really? Okay, this is my screen.
Yeah. And also, sorry, one other comment. Rob, good to see you on the Facebook side. Just happened to see you guys for the first time, and I just happened to be visiting this church for this sermon. Wow, interesting. Well,
interesting.
Yeah.
Wow.
You, Rob, actually, my high school biology teacher.
So, really? Wow.
Yeah.
That's impressive. So,
so many things are happening right now.
Yeah,
I know, right?
The last time I attempted to draw Europe or the Mediterranean.
That's Spain, right?
I swapped. That's Spain.
Okay.
But the last time I tried to do this, I accidentally swapped the locations of because in my head does this funny thing where I don't remember where Italy is relative to Greece. So I'm actually looking this up so that I get it right. Because if I don't, Aunt Jera is going to make fun of me. So here, there's Spain, and then there's like Italy, right? And then
after a bit, yeah, but
Greece is like a bunch of these little island things here.
Yeah,
right?
it's a shark splatter.
It's something like that. So then you come around here, and then you've got like Africa. Okay, so this is the Mediterranean. What?
You're naming individual countries, and then you're like, fucking Africa.
Okay, that sounded bad.
I know.
It really did. But it's not. I mean, for our purposes, okay. Israel is here. If we go further to the east, you have up here is like Turkey up here, right? And so you've got like the Black Sea in this area, and then you've got rivers coming out of the Black Sea that empty into like down here is like the Persian Gulf, and the Strait of Hormuz is down here.
Yeah.
Anyways,
it's all the pasta, Mary.
It's not Italy the boot; it's Italy the cankle.
Also, Marin, good job on the modding skills there as well. Appreciate you. Right.
But the point I want to make is that Israel's over here, right? And this is a mountainous region. There's a spine of mountains basically stretching from the coastal area here south. And it's very arid. It's dry most of the year. There's only within a year there's only 30 days in the entire year in which it rains, and precipitation levels are really low. I think it's like 1900 millimeters for an entire year in the area. It's very dry. There's no flooding here, right? So this story came from somewhere where they had flooding, which is over here in Mesopotamia, and this is the region where the cities of Babylon and Uruk were. Thank you very much, Miranda. I do draw very fine maps. And this is a story we know from all these other sources outside of the Bible, from a very, very old Sumerian text known as Eridu Genesis, which dates to probably like 2500 or 3000 BCE. We know it from Atrahasis, which was written in Akkadian, and then the Epic of Gilgamesh incorporates the Atrahasis myth and rewrites it a little bit into the end of the story of the Epic of Gilgamesh. So these are all just very, very old, very popular, widely known stories that all originate from this area, because of course they do. They experience a lot of flash flooding from the Euphrates cresting its banks when the snow caps melt and the runoff from the mountains in the north start to basically make their way down to the Persian Gulf. So that's great.
Please do.
So I'm going to. So all that to say, this is no, definitely not a worldwide flood. The flood, any flooding is happening over here, right? And that's what these stories are about. But of course, this is a story which illustrates like a geographic limitation. Why doesn't this work? I'm trying to stop it. Stop. There we go. Okay. It illustrates some
stuck on the mountains, right? And that's how they ended up in Israel.
Way up in Turkey, in the mountains of Ararat. So like they borrowed this story because it was super popular and everybody knew it. And they made changes to it. And we actually have within the Bible text, we actually have two versions of the story that are kind of stitched together. But it's the point here being it's not a global flood. It's not even that widely a localized flood. It was localized to that area in the Persian Gulf, and probably not a single flood, just, written on the basis of the fact that Jesus Christ, they have a lot of floods. in the area on a regular basis. So,
Right.
you know, they
Like
just
it must have been a big one.
well,
Right?
I mean, even so, maybe there was a big flood that they were like, "Wow, do you remember that big flood? Let's write a story
but
about it." Or
people catastrophize like pretty
Sure.
easily. So like if they're like that was a bad flood, but like I'll bet there was a worse one, and they make up a story about it.
could even do that, right? It's just it's one of those things.
Yeah, and but before we go back to Kyle and the other view, I just want to point out I appreciate how Kipp you put in your name there, the head of maintenance, and whoever hired you needs to be fired. I'll just say that. But all right, so all right, I clicked on the thing. There he goes. All right, so Kyle's still
a question from earlier from I don't know how to pronounce Ireland.
Yeah, sure.
Asked if it was a no preaching zone here, and it's like I don't. No one's been able to preach so far without sounding up their own ass. But if that's possible, like we would probably tolerate it. It's just when you start to get like up your own butt about shit and take yourself too seriously or start condescending, that's when we ask you to leave by just making you.
Well, I'm
basically
back in the chat, and the people are saying a lot of really mean things about my map. It's very hurtful, you guys. It just is.
Well, we'll allow that, but
okay. Design major here. I thought you did a pretty good job for someone whose job it is to not draw on a regular.
I'm drinking. I only draw maps when I'm drinking.
Well, you're halfway through a fucking regular beer. Come on. You want a merit badge?
Big one, Matt. Come on. But
mine.
But I'll just say, but back to the whole like, is there no preaching around? I guess the way I might describe like the vibe here in the chat is like, well, we welcome people of like any type of beliefs, philosophies, like ways of thinking, whatever. Like we're atheists, but you don't have to be. And we're fine with you expressing your disagreements, but I guess I would prefer, especially if you're here to like disagree with something, don't just come in with the whole like Jesus is Lord and then explain like why Jesus is God and ways that like have nothing to do with what we're actually talking about. Like no, but if you have questions or disagreements relating to what we're actually talking about, sure, we'd love that. Yeah, drop that in the chat. We can address it if we see it or if we have time. But yeah, basically everyone's welcome here. Just don't be a proselytizing dick. That's basically
don't be a dick.
Yep. All right. Well, you can be. I specified proselytizing dick because there's some forms of dick we're okay with. I mean, because if we couldn't be a dick, we wouldn't even have a show. I mean, let's be honest. True. But
fair.
All right. So
particular about our dicks.
Yep, we're particular.
What?
Sorry. What?
A worldwide flood poses some other big problems, like all the water in the world would have kind of mixed and swirled together, saltwater oceans, freshwater lakes and rivers, which would have killed all the freshwater fish.
Sorry.
We still have those swimming around today. So while there's not...
Which, another good point there that Kyle makes, like, yes.
Saltwater fish, too.
Yeah, I mean, because especially if you listen to the young Earth creationists, if this flood was strong enough to actually, like, rip Pangea apart and make the separate continents, then... I'm assuming some sea life is not going to survive that.
No, they got fucked over real hard.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
So,
great scientific footing for a literal worldwide flood. There is actually really strong evidence for a very large localized flood in the Middle East that corresponds with the time of Noah. Now, a large...
What?
Middle East is quite broad.
What?
This is true. And also the time of...
What the fuck is the time of Noah? I'm very okay. He brought it up. I'm expecting some receipts here.
You know, thousands of years ago when there was a flood.
Wait, hold on. You've seen Kyle before, Kipp. Why are you expecting receipts? What's wrong with you?
Yeah.
He doesn't bring receipts. He brings pecks.
No, he brings the feelings.
But let's see if he even bothers to back that up.
Localized flood also fits with what I think is like almost like an Easter egg hidden in the biblical text itself that points to the whole world actually meaning Noah's whole world. Now, Easter egg is a little fresh olive leaf that's carried back to the ark by a dove after the flood as a sign that the water was receding. Here's the thing. Olive trees die if they're underwater for a year, which is how long the story says the flood lasted. And do you know who would have for sure known that? Because they knew way more about growing olive trees than we do. The people of the ancient Middle East, who this story was originally recorded for. So
why would he think that?
Back on the pecks.
In antiquity, they knew way more about growing trees than we do today. Why would you think that?
Right, because when he said, "Who knows the most?"
Well, I think he said specifically olive trees.
Right.
Like, I mean, I'll give him that. Like, I know shit.
My response to his question was Palestinians.
Yeah.
See, and this is, I take these as collectives, right? When he's talking about we, this is the global we, as in all of us who are alive today on this earth. That's how I.
Wow, you're broad with that. Okay.
I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I feel like that's
that makes sense. But like when I see Kyle say it, I think white people. Like this is what white people think.
Yeah, sure.
Now, I mean, this is something I guess I'm willing to grant him, because this may be like a bit of hyperbole, because he is trying to discredit the notion that this was a global flood, which I appreciate.
Yeah, I do.
Because he's saying, but I think the point is the people back then would have known, hey, olive trees can't survive underwater for a year. So
I think saltwater, they can't survive under that for more than hours, probably.
Yeah.
Do you know what else? People who wrote and read this story, again, these are questions they just didn't bother to ask or think about, because that's not the point of the story. It's not something that happens, so they're not fixating on the detail. Wow, olive trees, they'll last all year.
Mm-hmm.
Like, no, nobody's fucking doing that, because they understand what the story is about. Like, that's just, it's just dumb. It's dumb to expect that they would have sorted through all the details of the story in the same way that we do.
Right.
Yeah, post-enlightenment, where everything is scientific lens. And
yes. They, you know what? They were not, they didn't spend a lot of their production budgets on consistency editors in antiquity.
No, there was a whole lot of trying to survive.
Yeah. Yes. But a lot of the stories, if you comb through them with the expectations that they are going to align on your plane of realism, you're going to find problems with all of them, and that's just because there's things that, certainly when you're talking about this I'm using prehistoric in the sense that I should say prehistoriographic, before the invention of the idea of history as an actual way of writing, as a discipline. Even before that, there were different strategies and conventions in place when talking about when talking about the past, or when talking about the world. So this is where in ancient literature you can certainly learn about history, but it's not straightforward, and it's not clear, and they're not citing their sources, and most of the time they just don't even fucking care. Like it just, yeah.
So like the way I've understood it, or the way I made sense of it, well, I guess it was kind of when I was a progressive Christian, not really a Christian, and atheist, was that it's during that time period, it was less about definitely not about the facts of it. It was more about what it meant than it's more about the meaning of it than what actually happened.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah. But also, real quick, hello, good Kelly.
Hey, Kelly.
Good to see you as always. Yeah.
Who's the Kelly? Didn't say Kelly pop in.
Did I make Aunt Jer so upset about my map that she left? Is that what happened? Did she just give up the ghost? Wow.
He's like, nope,
I feel
just
terrible.
not worth it.
I'm out. Nothing makes sense anymore.
I don't want to live in this kind of world. Oh, squiggly.
Is that Matt or me has to go?
Please come back to us, Aunt Jer. I definitely love you more than Kip's map. No offense, Kip. But yeah. All right.
You may disagree, but in my opinion, there's evidence both in the scientific record and inside the Bible itself for us to take a local flood interpretation.
And also, I don't think we appreciated how long they held on that peck shot, because if you remember, like it had gone for a few seconds, and then I paused, and then I played it again, and it just kept going.
Still going.
So this is what this is why I picked this version of this sermon. So
I really want to know who the editor is, because they've been there for a while. This is a consistent thing.
The pack shots.
Yeah, I feel like there's something Freudian going on.
Yeah, that could be.
And I want to say this. I have to acknowledge that God being God also means I fully believe he can absolutely do impossible things like flood the entire world and then miraculously get rid of all the water and erase it from the geological record. So who knows? Really.
But this is another good question, because when I was discussing this with my daughter the other day about, because like, so people don't know, my daughter's a Christian, but not like she doesn't take like all these stories literally. You know, she's what you might call.
She's not. Is she an adult?
No, she's in high school.
Okay.
But
cool.
but we were talking about things like, old Earth versus like, the young Earth creationism thing, which she is totally not on board with. She thinks that's just ridiculous that people believe that. But we were talking about this idea that Kyle said, well, maybe God just like miracled things so they look a certain way. This is why people say like, well, why can we see stars that are like billions of light years away if the whole universe is only 6,000 years old? That light hasn't had enough time to make it here. But some young Earth creationists will say things, well, God just created the universe like with an apparent age or apparent maturity or whatever. And so she started talking about that, and I was about to interject with something, but she actually beat me to it. She's like, but when you think about it, like, it's like, yeah, God could do that, but like, why would he?
Right.
Like, what's the point?
What's the
I'm like,
point?
yes, exactly. Thank you.
And
I
doesn't
raised
it
you
look
correctly.
exactly like it would if God didn't exist?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so like all these things like where Kyle said, oh yeah, God could have like flooded the entire world and then hidden it in the geological record. Like, why would he hide it? Like, wouldn't he want evidence of that so we know that the story was real? Like, that seems counterproductive. But you might say that would be working at cross purposes with himself.
Oh!
I apologize.
Wow, that was very good.
Thank you.
All
right.
Yeah. Points for Kyle, though, not saying Christ-centered hermeneutic.
See, he doesn't say it.
Oh, but he's doing it.
Yeah, he's definitely trying.
Oh, he's read that
I'm not
book.
super concerned about what.
Oh, the Greg Boyd. Yeah.
Yeah.
They know Greg Boyd. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
What angle you want to take on the scale of the flood. Because much more important than that is what you decide this story says about who God is. The story is about a search for home, a place of belonging, acceptance, safety, direction. And this story presses on the most important part of what we're looking.
B.S. Lewis says, God is dumb. That is one explanation. It certainly is, and I would say that's not. I wouldn't. Dumb is not the word I would use.
He's Bronze Age smart.
So listen, I think the way that I present this story and the way that I talk about it in the book that you can get at Amazon is in the context of understanding how ancient people thought of the gods. The gods were bigger and stronger and smarter than people, but just like people. Something that people don't think about. Like, that's usually something that people are like, oh yeah, sure, of course, that makes sense. Something that we tend not to think about is that gods in antiquity also had very deep feelings. Like they felt everything with a god-like intensity. And I think that's what this story is about. This story is, and this is why people were afraid of them, right? This is why you had to kind of walk on eggshells around the gods, because you don't want to risk getting them pissed off, because then they will fly off the handle in their righteous indignation, which just basically means like turning into the Hulk times 11, right? So it's that you don't want to risk that, because that's the reality of how gods behave. So that's what this, like, when you think about what this says about who God is, it says that God's like an irrational toddler in terms of how he feels and reacts on those feelings. And I believe that's part of this story, is this God basically going, kill them all. And then at the end of it going, well, fuck, that probably was a bad idea. I guess I'm not going to do that again. My bad. Sorry.
Or as Kyle says, it's about finding home, right?
I don't know what the fuck that means.
Yeah. See, no, I think actually
it's an appeal to feelings.
Where to go? Yeah, I think Ember here actually may have the correct interpretation. Hey, if you're new, please remember to subscribe. We are here every Wednesday. So I much prefer that interpretation. Thank you, Ember. Yeah.
Whether you're
like, it would hurt us to not be here because we're autistic and we like our rhythms.
Yes. So, this is true. Like, maybe literally physically hurt.
Like, I'm not sure the whole reason this exists on a Wednesday isn't because our small group used to meet on Wednesdays and suddenly ended. We're like the only two people that wanted to keep it pending.
This is it. This is what's left of your small group.
Yeah, that was so awkward. Like the guy who hosted it, he on more than one occasion is like, because like all the rest of the guys would be like super flaky and not showing up. He's like, why are the only two guys who want to show up to my Bible study the atheists? Like,
and he took it like something's wrong. But I'm like, doesn't that mean it's going well?
Yeah. That's right.
Didn't we just become your target audience?
but we were Christians when we started being in that small group, and then we lost our faith while in that small group. So and he was the leader, so I can see how he kind of questioning his life choices. Yeah,
when I was I think I had just finished my PhD and I was teaching at an evangelical university, and one of my students confessed to me that she had lost her faith, and I felt an enormous amount of responsibility. I was like, oh my God, is that my fault? Like, did I do that? Was it me? She assured me it wasn't me, that it was it wasn't just me. I was part of the problem, but
or part of the solution.
Yeah, well, I mean, the way I look at it now, I whatever. It's fine. People will figure it out. But at the time, I was pretty mortified. It was a lot for me to work through. So yeah.
Yeah, I think this person, what ended up happening is they started going to counseling, and then like sort of overcorrected, where like clearly going to counseling is good for people, and this person I think hadn't focused on themselves and what they needed for so long that they like once they started focusing on that, they kind of became really self-focused, and so short term, it looked like we just broke everything, including the host.
It was good times. All right. It was a small group was associated with this church. So
yeah.
This was the last church either of you guys attended, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The culmination.
Yep.
It does
So-
kind of remind me of a church that I attended here in town that I really, really hate. So maybe that's part of
all
it.
right.
Yeah, they do that version probably better than anybody I've ever seen. Like it's the highest production quality version of what most people think of when they think of like American megachurch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which again, like production value of this, like I said, like he's not actually outside,
Very
but
good.
with the lighting and everything, it looks like
really
he's outside.
looks great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So good job, whoever did
Very,
that.
very good. All right.
And also good job, whoever keeps deciding on the peck shots. We love you.
And yes,
For
very
a
important. Keep
home.
those hands in the
perfect
screen.
love.
Show me the hands, Kyle. Where are the hands, Kyle? We can see them right now.
Father, someone who will fight for us, not fight against us, someone who will come and rescue us,
sorry.
not come and.
God.
The most important part of what we're looking for in home, a perfect loving father, someone who will fight for us, not fight against us, someone who will come.
Right. So when you want a story about how a god won't fight against you, you go the one where he like drowns.
Just
damn
drowned
near
everybody, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
But apparently that's not what the story is actually about. That's not what you're supposed to be getting.
Don't
from
worry
it.
about those guys.
But the aftermath is just
fine.
incest for everyone.
For a time.
Yeah, I mean the animals and the people. It just
Man, could you imagine? Like, I just now like just hit me like to think if this actually did happen and like the entire human population was down to those 8 people. Can you just imagine when they finally got out, like branched the family tree enough where they're finally like, we don't got to do incest anymore.
no, it's
Like,
still incest. It's just more degrees of separation.
Right. Or when it doesn't seem like incest anymore, but man, I'm glad we were never monetized to begin with because I would hate to have to worry about that. But anywho.
Yeah, we'd
To
find out.
rescue us, not
a
come
blessing.
and condemn us. Someone to remind us who we really are when we mess up or lose our way, not, drown us in a horrible flood. Like, at least you think you could have
Then why are we going to this story, Kyle?
Well, he'll
done that merciful
not get there.
Thanos just kind of.
What's that?
I said, well, he'll not get there.
Ah, right.
That
Turn everybody to dust thing. You know what I mean? So how
my
can the
God.
story be true
I mean,
and God be a loving
Thanos
father?
only wiped out 1 out of every 2. It was 1
Yeah.
out of every 2, wasn't it? It was half.
Mhm.
It was exactly.
Yeah, I was going to say also known as half. Yes.
Yes.
and he also thought he was the good guy, just like God.
Yeah. I mean, I actually think that I love the story because it's pretty fascinating watching Thanos.
Yeah.
Like rationalize his way through this whole thing. It's very
Really
good.
well-
It's one of
really
my
well
favorite
cast,
parts of the
too.
movie. Oh yeah. Yeah.
I forget
I'm
the
going to keep
actress
nodding
name.
along as if I've actually seen this.
You haven't?
Okay. God, you
Dude,
gotta
it's
watch
a movie that's been popular in the last 20
All
years.
right.
Of course
So
I have.
just because of the mythology overlap, watching the Civil War part of the Marvel universe is pretty cool.
I'm aware, David, that Thanos was the villain, but he's
No, but-
not like a mustache twirling villain.
But he had the
No,
most
but-
fantabulous glove.
No, but here's
How
the
could he be a
thing.
villain?
But here's the thing. I'm sure if you use the kind of logic that Kyle is applying to this story, you could spin him into being the hero. So,
Yeah, true. Yes, that's. Oh,
Also-
yes. Okay, maybe that's. Yeah.
Is
Got it.
Kyle arguing that Thanos is more merciful than God?
yeah, I mean, Thanos only did kill 5 out of every 10 people,
Yeah.
or 13 out of every 26.
I mean,
it work?
half is not most.
It's not. It's not.
This is true. I mean, yeah. See, Kipp knows he's good at math or something.
I am
So-
famously good at math
Yeah. So, all right.
maps.
The math is math.
and
Confirmed.
volcanoes
All right.
and
Awesome.
home improvement.
Well, just as long as you
Well-
don't want all your fingers.
No, he's good. No, Kip's good at the home improvement. Don't ask him about the finger improvement, though. That's a separate separate thing.
If you know what? Sometimes you gotta break things to fix things.
Like fingers.
Sometimes.
Yep.
That's the question we're tackling next.
Oh, but real quick. Your
It's
manliness
going.
dude.
To get different results in life, you're going to have to do some different things. And if you're up for an adventure this year, do the Bible challenge with me. Read every
I love how he's like packing up his Jeep, doing like big tough guy stuff. So he can sit down and pull out his phone.
and letting go of the steering wheel with
Yeah.
2 hands. I'm navigating the Bible app.
All right, so for people who aren't familiar, this is Crossroads senior pastor Brian Tome. I guess currently disgraced senior pastor, you might say.
The
Man
now
of
great
men.
senior pastor.
Currently serving suspension for whipping and fondling a dude in the crotch with a riding crop.
Right. With
So-
a riding crop. Come on.
Because that's exactly what they were going for. That's why this was shot like a commercial. Because so good. It's working.
Because people love commercials, guys.
Yeah.
They love them.
Okay. This is what Jesus has the wheel. Got it.
Also, when these people aren't doing this, like a lot of the video team is part-time or volunteer, and so they're also making commercials for money. This is part of what they do for a living.
Yeah, goddamn. Wow.
Yeah.
See, I thought
All right, so-
I'm with BS. As soon as I saw this, I was like, "Oh, this is an ad for Man Camp."
Or
that's
it's
what I
an
was
ad,
thinking too.
or it's an ad for prostate medication.
Why does his
Yeah.
phone say "Good afternoon, Chris"?
I never noticed that.
I didn't catch that.
His name is not Chris.
No, it's
Like
Brian.
Brian, whose phone did you steal, Brian?
Who's in the back? Who did you?
Is this your car? It's like,
Did Brian forget his phone like an old guy, or does he not know how to unlock it, or like something boomer happened?
Oh my god, I'm crying. Jeez.
all right. Well, as awesome as this is, I think it probably peaked there. So let's get back to.
Wait, no, but that commercial is about the Crossroads app. You got to use the app because this is like what, COVID time, maybe? Is this COVID?
Oh,
Yeah, this was. Yeah, I think this was like 20. This might have been 21. I think this was like. Yeah, this was sometime in 21. Yeah.
oh, is
So-
this like the White House app where they just collect data on you
Oh,
based
yes.
on the fact that you you've downloaded the
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you go here to like read through the Bible, they're going to say at some point, and then you can like connect with other like not parishioners. What am I, Catholic? Other church members on there, and all of that, everything you say, everything you do on there is data mined to hell. Because my wife used to
Oh my
work
god.
in that department.
Holy
And-
cow.
Like
Yeah, which
data mined like their P&G, like they're like a Fortune 500 company. Like it's disgusting.
Yeah, because that's also like because they have their sermons here. We're watching it on YouTube, but they also have them just on their website. So sometimes I'm like, oh, maybe I'll watch it on their website. But then when I look at my Chrome tabs and see like which
Locked.
one's using up more memory, the Crossroads tab is using
Oh.
like a lot more memory than
They're all
you.
up in your shit as
Wow.
much as they can be.
So yeah,
So I Anarchic Fox suggests that Chris is Brian's grinder handle.
I was thinking
Well-
earlier, all that like dum dum, all that like music and shit. It's like, you know what also make a lot of sense is if he started talking like, "Are you ready to get pounded in the ass?" All of it would be on brand. Like all the colors, the paper ripping, like everything would match up with that. Like,
all right. So if people aren't familiar with why Brian Tome is like on suspension. I think Noise Ending sums it up very succinctly here. Yes, he ding a ding dang someone's ding along ling long with a riding crop. Yep, that's. I think I pronounced that properly.
Yeah,
Yes, thank you.
It was well done.
can't unring
Yeah.
that bell.
Yeah. Also, Matt, do the wallpaper ripping transitions bother you? Are you
No,
getting
because it
triggered,
rips
or-
like real paper.
Okay.
No, but I have a special kind of excitement for like wallpaper that does what it's supposed to for installation. And like I literally can't describe to anyone in a way they will care about.
Also, for those unfamiliar, Matt is a professional wallpaper
Yeah.
person. So,
Like a wallpaper maven, I've heard.
ooh.
I don't know what a maven is.
Also, what's up, people? How's it going?
Hey.
What's up, Team Nancy? By the way, that's an
Right.
awesome name.
Yeah, actually, I have a cousin, Nancy. So I'm assuming you're a fan.
My mom
right.
had a friend named Nancy.
Was it my cousin? Probably not. She is also Catholic.
I had a
But
huge
anyway.
crush on a girl named Nancy in high school.
Yeah, you did. What?
I did.
Wonder if she's watching now. Awkward.
Man, I can't say enough about the app. I use it personally, and I publish what I'm thinking and learning probably 3 or 4 times a week. I'd like to jump in, start using it with Brian, me, and thousands of other people. Okay, so let's get to our main question. How can this story of this ark and the flood be true and God be a loving father? Now, this matters deeply to me personally because I grew up in and around church, and the answers I got fell apart shockingly fast once I hit that phase in my life.
Yeah, see, because here's the other part that kind of surprised me why they went with, no, we have to take this completely literally, because like that's like with the whole like trying to still believe in like a loving God, it's like that's playing like theology on hard mode essentially, because like you can't just say like, no, it just didn't happen. Then okay, simple, God is still loving because he didn't actually do that. Now then there's still the question of why did he still tell a story about doing it? I mean, never mind. I mean, that's like,
Well, because of the
if I were
veil
to like,
that he's going to talk about.
yeah, we'll get to that later in a way that almost works, but I don't quite understand.
He hasn't started. Has the message started yet, or is this still the?
No, this is all the message.
Oh,
So,
That was perfect. No, they're deep into it, man.
oh,
This is,
really? God damn!
we're
Okay.
like elbow deep into it now.
Yeah, they steer you hard into your feelings as quickly as they can, just like the
Got it.
best assaulters.
Yep. All right. Whew.
Life, my late teens, early 20s, we just start questioning pretty much everything that caused doubts about God, that rippled into every area of my faith and even threatened to destroy it. I think misunderstanding stories like the flood can be like that first loose thread in a sweater that, if pulled on, could unravel the entire thing. Now, the typical church explanation that I heard is the flood is about God's justice. You know, the people deserve the punishment they got. And Kyle, you don't want to live in an unfair world without justice, do you? Well, here's my pushback.
Would that be a fair assessment of the story, saying it's about God's justice and judgment?
No, judgment certainly. But as I suggested before, I have reason to think that, and this is also like this is drawing as well, like the Mesopotamian precursors of this story were about how the gods were upset. Excuse me for a second. The gods were upset about all the noise that humans were making and decided, let's just kill them all. That's the solution because they're noisy. I think there is now some of this has been cleaned up a little bit because within the biblical story it talks about how violence had spread across the face of the earth and everyone's thoughts were only evil all the time. So anything that you were doing, you were dressing evilly, you were combing your beard evilly, If you were babies cooing evilly, dogs barking evilly, just everything was just bad, right? And violence is in there too. Like there's a lot of conflict. So like it's dressed up within the text, I think, in a way to somewhat salvage what's at the heart of the story, which is really about just the, the irrationality and the capriciousness of the gods. So
Right.
yeah, it just um
I do
damn.
want to ask noise ending. What's the channel trailer? I imagine you're whoops, clicked on somebody else.
Maybe.
Yeah, he did
was-
use the sweater metaphor.
I think it was a Land Rover commercial.
Yeah. That's what it seemed like. But yeah, all right.
Okay, yeah, okay.
So it was definitely about his judgment, not necessarily the justice part. It's kind of
Right.
I
it's more
think
like
so.
like an
Like,
emotional
I mean, the end of and this is the crazy thing about this, right? Is at the end of the story, this is basically the admittance of God. When he goes, I'm never doing that again. He's basically saying I went too far in doing that. That was a problem. So no, like
apparently the channel. Sorry, real quick, the channel trailer was apparently a reference to Matt's ass pounding. Right, that makes sense.
Good. It's good. I'm in the right place then. So it's not. Shoot. What was I saying?
Sorry.
It is the story itself tells you that it's not about justice. It's there. All you have to do is fucking read it. Like that's it. Just read what it says. And yeah.
But how do I do that without a veil?
A veil. God.
Well, he'll get to the veil later.
Yeah.
But
Really?
yeah, but so basically, so it sounds like Kyle's maybe half right because he's trying to say it's not about God's justice and judgment. So he's right on the justice part, not the judgment part.
All right.
So yeah, he still needs to find his way to make this seem like God. No, God's actually nice and loving. Don't just ignore those parts.
It's definitely not about that. Like at no point do I think is there anything communicated within the story to its first readers that this is a loving, caring God.
Right.
It's just not part of this story. It's not. There's other stories for that. That's not this one.
All right. Well, good thing we brought you here because Kyle's about to set you straight.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know, but maybe
his
never
20
trust
years
men.
experience of studying the Bible. So.
I don't. Kyle has an unfinished boat. I don't know if I want to trust him.
Well, but that's part of the point. Remember?
Is it? Okay.
It's because it's an incomplete picture, right?
Oh, that's yeah.
He's
almost do a thing with that point later.
Yeah, it's a thing.
One, while God is just, that's a key part of his character, and two, sure, none of us, me included, want to live in a world without justice, that answer alone isn't at all satisfying. Because remember, on this journey to find the place called home, we're looking for a loving father. And I'm willing to bet your mental picture of that guy isn't a judge who gives you exactly what you deserve. Son, you screwed up, so good news, I'm going to give you what you deserve. Oh, awesome, Dad! Drowning! Yes, I'm so glad you're just...
Jesus Christ.
Kyle just
What
screams, "Hello, fellow
situation?
kids."
In what situation is drowning your kid what they deserve? like how?
He ruins his own points so well. It's really fascinating because it seems like part or half of these people's brains have stopped believing, and it's just sabotaging things they do. Like this was written by a committee. Like this isn't just Kyle writing this. Like
Right.
several
he's got a
people
team.
signed off on these mistakes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, because also this is a like pre-recorded video because this was still before like people had like started coming back to church after COVID. So this is all like,
that's right. Yes. Okay.
yeah. So
There
this
were
is all
multiple
pre-produced. Like this is so it's not like it's like a live sermon. Even though we went through all the effort of writing it, he maybe flubbed it. Like no, this is recorded. Like this was the take that they're like, yeah,
These were the
All right,
best.
that's
what I
cuts.
want.
yeah.
Yes.
CBS is getting it. Yeah.
But also, we were really into this shit for a minute.
Werewolf Kyle pause.
A bunch of us were. Yeah.
And it's amazing because I
Mhm.
wasn't fully myself when I was in it, but I thought I was.
Yes, the amount of preamble required to caveat God's homicidal anger. It's like, I know it looks like it, but if you let me like bullshit for 20
Look,
minutes,
God's,
it'll make sense.
perfect, but not great at marketing.
See, God should have driven a Jeep around with someone else's phone.
Well, apparently it was a Land Rover because somebody, I forget who,
Oh, yeah,
owns a Land Rover, and they were really hurt
It was
about
a
it.
Land
and-
Rover. It was a Land Rover. Yeah.
This is almost okay. This is almost what I put in the thumbnail. I literally almost put this on the thumbnail. I thought that might have been too much.
No, that's
but I was
yeah,
like,
minus the comma. Like that's
Yeah.
exactly what you texted me, and I said I like it.
yeah, but I just thought flooding is loving was maybe a little
Yeah,
more middle of the road. But also, I just love if you go back. I mean, you probably can't see it now because you're watching the video. But if you go back and look at the thumbnail later, I just love it because all the facial expressions of all four of us in the thumbnail, it's like all of us, like none of us are thinking that whatever is happening is a good idea,
yeah.
including Kyle. But the picture of Kyle, in case anyone thinks, oh, you just took like a unflattering picture. No, I literally just took that picture of Kyle from Crossroads' thumbnail for this. Okay. No.
That's what I'm saying. Like the creative team, like half their brain has given up and is trying to sabotage the efforts of the other half.
Yep. So, all right, let's get back to him transforming into a lichen or whatever's going on here.
I like it.
No!
Okay,
Of course not.
he's
You
back.
want what I want. You want someone who will give you what you don't deserve. Someone who will have your back and love you with unwavering commitment, even and especially when you mess up and lose your way. And besides that,
So, of course, we use a story where God drowned everyone for doing that. But yeah.
the parent drowned
Sorry. I'll let him keep
all their
going.
kids. We wouldn't ask. Okay, but did the kids deserve it? Like no, it doesn't matter. They're your kids. A good parent just doesn't drown their kids, period, no matter what. End of story.
Weird thing,
But
to
they
say,
deserve
doesn't
it.
matter if they deserve it.
I think it's important though to point out that he's already made this point that they deserve it. God didn't give us what we all deserve, is what he said. That's what he said.
Well, that's mercy.
Yeah.
But it's just such a fundamentally harmful starting point.
Right. If God
to
doesn't give
think-
us what we deserve off of somebody else's comment, then that's not just.
True, that's true.
Mhm.
But I
Yeah.
think it from if you start from the position that all of us are just like worthless pieces of shit, it provides for I think I'm in the process of editing another video with Josh and Maya about slavery with these fuckwads
Nice.
from Red Pill Logic, I think is what it's
Oh.
called. And
I think it's Red
just,
Pen, but Red Pill that works.
no, it's not that guy. It's Red Pill Reformation, I think.
Okay.
Actually,
Oh,
yeah. So sorry, I was conflating.
sounds like a
But,
bunch of fucking hemorrhoids.
The Red Pill Logic guy the Red Pen Logic guy is actually a Canadian. I'm embarrassed to say. Anyways, there is when you just start from this place that everybody is a piece of shit, it just provides like permission to like, if you're already thinking that, it just becomes easier to treat people poorly. I mean, I don't know. I prefer to think that we all deserve better than what we've got. I don't know. I think that's
well, you're just a godless heathen, Kip. So what do you
that's
but,
true.
But yes, I didn't notice this, but yes, this has been a trend with Crossroads messages. Like, do you regularly make a point to cite a specific verse or passage that refutes the point?
So far, without fail.
That's just gaslighting, isn't it? I'm pretty sure that's what that is.
Yeah, that's what Hank Fashy says.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Yep.
And at the same time, like, yeah, there's gaslighting happening, and they also think these verses help them.
Yeah, like, so it's like they're gaslighting themselves too, which is
right.
Insidious.
That's exactly what's happening.
All right, so I've moved on to my second actual beer, and I thought tonight, since we're talking about a boat, that'd be appropriate to have a Torpedo IPA.
Oh,
Torpedo
nice.
the boat.
See, my beer is done.
Oh.
Okay, I'm out. It's okay though, because I do. I do have a bottle of scotch in the room. So I'll pour a glass here.
Yeah, you may need that later, like because Kyle just gave us the setup. Okay, so here we have a story about how God drowned almost the entire world, but then told us in no uncertain terms that a good father does not do that. Period. End of story. So now let's see how he tries to.
Oh boy! How does he thread this needle? How does he square this circle?
With a fucking shoe.
Or
he's just let me do it the way it doesn't work.
It's like, or maybe he threads this needle with a camel to be like biblically appropriate. Like,
that's a really pointy camel.
Not like a narcotic fox. It says Crossroads. Our church is entirely lit by gaslight.
It is dark inside. Like,
so
in the auditorium area.
Let us light your life this way as well. That's yep.
No, legit. Almost everything inside, like the sanctuary, we called the atrium, or no, auditorium. Yeah. It's all like flat black paint. It's intentionally.
I've been in churches like that. Yeah,
I prefer being an introvert, but
of course, yeah, and that's why too. I think that's why they do it, and that's why I always preferred it as well, because you can.
You don't like it when you can watch people next to you.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah. So again, sometimes they do things well. That was one of them. But let's.
I've heard a lot. I have heard people like church and ministry critics complain vociferously about that particular. Yeah. That it's isolating people. Instead of bringing them together in community. And I'm like, but you know what? So not everybody's.
Yeah.
Not everybody really wants to be seen.
Right. Exactly.
At least not that way.
So, there was another mega church. We had like two mega churches, dueling mega churches in Cincinnati. The other one was called, it was a Vineyard spinoff, part of the Jesus movement ancestors. And it was always, like, it was dimly lit, but it was lit in there. You could turn around and see everybody in the balcony. Didn't like it there. It was everything.
Those
in
people
the
were ugly. No.
Yeah, everything in the auditorium, the color scheme was like being on the deck of the Enterprise D, but not in a cool way. It was just the color scheme.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. All right. I think we're like almost a quarter of the way done.
Brilliant.
A third of the way.
Yeah.
That light. This explanation of, this is just God being just. I think it falls flatter than Kyrie's take on the earth. So let's step back from the Bible for a second.
What? It falls
know, a
flatter
very-
than what?
Somebody
Kyrie,
named
I think
Kyrie.
I think he's talking about Kyrie Irving, NBA player, who I think was a flat earther.
Oh yeah, right. That's hilarious.
Yeah, gotta remember, this is
funny.
like 5 years ago. So
Right.
But-
But why does
Yeah,
anybody
yeah.
care? That man
Clever.
plays basketball. He has no significant impact on anything.
yeah, but hey, we got another
I
torpedo
know.
fan out there.
Ooh. No, torpedoes are delicious.
Yep.
Sierra Nevada in general for the win.
Ooh. Yeah. Tastes a little fruitier than I remember. Really good. All right.
That's what?
Very similar
Hey,
flavor.
mute your burps, Matt.
Oh, sorry, Marin, mute.
At least he's not going to be
That
mad at me
counts.
this week.
Doesn't it? I'm pretty sure that counts.
It's the afterthought.
He's not
that
freaking
counts.
out yet, so
Yeah. Well, so I mean, we're about to learn in this story. If God can like flood the whole world and then come back and say maybe that was wrong, I think Matt can burp and say, I can take it back, right?
yeah, sure,
That works.
Absolutely. If
Yep.
it's good enough. If it's good
Narrative
enough
is actually in the
enough.
cultural legends and the ancient texts of literally most of the whole world, like in China, Egypt, throughout
Oh,
Africa,
God,
India,
not
the
that.
Philippines,
Oh,
Native
fuck
North
off.
American and South American tribes,
Just
Korea,
fucking go.
Ireland,
Just-
just to name a few.
Jesus.
Wait, you mean? Look, you mean that look, every human drowns, right? And that's bad. And so every place in the world that could have flooded has flooded. And so the people who live there were like, big floods are super bad. And so they have a story about a flood being very bad for people. It must be God.
You know what? What famously,
So-
people everywhere, the one thing that people everywhere really like is water. So
Look, to an extent.
it was a global phenomenon. Did you see that? There's apparently flood legends stemming from fucking Greenland and Baffin Island. Who the fuck knew? But it God damn it. Everywhere people have congregated around bodies of water which are inherently also like life-giving and inherently dangerous. Like it just I'm looking for something to smash my head on because it needs it. It really does. I hate this. I hate it so much. It's a big fucking book, guys. It's very good for
Bring
doing
out
this.
your dead.
Yes. Yes. Please.
Was that hang fashion?
Hang
Stavrakopoulos.
Fishy.
Look, if I totally recommend everybody who's watching, listen to Stavrakopoulos' Anatomy of God, but the audiobook listen to the audiobook version, because there's a lot of tongue-in-cheek stuff that I think I would have missed had I just read the book. Especially when she's talking about God's genitals. Like, that whole chapter is just a troll for Christians, it seems.
Like two whole chapters.
Well, two.
on-
Well, he had
on
two.
God's
Well,
genitals. Yeah.
I'm
pretty
surprised it's
big.
not three.
Yeah.
It's a
All
big
right,
goddamn
so-
book. It's like it's bigger than I think it's bigger than my book actually. But
They say it's almost as big as God's dick.
yeah, almost.
So-
Nothing's quite that big.
Well, if it's as thick as a book and as short as a book, then he's got. I don't know if that's very flattering.
Oh yeah. Sorry, Maya. We've been mispronouncing it. Hung for sure. That's
One for sure. Thank you.
that's right.
Oh, my bad. I just read part of it.
No, it's a thing. All right. So
So
people all over the world talked about there being a flood. So therefore,
there must have been a global. Is this really the point he's making though? Is that this isn't the point that there's a he thinks there's a global flood. Is
well,
that it?
let's let him continue.
Okay.
I'll back him up a little because I think I maybe missed a little. Of course, No.
Venerable warrior coming in with a hot take that made sense for earlier, but not now.
Yeah. Good times.
Philippines, Native North American and South American tribes, Korea, and Ireland, just to name a few. Which is weird, right? Now, some people say this is evidence that the story is fake. It's just the Bible, just kind of repeating what everybody else already said. But I think it's actually what you would expect if it were true. Like, if a catastrophe of this size happened, wouldn't you expect it to show up all over the place? My question.
But it didn't.
You
They
expect
were
that?
all
Right.
weirdly locally specific.
Yeah, like that's the thing, right? Like every one of these stories, the only thing they have in common is destruction by water. That's it. That is it. The specific story of the flood in Genesis 6 through 9 is it is, I already used the word specific and now I feel bad. It is specific to these other Mesopotamian precursors in Eridu, Genesis and Atrahasis, and the Epic of Gilgamesh. Like, that's the point. Is it's not just that there's flood stories everywhere. It's just it is that on the basis of the way the stories are crafted and told, and the elements within the stories, and the flow of the narrative, and the rationale behind things that happen, it's all consistent within this group of shocker stories from the ancient Near East. God.
So to quote Tommy's earlier brother, oldest brother, Green Wizard need something food. Can God make a condom so big that it's too big for him? Yes, and then he'd wear it anyway. To quote Tommy's oldest brother a bit.
Yeah, that was his answer to the whole "Can God create a rock so heavy he couldn't lift it?" And he said yes, and then he would lift it anyway. Which, I mean, best answer to that I've ever heard from a Christian. Anyway,
It's very, very good.
yeah.
Isn't it though? Like Ed's sort of a genius.
Mhm.
Also, the most dangerous thing you can say to Tommy's brother Ed is what?
Yeah.
Ed will say things just so you ask what, so that he has license to just tell you whatever the fuck next.
Mhm. And he will.
To keep enough to keep you.
Why would
engaged.
God want
Yeah.
to save
Yes. Yeah. Speaking of engaged,
this horrible moment in which he looks like an angry tyrant on his story highlights? Like isn't that kind of the exact moment you'd want everyone to forget? Well, I think there's actually a reason. See, it's to highlight the one critical difference between the biblical account and every other, which is
Oh, do
why
tell.
does the flood happen?
so apparently the only difference between the Noah's flood and all the other flood accounts is just why God or the gods did the drowning, right, Kip?
Expectation
The only
needed.
difference-
Well, I can't, because I don't know. I know enough to know that a global survey of flood legends just comes up short in terms of the common features between all of them. He is correct insofar as this is a change in the biblical story, right? Where I mention it, and I can I think it's in chapter 4 here. I did my own translation of part of this story somewhere. But I can just so here it is. In both versions, it says, God saw that the wickedness of humanity was great on the earth, and every inclination of the thoughts of their heart was only evil all the time. Yahweh regretted that he made mankind on the earth, and his heart was filled with concern. That's the irrational, seething, blind rage there.
She's
at the end of
concerned.
that
It
sentence.
just doesn't do it justice.
It doesn't do it, and that I was like, I probably should have opted for something different, but I was, yeah. Anyways, so that's That's
sorry, this is your book. Shit.
This,
Yeah.
I was like, that was forward of me.
it's good. It's good. So that was one version of this flood story in the Bible. In the other version, it just says the earth became corrupt before the gods, and it was filled with violence. God saw the earth, and behold, it was corrupt, for all flesh had corrupted their way on the earth. So I think he's probably right, especially when you're comparing it to the stories that it's actually drawn from. This is a novel feature where the reason for God's anger and judgment has changed from this petty, irrational, this petty frustration with noise to now, like it seems like there's a probable cause, I guess. I don't know. So maybe I don't know.
You know, it feels like the first recording of humanity. Okay, thinking about like all the God stuff is like humanity projecting like deeper thoughts on sort of an external canvas. It's really cool. This is like the first recorded time where humanity said maybe the best version of us is really different than we thought. Because like the Hebrew God isn't, it's not like a real God. It's like a projection of like the highest like unattainable self.
But still gets pissed off and drowns the whole world, and was like, oh, maybe that wasn't the best idea.
But if that's like the exaggerated version of the people from that time, then there was just people were just kind of irrational.
Well, I mean, we still tend to be.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
With more flair now.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I think it's a product of just trying to grapple with coming to grips and understanding things that they just didn't have the capacity to understand at that point in time too, right? So
yeah, I kind of like to look at it as they couldn't wrap their head around it at the time because they were less intelligent. I like to look at it like they just had less time.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I mean there's so many factors that go into this too, right? Like in terms of just diet and general health and just the capacity and the tools to and the knowledge, right? Like there was just no concept of a world on a microscopic scale at this point.
That's a good point about diet, because I think you said that if you're malnourished, your brain will not work very well.
Exactly.
And if you're in the Roman Empire and you're exposed to lead, you're going to be more violent, because that's what lead does.
How many of these people just lived their life with like crippling tooth pain?
Yeah,
and what does that do to you?
They probably all had parasites.
Yes. Mm-hmm. It's not, there's so many factors about contributing factors to the way that they thought about things and why that I don't know. I get accused of presentism all the time for being a champion of the modern world as just a great place, comparatively speaking. It's not. I mean, this is still a pretty fucked up place and time to be. But you know what?
Better.
It's just better than even 120 years ago or whatever. Thank you, Roman.
Yeah, like we just started washing our hands in this country on purpose. Kind of all countries,
new,
but like
right?
it wasn't that long ago.
No.
Yeah. But also noise ending. I was actually going to make this connection with your name earlier as well. It's going to start telling people your name is referencing the Babylonian flood myth. Yeah, 'cause that's what the gods were interested in. The noise ending. Yes. So they're big fans.
Exactly.
All right. Let's get back to this guy.
And the answer, let's dive into the story. All of the springs of the great deep burst forth, and the floodgates of the heavens were opened. For 40 days, the flood kept coming on the earth. All the high mountains under the entire heavens were covered.
Kept coming.
Just want to point out giggity.
Everything on the face of the earth was wiped out. Only Noah was left, and those with him in the ark.
It's not fair. He's not reading the whole thing. That's frustrating.
Also like maybe this has something to do with the translation, but there's just something funny to me about the way that was phrased. Only Noah survived, and those with him in the ark. So it's almost like someone started writing it and they forgot. Like, oh shit, and the rest of them too.
Yeah, whoops. Yeah, he's got people with him. Forgot about that. Yeah. So
yeah.
I'm sad that he missed. We're in Genesis 7 now when it describes what actually happens. Yeah. I'm sad that he missed. I particularly like the description here. Where does it start? The flood. I'm a terrible biblical scholar. I can't find. The rain fell for 40. Okay. Oh yeah. This, I guess he did say it, but it's I don't like this translation where it says all the fountains of the great deep burst apart and the floodgates of the sky broke open. So
those windows in the dome.
These are the windows, right? Or the sluice gates in the sky. So it's a very nice picture of the ancient Near Eastern cosmology, where the water's up there, right? In creation, that's what God does, is separates the waters above and below. So they're still up there, and they're held back by this solid dome called the rakia, or the firmament in English is the best translation. And that's where the rain comes from, right? Like the water that falls from the skies, because the sluice gates or the windows in the heavens, they open up, and that water that's up there comes into the terrarium that we live in.
Sluice is one of those words that like really describes what it is.
Yeah.
If you point at it and go, that's a sluice, it'd be like, of course it is.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. Because that's what they're for,
Yep.
is holding the water back, right? It's exactly what they're doing.
And then you open it up and it goes sluice.
Yeah.
Water. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep.
It doesn't make a sluice noise, but it looks like it makes a sluice noise.
Indeed.
David says to me directly, you seem to have a lot of questions about the Ark. You should come visit Middle America because they've set up a museum that answers all your
When's
questions.
that protest?
That is, I think, July 12th.
Yeah, I gotta mark that.
Are you guys gonna go?
Yeah, I really want to get an inflatable costume for it.
I mean, it's just right down the road from us. I think it's like
Yeah.
about a half-hour drive from where
Yeah,
Oh my
45
God,
minutes
it's that
tops.
close? Holy
Yeah.
shit.
Dude,
Holy
we're in-
shit, you have to go. Come on.
We're in the taint of America.
I can't go because I live far away.
Yeah, I do
that'd
not
be a plane
recommend
ride.
anyone not already in America. I do not recommend you trying to come into America right now.
Do not enter.
Yeah.
Bad.
Yeah, it's a gamble if you leave.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Some of us can't
So-
leave.
it's true.
Yeah.
Our trans folks who had their genders changed, some of them can't leave
Yeah.
Yep.
without much difficulty. They probably still can at this point, but
Yeah. It's a whole thing.
All right, Genesis 6.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh.
There it is.
So the flood ends, the waters start to recede, Noah's family is saved, there's a
what?
rainbow in the sky, it's great.
That's not Genesis
But we still haven't
6.
answered the question.
What's that?
That's not Genesis 6. What the fuck is that? I'm so confused.
That's okay. Apparently, so is he.
I just love how he's.
I was excited. Because Genesis 6 is about the sexy time of the divine beings with the human ladies.
Oh, that's.
And-
Oh,
Nephilim,
yeah, they don't talk about that at all.
Oh, really? That's the best. That's one
Yeah.
of the best parts of the story. Man.
So of course, well, because it doesn't fit the narrative that he's trying to tell with the story. Then, which I mean,
Yeah.
to be honest, the narrative that he's trying to tell is like how God is like all loving and is there to protect us. I mean, the whole fucking story doesn't fit with that narrative, but he's trying anyway.
Not really.
So I mean, might as well throw in the giant sexy time as well. Why the fuck not? But I guess that was too far. So.
Why does the flood happen? And actually, first, let's go back and address the animals and how two of every kind can fit into one boat, because we kind of skipped through that part. So a couple things. One, it wasn't actually two of every kind. It was actually two of every unclean animal and 14 of every clean animal. Also, 14 of every kind of...
Au contraire, my friend.
Are you sure? Because I thought he sounded smarter here.
So, this is what one of the story of Noah's Ark is very important for the history of biblical scholarship, because it was in the 17th century, the 16th through the 17th century, that a French scholar by the name of Jean Astruc was starting to read through his Bible and going, you know what, there's a bunch of things that don't add up or seem like there's a lot more going on here than what appears on the surface. And he started picking apart this story and developing this idea and recognize, hey, this is actually two stories that have been smashed together. Have you guys ever heard of Tatian's Diatessaron?
I've heard.
You're familiar? You've heard.
I don't remember at all what it is.
Okay.
No.
So Tatian was I think he was a 3rd or 4th century Christian scholar who decided, or somebody decided for him and asked him to do it. But somebody decided it would be a good idea to take these 4 gospel stories and just make one big super gospel out of it. So he sat down and basically rearranged all the material in all 4 gospels into, but it's, when you read it, the Diatessaron's not an easy text to read, because there are places where things repeat and things like he had to smooth some stuff over that contradicts and doesn't always do a great job. So it's very clearly something that's been stitched together from these 4 oftentimes conflicting or just, excessively repetitive stories. These are the sorts of things that Jean Astruc started to observe. I've got a list here of 15 items. Not there. Let me go back to my bookmarks. Is it this one? No, it's.
But real quick, yes, Kelly. That this is definitely going to be a highlight of the trip. Being able to meet you and so many other people. So super looking forward to that.
That will be fun for you guys, but not for me. Never for me.
No.
So no.
You never get to have any fun.
Okay. I never get to have any fun. So I will probably I will probably use my power drill for something instead. All right. So 15 points of obvious difference within this one story. Number 1, the deities seeing of a problem of evil in humanity in Genesis 6 verses 5-6. It's Yahweh. Ruin of the earth by violence and all flesh in Genesis 6:12, where it's God that will prompt the flood. So it's a difference in verbiage, but it's a repetition, right? Second, assertions that Noah is an exception to the problem. Somebody burp. We're learning. Don't you have your it wasn't Noise Ending had his notepad. That was G-Ward. G-Ward's the good one. Okay. Noah is an exception to this problem in being righteous in his generation, Genesis 6:9, featuring God, or enjoying God's favor in Genesis 6:8, featuring Yahweh. And there's this admixture of identifiers for God too, right? Either he's called God or he's called Yahweh. No fun for Kipp, only free healthcare. That's it. That's all.
Well, and civil rights.
And those two. So I will just sit on those and pout. Third, the deity's decision to destroy humanity is different in the two versions. The deity's announcement to Noah of the oncoming flood is repeated. So these are all things that happen twice, right, in the story. The deity commands for Noah to enter the ark with his sons, his wife, and his son's wife. Or it just that's in one version. In another version, it just says his house. The deity's command to bring representatives of each of the earth's animals onto the ark. And here's the important difference. In one version, it's one pair of animals. That's Genesis 6 verses 19 through 20. But in Genesis 7 verses 2-3, Yahweh says that you are to bring pairs of each pure animal and one pair of each impure animal. Like it is an obvious difference, right? In one version of this story, it's just a pair of every animal. In another version of this story, it's seven pairs of clean animals and just one single pair of all the unclean animals. And this is all just smashed together within this story. So he is picking and choosing his way through this, how he's going to read this, and he's intentionally avoiding problems, or he's too fucking stupid to recognize that there's problems.
I'm gonna go with B personally, but a little bit of eight as well, though. But there's definitely some picking and choosing going on. That's for sure. But
Yes.
2 of every unclean animal and 14 of every clean animal. Also 14 of every kind of bird. So if you've ever wondered, what's God's favorite animal? It's birds. And how did all those animals fit on one boat? You have 2 choices. One, if you take the local flood angle.
Because I watched. Did you guys see the dinosaurs on Netflix? The recent miniseries by Steven Spielberg. It's very good. People should go watch it.
Wait, which miniseries?
It's called The Dinosaurs.
I don't even know about
the
it.
90s sitcom. Okay.
It's really good. It's not the 90s sitcom.
That was also
very
underrated.
Good. It was, yes, very, very good. I feel like I need to go back and rewatch it now. After watching that, I asked my good friend, the Dapper Dinosaur, if dinosaurs were possibly the most successful animals on Earth. He said no. He said it was actually beetles. Yes,
No, that's true.
Definitely. But honestly, the fact that the dinosaurs survived 2 mass extinction events and still, dominate the Earth today it's pretty.
Just a lot.
It's pretty great. Yeah.
So it's almost if anything, when people talk about like the Earth being like so finely tuned, like it seems like the Earth's
for
more
beetles.
tuned for like beetles. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, Kyle does say at some point that God's favorite animal is birds.
Yeah, you just said that right now. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
that's right. Just now.
MRE 6330 says not the mama.
Oh man, that.
You know what? I hated that fucking baby dinosaur so much.
No, it was a good show until like the showrunners or the network were like, "That's the money phrase," and then they just it was just all that after that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
It would be easy. Noah had 100 years to gather all of the animals of his world or region. Or if you take the angle that God did flood the whole world.
Was something about that I remember was kind of dumb. I want to.
One, if you take the local flood angle, it would be easy. Noah had a
sorry.
Oh,
A little bit so we see what he's talking about here.
boat. You have two choices. One, if you take the local flood angle, it would be easy. Noah had 100 years to gather all of the animals of his world or region. Or if you take the angle that God did.
Okay, so it's talking about how could Noah get all these animals on the ark? They say but there's animals from all over the place. How could Noah get them there? So Kyle's solution to this is, well, he had 100 years to do it.
Right.
How long do these animals live? Because let's say he started, it's all right, around me, okay, I got sheep, I got goats, all right, 2 of you get on the boat. So let's say
that's it.
100 years to find all the rest of them. Are those first animals still alive?
Well, no, but they fucking
No.
together.
For the first
Now
99 years, he's running a gigantic, the largest farm. Tom.
Yeah.
It's because it's
animal
keeping
husbandry
them,
for
right?
100 years.
That's
until you
right.
find
Animal husbandry for 100 years. Exactly. So you gotta,
and all the time. So he's animal husbandrying and building a fucking boat, all at the same time.
And it's all
he
just
has
his family.
No. He has 3 sons to help him. Come on.
What are they, strapping boys?
So I'm thinking. So I have a son, and I'm thinking of multiply his potential
Would
efforts.
he help you do anything?
Endeavor by 3. Still not fucking happening.
Yeah, I mean he's only good for throwing a handful of sheep a day. So
would it maybe be unhelpful to have your 3? I have 3 sons, and oftentimes I think I'm better off doing it myself. So, but that's me. I shouldn't have said that. They're not home, I don't think. So
that's okay.
It's all of a sudden just a fist from off screen. Take that.
That day is coming. I guarantee it. One of these days.
So wait too long. It's just elder abuse.
True. So this is so stupid because they just it's a local story, and from their perspective it is the whole fucking world, but it's still a local story, and they just don't know about anything happening on the other side of an ocean they don't even know exists. It's just dumb. It's dumb. I'm sorry. Stop being dumb.
That's crazy. Their picture of the world would have been just as big as the person from the furthest distance visited them.
Yes.
That's crazy. Imagine how small the world, not even the round world, the flat world. Imagine how small they thought the flat world was. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's like the movie Dark City, where that was kind of the only thing wherever they were.
Yeah, that was a cool movie. But I have actually seen that one.
I need to watch it again.
It's been a while though, and I barely remember it, but it was good.
Did flood the whole world and can do whatever he wants? Awesome. Noah's Ark was probably like Mary Poppins' purse. You can fit whatever you want to in there. And here's the thing, it honestly doesn't matter.
But again, going back to my daughter's question about the whole God just miracling a thing, it's but then making it look like it wasn't that way. Okay, but then if God could just pack all the animals in the world into an ark that wasn't big enough for them, why even build the ark in the first place? Couldn't he just pack them into Noah's pocket?
Just magic it all into a solution, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So
why even need an ark?
Fox knows.
Kiefer Sutherland in a role that honestly could have been played by many people.
famous Canadian actor Kiefer Sutherland.
Nice.
Son
He's a good guy.
of Donald, the very, very underrated Donald Sutherland.
Yes, Donald's quite good.
No, he
Passed
does
away
a
a
lot with just a
didn't
tone of
he?
voice.
Yeah. So
He's not prominent in it, but did you guys ever see The Italian Job? I love that movie.
No, that was really good.
Yeah. I don't remember having strong feelings either way on it. I just remember seeing it.
It was
I guess Mini Coopers are a thing. Thank you.
Yeah, actually. Yeah.
It was a good heist movie. Maybe not completely
brilliant,
realistic,
awesome
but
heist.
like
No.
it was fun.
Who wants realism when you go to the movies? Honestly,
Not me.
I don't.
Yeah.
I like a little bit.
The better Donald. Thank you.
Matter? What does matter? Why does the flood happen? That's the question that matters. See, in most versions of this story, told throughout cultures and ancient texts, the gods caused the flood because their motive is anger. That's the why. One example, there's an ancient Near Eastern version that says a goddess was woken up from her nap by humans who were having a rowdy party. So she decided to go all Beth Dutton and just start freaking killing everybody. It's a very simple story. Angry God kills misbehaving human.
So what story was that? Did that sound familiar? Or?
Yeah, that would be that would be Atrahasis.
Oh, okay.
Or
Cool.
well, actually, it could be one of, depending on, because it does actually sound to me like he's conflating this with another unrelated story called the Enuma Elish, where Tiamat is. And Tiamat is upset at the other gods, the lower level deities who are making too much noise, and resolves to kill them all. But yeah, I think he's conflating some things here. So
yeah,
but it's I mean, he's been studying this for 20 years. You can't expect it to.
Why doesn't
Grant
he use a
everything, right?
name? Why doesn't he use Atrahasis, or why doesn't he use
that would be
anything
useful,
that you
wouldn't
could
it?
look up?
Yeah.
It feels intentional.
yeah. So it's like just this is the just trust me, bro brand of
That
love.
is it.
So,
Well, if you look it up and you read the things, you're like, wait, that's a lot like that. Oh, yeah.
But apparently the big difference is the motive and how God was feeling.
But like the way that he said that, he just said that the gods are upset. This goddess is upset about humanity and resolves to kill them, which is exactly what happens in the Ark story too. In Genesis 6:9, God is upset about whatever it is that humans are doing, whatever it is that that wickedness constitutes, or violence, or corruption. These words, right? There's no specifics attached to that. It's just, it's these nebulous ideas and you fill in the blanks, like, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a very simple lesson. Don't piss off the gods. But see, the Bible tells a completely different
Same lesson from the Bible. No, I mean the same lesson from the Bible is don't piss off the gods. But that's what happens.
But he said it's very different.
Did you ever think of that, Kipp? Did you ever think that it's very different?
I mean, I would say it's very slightly different, but mostly the same. So continue.
Yeah, but okay.
But what if
So if you want to understand God,
what's that, man?
But what if you only focus on the differences?
Oh,
then
God.
they're huge.
different heart for God, not a heart of anger, but of grief. So if you want to understand God through the entire Bible, you have to understand that God chose to progressively reveal
jealous rage is another word for grief here, as I pointed out.
That's a special kind of
grief.
Yeah.
But we're trying to understand God like throughout the entire Bible, because he doesn't use the word, but I'm sure Kyle is taking the univocal approach, as it were.
No,
I think that's the
univocal. The univocal.
I think that's the original Latin or whatever for univocal.
Yes.
Is like those of us who speak English know it these days, but yeah, univocal. I think that's Latin. Don't quote me on that because I literally just made it up.
So speaking
Sounded
of the
convincing.
people that experience grief as seething violent rage, our president might be one of them. Like that's a broken
Sure. Yes.
anything that is how you feel grief.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because it's just you're sad, but you're still. What about me? Really
the
hard.
the human reactions. I mean, the way that people behave around him, is probably pretty telling of and pretty reflective of like human responses in antiquity to the prospect of these capricious dangerous deities, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is your mommy home? I don't think so. Okay.
No. Okay.
Himself to humanity over time, which means the earliest parts of the Bible, like the flood story back in the book of Genesis, they were recorded when we knew the absolute least about him.
I want to make this complete thought here. So,
Understand that God chose to progressively reveal himself to humanity over time, which means the earliest parts of the Bible, like the flood story back in the book of Genesis, they were recorded when we knew the absolute least about him. When our view of God
so this is the progressive revelation part, but yeah, let's.
So was incomplete.
The book of
Genesis
is the first book of the Bible. It is not the oldest book of the Bible, not by a long shot.
What?
I actually think the book of Genesis is
Kipp,
quite.
That's not how first works.
Quite yeah, it is. You come on. We already talked about Star Wars, didn't we?
We did.
It's like that. It's just like that. You start at the middle, and then you go back and write the beginning, and then you write like a new crappy ending to it. That's
Okay, but George Lucas's version of the third trilogy also would have been crappy, but in a better way.
Sure.
It would have been like an old. Okay. So the middle trilogy was kind of like middle-aged man yelling at clouds. That was the motivation for writing that. But then you then like the third trilogy is old George Lucas reflects on. It's like George Lucas's past through the lens of old George Lucas, and so now everything is more cerebral and like Buddhist. It would have been an intense movie, but like cerebrally and not an action movie. So Star Wars fans would have been mad with that also.
Sure.
Yeah.
But the point, Genesis is not like I think that there are still scribes doing substantial work in the book of Genesis as late as the 2nd century BC. So, like 150 years before Jesus, that kind of late.
That's not even solid yet.
No, not even close.
Why do they think they can improve on Moses's work? He wrote it so well the first time. Right? No? Okay.
is to picture what the boat would have looked like as Noah was building it. Remember, it took 100 years. So for most of that entire time, the view of the boat would have been incomplete. And please hear me clearly.
There he did it.
I'm not saying it's errant or wrong, not at all. I'm just saying the skeleton of the boat wasn't wrong. It was just incomplete. That's what the view of God through the Old Testament is like. See, the Bible describes that view of God before Jesus as seeing God through a veil or a curtain. You just imagine that for a moment. What it's like to look at a figure behind a curtain. You can probably see their outline, their body movements, but critical details are missing. Like, you can't see their face.
They pause it.
How are they happy?
Yeah. Good face.
Yeah.
Timing, Matt. Yeah. So here's what I was thinking when he was explaining. Oh, he's using the whole like progressive revelation. You know, we're just seeing dimly. Like, it's not that it's inaccurate. It's just you're not seeing the whole picture. He's like, it's not that it's wrong, but I'm just thinking. So basically, what he's saying is like, it's not that the picture that you're seeing of God in this story of being this like wrathful deity that's killing almost everyone. It's like, it's not that that's a wrong view of God. It's like you're just not seeing it clearly, but because he's not actually like that. Okay, but it's not wrong. It's not inaccurate. I'm like, okay, but you're telling me that it's different than the correct and accurate picture of God. You know, we have a word for being different than correct.
Yes.
It's called wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, how can God be angry and wrathful, but also just completely loving at the same time?
But he's like, it's just incomplete. So I'll let him finish this, but so far it's reminding me of one of my favorite lines from the American TV show series of The Office. When there's this one episode where Dwight is like super upset because he's trying to figure out whether he or Andy has like the higher position, like which one of them has more authority or whatever. So he asks Michael, like, which one of us is paid more, me or Andy? And Michael's just like, look, it's not your pay. It's not about more or less. Your pay is just different. So it's like, it's not that it's incorrect. It's just different than the correct version. It's like, what are we actually saying here?
How very Michael Scott of you.
Yes.
I have a description of Kyle's face. Okay, so it looks like Kyle is sitting on a wooden bench and he's trying to fart, but one of his cheeks is weirdly in the way.
There you go. I don't pretend to understand God's kinks. I leave that to the Christians. Fair enough.
Well, they are the ones that seem to be the most interested in everyone's genitals.
This is true.
They are very interested. Yes.
All right. Right. So I'll let him finish this thought on. Okay, explain to us, Kyle. How does this actually work? That it's not a wrong view, but it's just not the full view. So what are we actually looking at here?
Dad, I have no idea. You can't see that kind of thing through the veil. It's not that what you're seeing is wrong. It's just that it's not the complete picture. Paul, the author of the majority of the New Testament part of the Bible, specifically said that people who don't believe in Jesus still read the parts of the Bible that Moses wrote, which include Genesis and Noah's flood, with that same veil in place.
Okay, so many things wrong with that statement. Well, I think we could just skip over the whole, this was written by Moses, because that's just so clearly not true. Like,
very obviously not.
So, yes. But so first of all, like, I want to go back to, okay, he never actually explains what this actually means. Okay, how does this whole, like, not seeing it clearly, like, how does that actually apply to the story? He never actually explains it. He just says, it's just unclear. Like, okay, but what does that actually mean? Like, what part is unclear? Because in the story, God actually floods the entire earth and kills almost everything. Like, how is that not the complete story? Like, what else did he do? Like, what? That, because if anything, that almost sounds like it's more than the complete story from what he's trying to say. But like, tell me exactly what actually happened, because I feel like if he actually did try to get into specifics, then it would sound like this is just inaccurate, because that's basically what he's saying. He's like, a loving God would not do this. This story says that God did this. And he's like, oh, it's just an inaccurate picture. Okay, then it's wrong. But
well, you're thinking about it too deeply, Tommy. You need to think about it deeply enough to get back in that circle.
He's not. I feel like he's getting Paul wrong here too. Like,
what?
Paul never talks about the scriptures being veiled, and me. Like, I think what he's probably drawing from this language from 1 Corinthians 13, verse 12. For now we see in a mirror dimly, but then we will see face to face. Now I only know in part, then I will know fully, even as I have been fully known. But he's not talking about the Bible here. He's not talking about scripture. Like if you go back to the beginning of the clause in verse 13, in verse 8, it says, love never ends. But as for prophecies, they will come to an end. As for tongues, they will cease. As for knowledge, it will come to an end. For we know only in part, and we prophesy only in part. But when the complete comes, the partial will come to an end. When I was a child, I spoke like a child. I thought like a child. I reasoned like a child. When I became an adult, I put an end to childish ways. Now we see in a mirror dimly, but then we will see face to face. Now I know only in part, then I will know fully, even as I have been fully known. And now faith, hope, and love abide, these three, and the greatest of these is love. Now, I mean, there's a lot going on there. I just want to point out that reading the Bible is not one of those things. Like it's not about this unclear picture presented in the scriptures. That's not what Paul's talking about. That's all. That's all I wanted to.
Right. Now, what do you think about here? I'll back him up because I want to hear him say this again. See what you think about this.
Majority of the New Testament part of the Bible specifically said that people who don't believe in Jesus still read the parts of the Bible that Moses wrote, which include Genesis and Noah's flood, with that same veil in place.
I don't know what he's talking about.
So essentially what he's saying without actually saying it is Jewish people are reading their own scriptures incorrectly.
He is saying that, yes.
Yeah, this is the Greg Boyd-esque Christ-centered hermeneutic stuff.
Which is gross. It's pretty gross. So
yeah.
But Greg Boyd is so nice. How can someone who wouldn't?
I mean, he's not the worst, right?
But he's not a condescending person. So
yeah.
I mean, it's a little condescending.
Yeah, this is one of those things. Like, I don't know that people like Greg or Kyle here, I don't know if they really understand what they're saying with that.
No,
they probably haven't thought it through.
All they know is this is the door back into the simulation.
Yeah. So, and they obviously don't. And they, I mean, Greg Boyd should know better. But
right?
I mean, I think Kyle certainly doesn't understand biblical scholarship at all. He's got no fucking idea what scholars are doing and what they're saying.
He did not go to seminary. He probably aspires to go.
Very surprising,
isn't it?
That's just so typical.
I think his background is in marketing or design.
Yeah, right.
And they're like, "Hey, you got a sellable, compelling personality."
We'll be Brian's protege.
Yep. So that's fucking gross, Kyle. So
Squire.
It is.
Corinthians 3 says, "For to this day, when they read the Old Covenant, that same veil remains unlifted, because only through Christ is it taken away." Yes, to this day, whenever Moses is read, a veil lies over their hearts. But when one turns to the Lord, the veil is removed.
So there.
That can mean whatever you want it to mean.
Yeah. Well,
you mean put that verse back on screen? You got thoughts on that, or
what? Yeah, it's 1 Corinthians 3, 15 and 16. So
I think so. Yeah, looks like part of 14 there as well, at least.
Okay. Yeah. So
I'll be right back once again.
All right. Okay. First of all, quibble. Why would they break up a verse across chapters?
Yeah, I mean that's a good point. So starting in verse 10, according to the grace of God given to me, like a skilled master builder, I laid the foundation and someone else is building on it. Each builder must choose to care how to build it, for no one can lay any foundation other than the one that has been laid. The foundation is Jesus Christ. Now, if anyone builds on the foundation with gold, silver, precious stones, wood, hay, straw, the work of each builder will be. Am I in the right place? Maybe I'm not. 1 Corinthians. Oh, shoot.
2 Corinthians.
Whoopsies.
I was going along for the ride, but that was not what was on screen.
Yeah. Okay. 2 Corinthians 3. Since then, we have such a hope. So it starts. Indeed, what once had glory has lost its. What once had glory had lost its glory because of the greater glory. For if what was set aside came through glory, much more has the permanent come in glory. Since then, we have such hope. We act with great boldness, not like Moses, who put a veil over his face to keep the people from Israel from gazing at the end of the glory that was being set aside. But their minds were hardened, indeed, to this very day. When they hear the reading of the old covenant, that same veil is still there, since only in Christ is it set aside. Indeed, to this very day when Moses is read, the veil lies over their minds. But when one turns to the Lord, the veil is removed. Now the Lord is the Spirit, and where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is freedom. And all of us with unveiled faces, seeing the glory of the Lord as though reflected in a mirror, are being transformed into the same image from one degree of glory to another. For this comes from the Lord, the Spirit. So, like, he's using this story of the veiling of Moses's face in order to protect him from like the glory of God. He's using that as an analogy for the completion of knowledge in Christ. That is then, yes, read back onto the law of Moses, but it's still like that's still fairly. It's very vague, which is helpful for being able to just apply that to whatever the fuck you want. When it like anything from the Old Testament now, or at least from the law of Moses now, you can apply with this in view. So, but it's excuse me, it's just so non-specific as to be not very helpful. Like when it comes to this story, how are like since there's no clear teaching in the New Testament about the relationship of this story to the work of Jesus, then how do you even know what parts of it are veiled and what parts of it are clear? Like you have to make some choices as yourself, as an interpreter or a reader, if you're going to shape the story in a new way from the way in which it was originally intended and written. And there's just no control on that, right? You just make that shit up.
Right, which is why you say it's so vague that it's not helpful. But as you probably know, the way a lot of evangelical pastors work is the more vague it is, and that actually makes it more helpful because that means they can just use it for whatever the fuck they want and say, "Oh, but it definitely means this."
Do you think that's what Paul was doing? Was Paul being vague on purpose, or
I think lots of times probably,
or like
similar.
We only have some of his letters, right? Like we don't have his full.
We don't know.
These aren't like the full unpackings of his theology. So,
like, I think there's knowledge of, like, there's a letter that was written to the Thessalonians, between First Thessalonians and Second Thessalonians, based on things that Thessalonians says about the last letter that Paul wrote. Right? Like we know maybe he wrote something up, but we have no idea. And current scholarship on Paul's letters too are that a lot of these are actually like reconstructed from shorter letters, so like shorter text into so they don't the construct. It's constructed literature.
So somebody else embellished on shorter things, or
More likely they took that they had a whole bunch of these shorter letters and somebody, combined them into larger ones, right?
Mhm.
Something like that.
Gotcha.
So like,
but I don't
these are-
listen. I'm not a New Testament scholar, so
So these are all letters like referring to like Paul's theology that like the different churches or groups that he was writing to had like a shared understanding of, but we don't have.
yeah,
It must have been something specific because how do you build
exactly.
fucking churches on something vague?
That's a lot of this, right? There is within the epistles in the New Testament, and this goes to with a lot of the literature in the Old Testament as well, like the exhortatory and the prophetic and the admonishing texts. There's an assumed knowledge, like the writer communicating directly with his audience already knows what his audience knows and expects that his audience knows these things, so he just doesn't have to repeat so much, and he can use technical terms, like when Paul talks about there's a couple places where he talks about the mystery, right? Paul knows what that is, and his audience knows what that is. We don't know what the fuck that is, right? Like it's so yeah. And then there's like that's a lot of what scholars do, is they try and make sense and reconstruct the real world behind these texts.
Right.
Just
see, but you know what would make things a lot easier for biblical scholars if they would take this approach, Kipp, is if they would recognize how the Bible is really just telling one story. So if you're confused about an Old Testament story, say Noah's flood, all you got to do is look ahead to the New Testament about like
That's
the
it.
Jesus and Paul stuff, and that'll help you make sense of all of it. It's so easy.
For sure.
I don't know why they
For
all miss
sure.
that.
Yeah.
Hindsight really is 2020.
It is.
Yeah. Yeah, but then on the other end of this, speaking of, taking liberties with the text, what Paul and other New Testament writers definitely do with a lot of the Hebrew Bible or Old Testament. But so people will like talk about concepts like midrash and how like that's like in Jewish tradition, like it is all about like all these different ways to interpret it, like what does it mean for this situation to these people or whatever. But I mean, and never mind, like Crossroads, like their attempts at midrash. If we talk
their
about
midrash had an answer key.
Like they literally had this whole Bible study curriculum, and it was supposed to be like kind of like midrash, where you read the story, everyone talks about it, but they had a fucking answer key.
that the host was supposed to steer people to.
Yeah. So it's like I don't think
cheating.
you understand what that actually.
It was
means,
called a story formed life.
Yeah. So, but
I was
even
in it
like
twice.
but even like in the context, in the concept of midrash, like I still like it's not something I'm super familiar with, but I kind of assume there are at least some like limits and parameters. Like you can't just. So it's not like you can just be reading like, oh, the book of Obadiah. I think that's about a recipe about pancakes. Like I don't think you can like read that into it. But
I mean, it is pretty. Yeah. The rules are within like early Jewish Bible interpretation. The rules there doesn't seem to be hard and fast rules. Like they will. I mean, this is how you end up with, the gospel of the writer of the Gospel of Matthew, just lifting texts out of the Old Testament that have just nothing at all to do with the subject matter that he's applying them to, in order to make them say the things that he wants. We see the same thing happening in the Dead Sea Scrolls. They're doing the same thing, right? Like, and in that sense, all it takes is a word or even a string of a few words together that you can construct a new meaning out of. They'll do it. They totally do. So, but I don't think that should be encouraging. If anything, like when it comes to that on its own basically just completely defeats any attempted argument from prophecy that any Christian apologist has ever attempted to make, because it just all you have to say, like all you have to do is recognize that, well, I mean, it's not any different, it's not special. By that same metric, lots of different Jewish groups were fulfilling prophecies, and awkwardly the same prophecies in different ways. Whoops. It's you know, it's so yeah. But they're they'll turn texts into things that just have almost like almost unrecognizable meaning compared to the original context and setting. So
Well, that's just high level proof texting.
that's it, really.
Yeah. And I have so many more questions, like even just like involved, like surrounding like the concept of midrash. Like I almost feel like, and I'm just suggesting this for the first time now. So Matt, let me know what you think of this, and Kipp, obviously, I almost want to have you back again another time, Kipp, like just for just asking like the entire string of unrelated questions I have, just in general, like about specifically the Old Testament, because like so many things, like, you know, and I'm saying you don't have to answer this now, but like just for example, like a couple of questions I have, like, so speaking of the concept of midrash, you know, this is how like the Jewish tradition now like treats the scriptures about like, you know, multitudes or like different kinds of interpretations. I'm like, okay, but for the people originally wrote it, did they have that in mind? Like, did they want it to be like interpreted in all these ways, or did they have a specific, or do we even know that? Like stuff like that.
Right. Yeah. Like it's, but I mean, I think it looked like, I mean, one of the things we can say is that that is part of the practice of just writing. And this is across the board in antiquity generally, is everybody is just building on previous work. So there's a lot of recycling. I think anybody who was writing had the sense that if what I'm writing is significant enough that it survives, that somebody's going to read it and continue to produce it. I imagine they understood this. The expectation was that it was going to be reshaped, right? Just because that's what writers were trained to do, was just to reshape and recontextualize older texts
and try to perfect it, I would imagine.
Yeah, or make it, or contemporize it, even is maybe a better way of thinking about it. There's a lot of that.
Okay.
You know, and yeah. So
I would think
things
there's
that
also
things that
kind of
don't make things that don't seem to make sense. Yeah. So
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's get back to Kyle misunderstanding these particular.
Do it.
Because only through Christ is it taken away. Yes, to this day, whenever Moses is read, a veil lies over their hearts. But when one turns to the Lord, the veil is removed. Did you catch that? This is so critical. It's the thing that I somehow missed that got me all.
Yeah, so apparently all these Jewish people need to do is turn to the Lord, because they haven't this whole time.
Well, they haven't heard Kyle speak.
So again, so if in case, like, and yes, I did actually tag Crossroads on YouTube in this in the hopes that someone would watch. If any of you are, just so you know, this whole take, fucking gross.
Yeah, it is.
Cut it out. So anyway.
Yeah.
Out of whack. Paul says Jesus fundamentally changes these stories. He completes them. You take another look with the veil removed, you'll get a much clearer picture of God. This is critical if you ever want to read the Old Testament and understand what you're reading, because you'll read stories that without Jesus make God's motive seem so obvious. Like, oh my gosh, he's so obviously angry, or he's so crazily vindictive, or he's irrationally rash right here, like just crazy. But when you add the missing piece of Jesus, you complete the picture. And what you
So the question that always comes to my mind with this is like, oh, you don't understand it fully until you read it through Jesus. Well, then how the fuck were all the people who lived for like the thousands of years before Jesus came around, how are they supposed to understand these scriptures? Like, God was like, okay, I'm going to give you these stories and like these things to write down now. It's not going to make any sense to you, but don't worry. In a few millennia, these people will get it. Like, what was the fucking point? What?
I used to, when I was in grad school, I had a buddy in grad school, and we used to joke about like these conservative these conservative evangelical approaches to certain texts in scripture. Things like a good example is like second or third Isaiah. The book of Isaiah is a composite of like three different writings, right? Written over a couple hundred years. And scholars are confident about this just because like portions of the book fit some like a later setting much better than these earlier portions. And one of those is like in Isaiah 40 or 41, there's a text that is addressed directly to Cyrus, the king of Persia. Obviously because it was written at the time, of Cyrus, and it's not, and the writer didn't like it's a mistake of happenstance or collection, right? It's not like the writer was trying to pretend. He wasn't pretending to be Isaiah. He was just writing an anonymous text that ended up getting collected in this larger book and attributed to Isaiah, so that when I was growing up as an evangelical, I read this text and people are like, "Oh my God!" Like Isaiah was so precise. He predicted the name of this Persian ruler like 200 years later, right?
Wow.
And right, yeah, but my buddy and I would sit there and read some of this stuff in second Isaiah and try and imagine how this works in like an evangelical mindset. And we're like, yeah, Isaiah's just sitting there with his pen going, "Oh yeah, I'm just writing this stuff. It makes no fucking sense to me at all. But it's just this is what God told me to do. So I'm just writing it down." And then he dies and the text is passed on, and his scribe is like, "Oh, I'm just writing."
Scribes for generations. They're like, this
I don't know.
this is
no
something.
idea.
Yeah.
It just I have no idea what these words mean, but I'm just going to keep copying it. For hundreds of years, I'm going to keep copying it without having any idea what this stuff means. Like, fuck off with that. That is just not, in particular, before the invention of the printing press. That's just not how. That's just not how literature circulated in antiquity. The only way text survived is if people found them meaningful. Right? Like that's it.
Yeah.
If they didn't find them meaningful, they would not go to the effort to recopy them, and they would ultimately just be destroyed. As what happened to most literature, right? Like we don't have.
Because I remember even like as a Christian, I remember like saying, I'm going to go back and read like all these, messianic prophecies in Isaiah 53 and whatnot, and like, oh, that's because but I remember like, again, as a very committed, and at this point, if I remember correctly, still pretty conservative Christian, like I remember reading through Isaiah 53 and thinking, this actually doesn't seem like a messianic prophecy. It seems like Isaiah's or whoever's writing this is talking about like some things that are happening now, and I'm like, but at the time I was like,
this guy talking.
Well, I'm sure someone else knows why this makes sense. But yeah. But I remember this
anything so much as narrating it, like it.
Right.
Yeah.
Because I think so you're familiar with Peter Enns, I think.
Yeah.
Like I think I love the way he put it, because he was talking about specifically about looking for the sign of the virgin or young woman will be with child, and before he's aged this age, like basically if you actually read the story, it's Isaiah basically telling this king, it's like, look, okay, things are kind of shit right now, but hey, there's this woman who's about to have a kid, and by the time he's this old, your problems will be solved or whatever.
That's right.
So, but he's basically saying, if this is supposed to be a prophecy about the Messiah who's coming, like, centuries from now, like, how is this supposed to be comforting to that person? He's like, hey, king, I know things are shit right now.
But 250 years from now,
whatever.
Wait 500 years. It's gonna be great.
So I was like, put it when you put it that way, like,
yeah. Yeah.
Kind of odd to read it as a Jesus-y thing, but
It really is. That's true.
Yeah.
So,
all right. Well, speaking of really weird and Jesus-y things, Kyle.
Thought you saw that seems so obvious completely changes. Jesus said in John 14:9, anyone who has seen me has seen the Father. See, the picture of Jesus in the New Testament sits on top of the language you read.
So that means Jesus is also the type who would kill everyone on earth. All right, so maybe this is a good time to point. I've moved on to my third beer because this is what you've done to me, Kyle. So this is the rye torpedo. This is the rye torpedo. So,
okay, question.
So
I'm
grabbing a glass of scotch.
All right, good man.
I have 2 more Imperials. One of them is an IPA. One of them is a stout. Or I can go steal one of my wife's beers, which is regular alcohol content.
just a regular beer.
Well, okay, it depends. How productive do you need to be tomorrow?
I am priming an accent wall for wallpaper. Another Imperial it is.
Right. Hopefully they're not watching right now.
No, that's one of my... Dude, okay. It was like as far as wall size, it was like a 300 and something square foot room that I painted today. Got there at noon, left at like 5, and I painted that whole thing. 2 coats, cut in twice. They're like, that was fast, and I'm like, it's what I do. Shut up.
It's almost like you're a professional or something. All right, so James is here. Awesome. Saying, Jesus would not be the type to do that, as in like flood the world. Just the opposite. Like, I agree. From what it seems like, again, even though I'm an atheist, I am in the camp who will agree only because that seems to be the consensus. Yeah, Jesus probably was a real person, and from what we can apparently tell about the guy, like, yeah, I also would not put him in the camp of wanting to drown everyone in existence or almost everyone.
Right.
Yeah. So.
By the way, this is my favorite scotch. Is the Ladag.
I don't think I've heard of that one.
9 years Bordeaux red wine cask strength.
Ooh. Now, do you know what region that is? It is like a Highland, Speyside, Island.
I don't remember where it's where it's from. But I'm not a very sophisticated Scotch drinker.
Probably not. I have. If it's aged.
And maybe you've seen it. I used to do a friend with I used to do.
Well, did you know?
He used to do a friend. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you did.
I used to do a show with a friend of mine, another biblical scholar named Dr. Joel Kritko. Bible Scotch and Scholars, and he is a straight up Scotch connoisseur, and he would bring his collection over. We would just drink that, which was awesome because it's not my Scotch. So,
right?
Joel is just Joel's a gem. He's a wonderful guy.
Yeah,
but but he did get me onto this one, and I could only find it in Calgary, which is like 800 kilometers away, and it was the most expensive bottle of scotch I've ever bought. So,
wow. All right then. Speaking of people sharing their drinks, Kelly, again, like, more people need to be like Kelly, and let us know in the chat what you're enjoying.
That's right.
And Marin earlier. But more people need to be like Kelly in so many ways, and Marin. Speaking
many
of
many ways.
It works. So having Gatorade, smart.
I worked at a welding supply warehouse for a temporary job once, and it was like 120, like 140 up by the ceiling when we had to get things down for shipping.
Oh, degrees, you mean?
What? What did I say?
You didn't say, you said 120, 140. I'm wondering.
Oh, degrees. Yeah. Oh. We literally lived on Gatorade. Like on a cool day, it was like up close to 90 in there. Fun times.
Speaking of fun times, remember this guy?
In the Old Testament. It's how you interpret it. Having Jesus means that we have the blueprints of the entire boat, so to speak. We know what it'll look like when it's finished, which changes everything when we go back and read the reports as they were written in the moment.
Oh, so if Jesus is the full picture, so AKA the complete boat, that means Jesus is when God finally floods everything, right? Because God didn't flood everything until the boat was complete. Am I doing this right, Kyle?
I didn't even catch this weird metaphor overlap the first time I listened to it. I'm embarrassed for them.
It's just meaningless bullshit. It really is.
Yeah, really. But also, I mean, I'm assuming that because what I have not seen in the chat so much tonight is the whole like press the goddamn play button. So I'm assuming that means all of our like banter has actually been good, right? So that's
because I'm here.
Well,
I'm very good at banter.
Well, that can't be it.
Anyway, my third beer is Galaxy High from Mad Tree. It's like a seasonal imperial, like hop specific thing. This one's actually printed on the can. Some of their other stuff has the shrink wrap shit on it.
Yeah.
This is serious shit.
Yeah. And for those unfamiliar, Mad Tree, it's a Cincinnati brewery. Probably my favorite.
Talk about it before.
Probably my favorite in the city.
It's a big place.
Yeah.
It's a weird experience when you go there because you're like, whoa, there's a whole lot of investment money behind this. And there is. And they also make actually really good beer. So,
yes,
if they made mediocre beer, it'd be real easy to hate them.
Sure. Yeah.
But the beers are really good.
Yeah.
Like
it does take money to make really good beer. Just,
right.
There's no two ways about it.
I know a guy who got in on the ground floor when they were taking like initial investors.
Wow.
And every man camp, he would go and get 2 growlers full of whatever, and they would just like give it to him. I think he paid for it, but like the way he explained it was they just gave it to him.
Wow.
But yeah, so apparently I Was Never Here is dispelling the notion that Kipp is actually making the banter more interesting. So
there's a team player right there.
Okay.
That's how I'm choosing to interpret that. So
Callie says she'd be drinking tequila if she was at home.
Well, I appreciate that. So Kelly, in my heart, you are drinking tequila right now. So
me too.
Remember, vodka leaves very little on your breath.
Crap, you're so hot right now.
Hold on. I don't know the context for this, but I love it. Oh, what a coincidence. It's apparently our favorite part too, BS. So of course, now that I brought it up, people are...
We play it long enough to say, as I was saying.
Yes. And then we have to like back them up and hear those same 4 words again before we...
And then pause it in the same place again? Yes.
People
but
just
here's
love
something
to
we
be
haven't
haters.
done.
That's it. They just love to be haters.
Because there's some YouTube reactors that I've watched that, okay, we have not been this bad, where they'll like pause it and then they'll need to like back it up to like get to where they were, but then they'll pause it again before it even got back to where they were.
Oh, then just
like we have not done that.
No, we just fed water.
That's good. Good job, guys.
Thank you.
The best way to understand God the Father is to look at every story through the lens of Jesus, who, when he encountered sinful humanity, he didn't kill us. He died for us.
Why didn't
so
God drown himself then?
Yeah, so again, this is something that like Kyle doesn't actually get to. Okay, so Kyle, if you're telling us that this story of God killing everyone is not accurate because Jesus wouldn't do that.
Right.
But it's not that it's wrong or inaccurate. It's just not accurate because those mean different things.
Accurate enough. Well, then that means that it's that and also more. But you're saying no, it isn't. Oh my God.
But then tell me what it is. Like, what is going on in the story? All you're telling me so far is that it's just not the full picture. Okay, then what is it?
Yeah.
How is it?
You know in your heart that...
Yeah, because it's not like... Because the story is pretty explicit about what is happening. It's like God sends a flood, most of the world dies. So it's not like the story is So Kyle's basically treating it as if Genesis just said, so there was this guy Noah and he built a boat and like there was a lot of rain and like we're not sure exactly what happened. All we know is after a while like Noah got off the boat and there was like a dove bringing him a branch. We don't really know what happened. Like no, the story says what happened. So what? But so he's like, so Kyle's almost like, so some people are seeing that vague picture and just inserting things like, oh, this means God killed almost everybody. And he's like, no, that's not accurate. No, people think that because the story literally fucking says it. Like, it's like, you can't just say it's inaccurate and then that, well, okay, because this is apologetics, you actually can just say that and people.
That's the
buy it.
easiest
What am I
answer.
saying?
People just
Yeah,
believe it.
yeah.
Just say it confidently, right? Just say it with your
Mhm.
full chest, and they're on board. I'm picking up what GWard 13 is putting down.
Yeah.
I'm picking up what GWard
This is
13
true.
is putting down. I just want a talking Jesus ship figurehead on their ark, just like the Argo. And as I was thinking about this too, now I really wish that when they built the ark in Kentucky, they just put like they had like a giant Jesus bust on the bow. How
But isn't
amazing
that
would
supposed to
that
be
have been?
like women or mermaids typically?
I don't know. I don't know the first thing about ships.
Well, well, then why the fuck did we even bring you on?
Well, I mean, it's a ship full of dudes, and then why would they just put another dude on the bow of the ship? Like,
I had to do that at least once. So,
Well, that was fun. So
all right,
now I know how the weasels feel.
let's put you back where you were.
Those
All
get
right.
back to Kyle
astrophysicists
in
don't
mid gay
wheel
rights
folks.
commercial.
See, I don't know. I kind of don't want to leave this. This feels right.
Now with the whole rainbow
This
and
picture.
everything, man.
Like, honestly, this is the best I felt in this during this entire fucking video. Right here.
This is a royalty-free photograph right
His
here.
jacket even looks like it fits him in this freeze frame.
Doesn't it? Like, yeah.
And you can't actually see his hands.
But here,
Yeah, but-
let's put this. Okay, now with this comment, now the picture is
Canadian mermaid Jesus.
yes.
Yeah.
Which speaking of like complete pictures, and earlier we were talking about thumbnails. I gotta say, because we obviously we have the special thumbnail for tonight's episode. For most of the rest, like I'll just find a freeze frame from the show and just put it on. One of my favorites was I made just a clip from when we brought Kipp on talking about Brian Tome talking about how Wes Huff was an archaeologist who touched the Dead Sea Scrolls and all that. I found a freeze frame on that where in one shot, it not only had, obviously me and Matt and Kipp, but then on the video, it had Brian Tome with Wes Huff and Joe Rogan with the comment from Marin's with the proper spelling of wow. All of that together, that just might be the greatest thumbnail for any video that we've ever put out there. So thank you everyone involved with that.
It's good to be seen.
Did you guys happen to watch the show I was on Friday with B.S. Lewis?
I did. Yes.
So you saw I don't know, Matt, you probably didn't, did you?
No, the Adam and Eve and the tree and everything. Yeah, I saw parts of it.
Did you? Did you see he dug up? So I don't know if you guys were aware of this, but I was actually a famous. Wes Huff and I were both famous Canadian child actors.
What?
Oh yes,
in another life, right? And there was like the thing they do,
like Robin Sparkles. Sorry, it's a
the thing they do here in Canada is they just make ripoffs of all the popular shows in the U.S. with a Canadian spin on them, right? And so back in the day, instead of Full House, we had Full House. and
okay.
I was and Wes and
That's
I.
not real.
Here,
Shut up.
I'll show you. Oh no, I'll show you. I have there it is. So see, I was in Full Hoose, and I played the part of Kimmy Gibbler when I was a teenager, and Wes
That's actually
was cast as the Bob Saget character. So I mean that's actually how we know each other. But it sadly got canceled after like 2 seasons. So I went back to school. But
okay, Kipp as Kimmy is pretty great, but like
Isn't it?
Wes.
Well, it'd work better if he had like the pony, the top of the head ponytail.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
like,
it is. I mean, it is honestly a little disorientating.
But Wes
because
is the dad. I don't know if that's the right move.
take it up with BS. I thought it was brilliant. So,
but okay, but like it wouldn't also he wouldn't fit in as Joey. He just doesn't really fit.
I think it's probably the best place for him.
Yeah,
actually, I think it might be. But
right. But did the dad really want to do Uncle Jesse? Because that's the vibe I'm getting from the picture.
Fun fact: the Candace Cameron Bure was a cast member of this show. She has her famous brother is Kirk Cameron.
Yes, he is.
Who became like a Christian fanatic, and they had to. I believe they ended up. He ended up becoming impossible to work with because of that. And
I kind of heard that he was like a kind of a jerk right before, and then he became a Christian. He was just kind of a jerk
it was
in a
even
different
worse.
way.
Yeah. So I have a.
Now that he was a Christian, he could interpret it as persecution.
Well, now it's your fault.
I have a less than 6 degrees separation story to Kirk Cameron from his time on Growing Pains. I had a friend at church I had a friend at church who had a friend that she corresponded with in California. We had pen pals when I was a teenager. You guys wouldn't understand.
No, we had pen pals. They didn't write back.
No, really?
Where I was from, but
okay. I don't remember how they were connected, but she had a friend that she corresponded with very regularly who was good friends with Kirk Cameron. And it was not, it was shortly after this that Kirk Cameron became a Christian. And then when I heard him tell his story, he talked about having this friend who just bugged him the whole time about being a Christian. So I'm fairly sure this is the same person.
So she was like, "Why are you such a dick now?" And he's like, "You're persecuting me."
Yeah. So, but I was going to tell people what a lot of people don't know about Candace Cameron Bure is that the Bure part of that happened after she married a hockey player from Russia, Valery Bure, who was one of 2 Bure brothers in the NHL, but not the good one. The good one was his older brother, Pavel Bure, who was one of the best Russian hockey players. One of the best hockey players to come out of Russia certainly in the 90s, and maybe one of the best all time. Had a little brother who was okay at hockey, but not anywhere near as good as he was. But he ended up meeting and marrying Candace Cameron, and he played also for a time for the Calgary Flames, and she would come to hockey games in Calgary to watch him when how old would I have been at that time? I guess I was in my mid-20s, I think. My mid to late 20s. But yeah. So, but they're all a bunch of freaky Christian people. I always got, yes, it does, B.S. Lewis.
I enjoyed all of that, and that's the most Canadian tea I've ever heard spilled.
Yeah, right.
But Miranda with the real question. Okay, but which character did Paula Gia
Character
play?
did Paula Gia play? No, but the Paula Gia doesn't have talent, like no any actual talent. So he didn't make.
Oh come on, he worked for
Ooh.
Lucasfilm doing like models and shit.
Yeah,
That's
he.
what
I mean, he did all that. Like he was, he's good at all that behind the camera stuff.
He might have worked there at the
running
same
it.
time I was working for Hasbro Games, and I
Yeah?
was like doing episode 1 shit.
Mm.
Like
At the
episode
same
1
time that
Monopoly.
Paula
I
Gia
chose.
was doing episode 1 shit.
Was he?
Well, he did do episode 1 shit.
Yeah. We
Oh,
overlapped.
probably. Yeah.
Probably.
Oh yeah, for sure.
That's very cool.
That's funny. True story. Apparently, George Lucas was like, I don't like seeing that hill right there, and so they moved the hill and the road.
At his ranch?
Yeah, at like Lucasfilm
Holy
Ranch
cow.
or Skywalker Ranch, whatever they called it.
Mhm.
That's wild.
Yeah.
So he's like moving hills and shit just for fun.
Things that you can
Yeah.
do when you're George Lucas. Yeah.
Yeah. So I almost don't want to move past this frame, but there's still more to watch. But
Wait till
all right,
so
so everyone
hopeful,
just
though.
let's find out what's happened.
Yeah,
What
just
happens
take-
next
all right,
after that?
all right, everyone just take their this is your last chance. Just take this in, enjoy. In 3, 2, 1.
Is what God the Father is like. Jesus going to the cross to give up his life to save yours. And when you look at the story in light of Jesus, it just changes because we can finally see God's face in this moment. And it
Okay,
turns
hold
out-
on. Jesus gave his life up.
Mhm.
Has what to do with the story of Noah's Ark?
Well, that's the time when God didn't do that.
That might have been the time.
The time. Yeah. Just the one.
Okay.
Yeah.
And somehow it's the same.
I would
That's
say good point, but it's not. So I
Right.
won't.
So good thing you didn't. 'Cause
It's a
that
good
would be wrong. So
It was wrong. I mean, incomplete.
He's crying. You probably heard of Palm Sunday. It's when Jesus rode into Jerusalem on a donkey, just 5 days before he was crucified. His plan was to die for the people.
So the flood is like the story of Palm Sunday, right, Kip?
Where is he? even
So many
going?
parallels.
That's exactly that's it.
Look,
Yeah.
as a former Catholic, Palm Sunday was like one of the few interesting Sundays where different things happened.
Oh, yay, different things.
But as soon as he rode into town, he didn't say, "Have no fear, I'm here to save you. Everything's going to be great from now on." Instead, with tears in his eyes,
Said what?
he warned them about the coming flood of their...
I think that's exactly it, but let's listen to that again.
Wait, did he
got
just
it, though.
show the Temple Mount with the what's the Islam worship area called?
The Al-Aqsa Mosque and
Yeah.
and
I don't know. Let's find out together.
The Golden Dome thing.
Yeah.
His plan was to die for the people. But as soon as he rode into town, he didn't say, "Have no fear, I'm here to save you. Everything's going to be great from now on."
Yeah. As a fish, it's great from now on.
Instead, with tears in his eyes,
Yeah, there. Let's hear that one more time.
Dude.
just 5 days before he was crucified. His plan was to die for the people. But as soon as he rode into town, he didn't say, "Have no fear, I'm here to save you. Everything's going to be great from now on." Instead,
The earth is going to be great from now on.
Great for now.
Yeah.
Some of those were words. So yes, Kyle, you're correct. Jesus did not say whatever the fuck that was.
No.
Right. Right.
Hey, kids.
with tears in his eyes, he warned them about the coming flood of their enemies that would destroy them all. Luke 19.
Oh, see, it was a flood of enemies. That's
Okay.
Jesus.
because Jesus even used that phrasing, the flood of your enemies.
But
Right?
what Jesus is probably
No.
talking about is noticing that the Jewish people were going to keep doing a bunch of shit to piss off Rome. Rome was going to come in and do Rome things all over Jerusalem and everything they cared about. And so that's what Jesus is talking about here. you don't even have to be psychic to like realize that if like Israel kept doing the stuff they were doing, Rome is gonna do things.
It's true. It's true. A lot of people saw it coming. Didn't take a profit to go, hey, they're gonna come and kill us all.
I mean, they already did it a little bit every time we say the things he's saying.
Yeah.
So, who'd have thunk?
18 says, when Jesus caught sight of the city, he burst into tears with uncontrollable weeping over Jerusalem, saying, if only you could recognize that this day peace is within your reach, but you can't see it. For the day is soon coming when your enemies will surround you, hem you in on every side and lay siege to you. They will crush you to pieces, and your children too. And they will leave your city totally destroyed. Since you would not recognize God's day of visitation, you will see your day of devastation.
Okay, wait.
Jesus was crying as he said these words.
Luke was written after the temple was destroyed, right?
Oh yes. Yes.
Yeah, so this is totally is written by like it sounds like hindsight.
Reflecting backwards. Yes. It's written in hindsight. Such a PS surprise. Right. Rome.
Make Jerusalem great again.
Look, you can't shoehorn the past into the present. It goes poorly every fucking time.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But hindsight is 2020, right?
Yeah, right. Except that's a bunch of old people looking back, so they fucked shit up anyway.
Right.
Wait a minute. Hold on. You're saying Jesus wasn't talking about the flood? And that...
I don't...
he does.
You and Kyle should talk.
We looked at it, right? We already looked at that text. Maybe you weren't here for it, James, where Jesus talks about the flood. But what does he say about it? He just says that...
Remember that story?
In the last days, it's going to be like things were before the flood. Like he doesn't even talk about the flood itself. He talks about how things are going to be in the lead up to God's judgment. Where, well, let me pull it up. Right. Again, it's here. The days are coming when you will no longer see. When you will long to see one of the days of the Son of Man, and you will not see it, they will say to you, "Look there." Let's see. Okay, here. So yes. Look there or look here. Do not go. Do not set off in pursuit. For as lightning flashes and lights up in the sky from one side to the other, so will be with the Son of Man in his day. But the first must endure much suffering and be rejected by this generation. Just as it was in the days of Noah, so too it will be in the days of the Son of Man. They were eating and drinking and marrying and being given in marriage until the day Noah entered the ark and the flood came and destroyed all of them. Likewise, just as in the days of Lot. And then it goes on to tell what's going to happen, what happened with Lot. So the point is not, the point is that in the lead up to the apocalypse, it's going to come as a surprise. It's going to be shocking, and people are going to be going about doing their shit, and then it's all just gonna end.
Wait,
right?
You mean it won't look like what's happening in West Asia right now, where Israel's doing a thing and we're attacking Iran, and people are like, "Oh, it's the end times. We should just bomb everything over there." And
that's a different Bible book.
Oh man, I don't know who to believe.
Well, yeah.
Kyle looks sad though.
He was sad about the destruction that was coming.
Oh, he's sad!
He wasn't saying, "Man, you pissed me off and I planned your destruction. I'm sending your enemies to wipe you out." No. He was on his way to die for them, to do everything he could to try to save them, but he also knew that many of them would reject him and his plans.
So basically what Kyle is saying is because this one time Jesus didn't want to directly kill everyone, that means all the other times God never wanted to actually kill everyone.
No, he was just mad because they were loud.
And I don't know, fucking goats or whatever, I'm thinking of the Brick Bible. Do you guys remember the Brick Bible?
I have it right here.
That was one of my favorite scenes. It was talking about
I need to watch that.
how evil everything was like before the flood. Like it was just this wide scene of like everyone just doing all this like sinful things, and one of them was just this one guy just like doing a sheep from behind or something. And, like for some reason that just made me laugh.
Yeah, the Brick Bible's great.
Is that a pop-up? Why is it so thick and it's the Brick Bible?
It's just this is my it's not a pop-up. It's just my very well constructed copy. Let's see. Oh, that's Cain and Abel. Oh, here. There's a lot of good parts in this. So here is the here's the corruption.
Here, I'll
on the earth.
Full screen here for a sec.
Yeah. So there's the my lighting's bad for books from this book, but there's the corruption on the earth.
Yes.
I particularly like some of these ones of the building of the ark. There's it has all the dinosaurs going in to the ark, and God too with his hammer and his.
Kyle said God loves dinosaurs. He said they love birds. He loves birds.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, birds are among his favorites. So
birds are dinosaurs. Yep. There you go. Yeah, get yours today if that's still available somewhere.
I think it is.
It better be.
It's a masterpiece.
Therefore, bring down ruin on themselves and everyone around them. And he was heartbroken because of it. But he still went to the cross. He still went to die for them anyway, like the perfect loving father that he is. See, Noah's flood doesn't happen because God gets pissed off and punishes everyone. It happens because humanity chose to not follow God's plans, which means God isn't the father who kills his kids. He's a heartbroken father, weeping for the kids who rejected his good plans and in doing so brought destruction raining down on themselves and the entire...
Right?
I'm pretty sure most of the parents who kill their kids are not happy about it. Like they all did, like a lot of them do it because they're mentally messed up.
All right, so Kipp, in the story of the flood, like actually in Genesis, is there any indication that God was not the one actually sending the flood, but that the people just brought it upon themselves, and God was like, "I'm just sad that this is happening."
No, I mean it even says, and it repeats itself very like several times here, right? God said to Noah, this is chapter 6, verse 13, I have decided to put an end to all flesh, for the earth is filled with lawlessness because of them. I'm about to destroy them with the earth. And then he repeats
but
himself.
that really means they're about to destroy themselves, though, right?
They chose it,
but also
chapter 6, verse 17. For my part, I'm about to
noise ending. Like, just wait. It actually, believe it or not, yeah. But believe it or not, noise ending. It's about to get worse. Just warning you now.
It was your fault.
Boy.
So,
is it my fault, or is it noise ending's fault?
It's everyone's fault, but God's.
Apparently.
Yeah. So
that's how you know he's right.
Anarchic out. Anarchic Fox says, "I've never seen Kyle and Dinks in the same room."
Oh,
this is true.
That's very perfect.
Right. Oh, hey, and Claude Simeon is here. Welcome. Just like what's up? God won't force you into his presence in heaven, so he lets you put yourself in hell. One of my absolute least favorite apologetics ever. But that's where Kyle is going with this. It's like, look, God didn't want to, but we brought this upon ourselves. So, but believe it, like I said, it gets worse. So, like, warning now, like it's. So, if anyone, like, I guess, trigger warning for anyone who is triggered by concepts of like all this bad stuff that happened in your life, like that's your fault.
Well, yeah, he's
just warning you.
subtle question mark about it.
Yeah, just warning you. That's coming. So, yeah.
World around them. This means God doesn't plan for awful outcomes. And maybe that's all you needed to hear today. See, I don't know what tragedy has happened in your life, but if any well-meaning Christian ever told you that horrible thing was all part of God's plan, I'm sorry, it wasn't. His plan is most clearly seen in Christ. It's redemption and restoration. Your miscarriage wasn't his plan. The abuse that you've suffered, it wasn't his plan. The addictions that you're struggling to kick, they're not his plan. They're the devil.
Which, okay, so far,
Fuck off with our. Well, first of all, fuck off with leveraging people's personal struggles.
right. But yeah, so like so far, I'm with them. Like saying like, yes, people telling you like all these bad things that happened in your life.
Part of God's plan.
This
Yeah.
is what God wanted. Yeah, fuck
Bullshit.
all of that shit. So I'm with
Yeah.
you so far, Kyle.
And
Don't
at the
worry.
same time, how was that wrong based on what you think about God?
Right?
If God is completely sovereign
Well-
and omni, whatever you want to come up with, then
So,
God was in control of that.
Something that my friend, Dr. Joshua Bowen, is fond of pointing out is that within the Hebrew Bible, at least, and this is the thing that a lot of modern readers miss, the text and the characters in the Bible, in several places, actually demand that God hold himself accountable to his own standards. It says in several texts, show yourself, prove yourself to be a righteous God. Do these things that which is really a different kind of message from what he's delivering here. Apparently, right? Like that's just, I mean, there's so many. This is where all the plot holes are. Is you end up with just a completely impotent, useless God who sits around and watches
It's
the
it's
terrible things that happen.
Yeah,
that
it's
he
easy
doesn't
to
want.
justify terrible things.
Yeah. So this is why it's like, so to reference, I don't remember who it was, but one of our theistic friends who like is not too indiscernible from a bot said earlier about the whole like, oh, how can you be like mad at God for like all the things that people do? It's like, I'm mad at God because he let the people do the terrible things. Like if I'm like at the playground, like at a park or something, like with my kids, like when they're like young and they're just going around terrorizing the other kids and I don't do anything about it. It's like, yeah, be mad at me as a parent for fucking up and not controlling my kids and letting them do terrible shit to other kids. Like, yes. So,
yeah,
but
I tried not to impose my will on my kids, and instead, like with my tone or whatever, like try to make it clear that what was about to happen or what they were thinking about doing was a bad idea. And then they'd be like, yeah, I trust that guy.
right?
He's older than me, and so he survived longer. They're like, yeah, getting close to the edge of this climbing equipment when I'm only 3 is a bad idea. And
yeah, that's good parenting, right?
You can coerce a child lovingly.
Yeah, but if my child is in the middle of like beating the shit out of another child, I'm going to be like, fuck their free will. I am going to grab them and physically remove them from the situation. Like, I'm not like, well, it's their free will. I got to let them do what they're doing. It's not my fault. It's like, no, fuck that.
But in reality, next you're going to ask them why. And then if they have a good reason, you're going to be like, all right, I understand. Also, not like that. Don't do that.
Right. Yeah.
The abuse that you've suffered, it wasn't his plan. The addictions that you're struggling to kick, they're not his plan. They're the devastating consequences of living in a broken world that's gone off of God's plan. The best thing you can do is to get back on his plan with your life.
That's an insidious switch to talk about, like the condition of the world, which is kind of passive voice, and then to say the best thing you can do is you get back on God's plan. It like kind of takes like the fault of the world and puts it on a person.
Right, because here's what he did here. Like, if you remember, like the full context here, he started with saying like the flood and like all this death and destruction. This is what people brought upon themselves. This is not what God wanted to do. But then he went into like people having miscarriages or experiencing abuse. He's like, well, that wasn't God's plan.
Yeah.
So he didn't say this explicitly, but based on what he had just said, you're essentially supposed to take, okay, if this terrible thing happened to you, that's your fault. You brought this upon yourself. This wasn't God's plan. You did this. Like, again, so hoping somebody from Crossroads is watching this. Fuck off into the sun with that bullshit. Okay? Like, stop saying this shit to people. This is doing actual harm. Like, I feel like I don't have enough middle fingers for you right now. Like,
they would be confused and wonder why God keeps blessing their efforts if that's bad.
It's called you're wealthy and have connections, and people who go to your church have money. That's what that is.
And
that's
you're good.
Blessing.
And you're good at marketing.
Yeah.
And gaslighting.
So, congratulations.
But isn't marketing just gaslighting?
After a fashion?
In a lot of ways, yeah.
So, but yeah, so again, he didn't say this explicitly, so you can tell or Kyle or whoever, like, ultimately, like, put this message together. It's like they're very intentionally not explicitly saying all this stuff that happened in your life is your fault, but it's not God's fault. Well, then whose is it? Like, because they're not mentioning Satan or the enemy or whatever. It's like, so what are you left with? If you have something tragic like happen in your life, then the only conclusion you can really have from this is that it's your fault.
So, B.S. Lewis, I listened to this earlier while I was working, and I was completely underwhelmed, and I was like mad at Crossroads for doing such a bad job. Like, I was just like, that was nothing. That was literally nothing.
Mm-hmm.
This big thing that's a big deal for a lot of Christians, and you're just like, well, have you thought about it's not that?
Yeah.
Also, I would like to just go ahead and like squash this right away. Like, not happening. Never. So
I just realized how awkward his coat looks. The lower right pocket has the same size flap as the top left.
Yeah, it's like there needs to be a pocket here.
It feels like there needs to be a pocket there. Yeah.
Yeah. The asymmetry is bugging me. Like,
and I'm not even autistic, and it's
right?
It's bothering me too.
It's a bad coat, Kyle.
It's like, do better.
My hope today is not just to give you a clearer picture of God the Father, it's to deliver the words that I think God, as your loving Father, wants you to hear. He will.
Apparently, the words that God wants you to hear is it's your fault. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah.
Hey. Okay. This needs a stop. I don't know what's going on or where this is coming from.
This happened because BS has started this campaign where he wants me to dress up like Joshua Bowen for Halloween. So
that would be kind of good.
Okay, I can get behind that, but
I feel like others have wrangled you into.
Can you get a bow tie that'll spin?
Fantasy. I would imagine so.
Although Tommy with neon yellow shoelaces on his head would be amazing.
They're green now.
It's green. Okay.
All right. Yeah, they're green.
Yeah. And then we gotta wet them down or whatever the hell's going on with them now, where it's like super heavy and flat.
That
does need to happen.
Because tune in this Halloween, see if any of this actually happens.
No, I need something.
It's just around the corner.
Yeah, and all the episodes in the meantime, because you gotta make sure you're keeping up with things.
That's right.
Yeah.
Not force you to follow his plans. Instead, he'll ask you to trust him.
Hey,
That's it. In the story of the flood, God was just asking humanity to trust him. Do you remember that part of the story? Just trust me.
No, but I mean,
Wait, what?
Hey, I mean, I'm no cold case detective, but I don't remember that part.
I am
Tommy,
also.
this interracial couple can't be wrong.
Okay, so this is this is their tithing spiel. I just want to play this one quick part, and then we'll skip the rest. But this one,
The guy on the left totally looks like Cameron Bertuzzi, though, doesn't he?
well, that's actually Kyle again.
Oh,
that's
Kyle's more
Kyle?
rotund than I thought.
And he's even wearing the same jacket, isn't he?
Maybe. Well,
Okay.
actually, this might be a different dumb brown jacket. But let's.
Oh.
But there's this one part about
Got a
like
whole
what he
closet
says
full.
that.
What's his
there's
favorite
one-
Oh,
closet?
there. Oh, here you go. Matt should be Falk for Halloween. Yeah. I like that.
What?
idea.
How?
You'll figure it out. Oh, good. Aunt
Well,
Jared's
here
back.
it is. Like, trust me, you're gonna hate drowning. Okay.
I mean, have you tried it? It's not fun. I kind of did when I was little for a minute. It's not.
Well, of
great.
course, we're like, come on, Andrew, you've been around here long enough. Like, you know how we be.
You have no
there's
idea what we did to your mind while you were sleeping.
Right.
Oh,
All right,
Aunt
so,
Jared
but,
missed
there-
the
there's-
cartography portion of the show. Oh, wow. Okay. It's probably.
Oh yeah, that's all right. You can go back and watch it. It'll still be there. All right, but there's one thing that this lady says that just struck me as funny, and then I'll
Okay.
skip the rest.
All right.
did you know that only about close to 10% of people that will watch this very episode contribute to Crossroads? Now, wait a minute. That's not meant to
But isn't it only supposed to be 10%? Isn't that all 10%? So I feel like that's like fine, right? Or am I getting that wrong?
I feel like maybe you've misread that, Tommy.
No, it's
perhaps.
called midrash. It's called midrash. Come on, you're supposed to be an expert on this stuff, Kip.
Also, I think they misunderstand what YouTube is all about.
What is this set?
Fantastic question. No fucking idea.
It's the sexy times in the Garden of Eden. I don't know.
It's like the Pandora. It's like the Pandora Garden of Eden, isn't it? It's that.
Yes.
Why is Kyle so fully clothed? Like, isn't even his jacket zipped up now?
Maybe.
Maybe, but also like I'm wondering, like it's like she has like her leg up on something. Like what is her leg up on?
And is she wearing a onesie? What's happening?
Yes, she
Yeah,
is.
that's like a
wearing
jumpsuit type thing. Yeah, I mean,
That's kind of cool.
It is.
Yeah. fair enough. But yeah, so I'll just let this play.
Kip's like, it is.
discourage you. It's just meant to show you that, man, we get it. This thing is hard. This idea of tithing could be a little bit foreign to all of us. I know that one of the barriers that I have to tithing is like, where is the money going? Just show me where the money's going. That's one of the hardest ways to give.
Absolutely. It sticks out.
Wait.
But and I also just love this part. It's like it's not enough that Kyle has been like delivering the entire message, but then we have to insert them in this cutaway video with the woman, but we can't even let her talk the whole time. It's like,
Well,
all right,
no,
next turn
because
to
she's
talk.
black.
But like, I'll just let this play because it's one part.
It is the same
To me
jacket.
is that tithing is a spiritual act.
That's
At
right.
Crossroads, we're donor funded. If you're interested in beginning to give, you can just open your Crossroads app, click your profile in the bottom right corner, the gear in the top right corner, and then there's a give button right here. Super easy.
It is super easy.
Okay.
Kyle, you ready?
I'm ready.
Was
All
his
right, we're
name
gonna
Chris
get right back
too?
to Kyle right now. What?
What's that?
Did it say Kyle or Chris? Is he Chris also?
She's.
I
I'm
think
pretty.
he's just-
Oh, the phone. Do you think maybe that's the Chris phone? Is
I don't
that
know.
what you're
It was
thinking?
just a- it was
I
just a
just.
callback.
I'm
I
very
didn't know.
interested to know if they ever actually answer her question at this
Uh,
point now. So
which question?
she had
how
said
do we know where
sentences-
everything? Like when we give, she said something. She asked the question. How do we know where the money, where it's going? Like, how do we know where the money's going?
This
That's the
is
question
one thing
she
that
asked.
Crossroads they actually are pretty good at being upfront. Like,
right.
they do
So
actually
why didn't they
release-
say it here?
They do actually release every year like a budget. They'll like break
Yeah.
it down. Okay, this money
Most-
goes here, but
most-
you'd think they
most
would mention it
churches do
here.
that.
But
Yeah.
No, and it's
But
more
maybe
broken
they don't
down
do it
than-
anymore. I don't know.
I think I'm more
It's more
bothered
broken
that
down
she-
than legally they have to. Like there's a vagueness that they legally have to do it with, and but they
that's
actually
good.
do it more thoroughly. I don't know why they didn't mention
the
it
money.
here because it's.
I don't know. I'm
you can
just
literally,
curious that she asked the question and he's like, "Open the app and hit the give button."
But also,
at
Aunt
this
Jer, right?
point-
It should work this way, right? Aunt Jer, just pray the money to them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, the last thing she said before the handoff to him was not a sentence that made sense. She was like, "How do I know where the money is going?" And that's one of the things about giving. It's like, what? You didn't finish your thought. That was two thoughts.
That's all right. That's what Kyle's here for. He's here to finish her thoughts.
He has the jacket. Give him space.
Right.
What's it you were saying again?
Talking about Noah
Oh,
and the flood.
Noah. That's right.
Nah.
Animals. Animals. Got it.
Wait, what? What happened?
We weren't talking about the animals, Kyle. God fucking damn it.
Look, she was supposed to show up in a jumpsuit and be cute for a second, and then back to Kyle. That was the whole thing.
That's it. Okay, right.
So, all right. Well, here we are.
And then they could say they let black people talk too.
So will you trust God to drown you? I guess. I don't know. Let's find out.
100 years for Noah to build the ark. And in those 100 years, there was no sign of a flood. There was no rain. There was nothing in what he could see or understand that said what he was doing day after day made any sense. But Noah did it anyway. He chose to trust God's plans more than his plans. And because of that, he and his family alone made it through the flood to see the other side, a world remade more beautiful than before.
It was like a lot emptier than it was before. Lots of room.
Not produced by people with untreated ADHD, but just by the untreated ADHD itself.
I will say the thing that he just said would give people the impression that doing things that don't make sense in service of God are a good thing. That is not a good thing for people to hear who are dealing with mental illness. And there is some I don't know, like religion-induced mental illness that can happen. Yeah, I'm just remembering a handful of people who were probably not really okay, but the religion stuff was helping them tread water well enough. No. Yeah, if you're doing things that don't make sense to anyone else, listen to everyone else.
Yeah, because but what Kyle's saying here is will you trust God? Trust God to what? Drown everyone in the world?
I know the connection to he did say Noah's out there building the ark for 100 years and keeps at it, even though there's no evidence that a flood is coming. I feel like he's making a point about how shitty the evidence is for Christianity. Right? I think I feel like that's where this is going. But just keep believing. Just trust God. Because, in 100 years, it'll make sense.
Yeah, in 100 years, God will drown everyone else but you, and it'll all be good, right?
Well, hopefully he won't have to. But no, also the rainbow was the promise that he wouldn't do it again. And there's still rainbows, so still promise.
Right.
That's the lesson of Noah. God will not force you to follow his plans. Look at the very beginning of the story again. Genesis 6:3.
So God won't force you to follow his plans, but he'll tell you if you don't, he'll drown you.
Kill you if you don't.
That's not force, apparently.
No. You can still drown if you want.
Well, yeah, it's like a friend of mine when we were in college who was mugged by someone who had a gun. Like he didn't force him to give him his money.
Wait, on what
Like,
street?
he still. I don't remember. I think it was on Ohio, maybe.
I lived on Ohio. It definitely happened on Ohio.
Yeah. Anyway, so he didn't force him to give him his money. He just had a gun, and if he didn't give him his money, he would have shot him. Like that's not force, right? That was my friend exercising his free will. Give the guy his money, right?
Yeah, there was no reason that Ohio Avenue should have had more crime, except that it was where the like shadiest of those cut through streets like ended, and so they're like, "Well, I guess I'm going uphill now," and Ohio Avenue was crazy busy. It made no sense. I had a bike stolen on that street. It wasn't even a good bike. It was like a Walmart bike.
Also, funny story involving the same friend. Also, at a completely different situation, like had his car broken into, and this is back when people like still had CDs, So he had like one of the big like Case Logic CD wallets in his car.
I had one of those,
and you could tell someone had like rifled through his CDs, but didn't take any of them. So he's like, "Oh, so you break into my car and you think my taste in music sucks? Fuck you."
Dude, somebody broke into when I was married to the
Sometimes it pays to have shitty taste.
My whole CD, they took my whole CD binder. And I had some eclectic taste. I had like what the fuck's the name of that group? Avail. I had like punk all the way up to Garbage and some Chemical Brothers. Took all of it.
I haven't listened to Garbage in ages.
Yeah,
it's a good band. They were ahead of their time.
They were awesome.
Yeah. But like, as far as like my musical taste, the way I like to put it, because you have those people who say, "Well, I listen to everything." I like to say, "I listen to everything else."
Yeah, I didn't listen to any of that, but I did have a Maverick CD in there, which was country. But they're like only like kind of country.
Yeah. Yeah, because all those people say, "Oh, I listen to everything." All right, well, here's some blackened death metal. You like this?
You didn't know this existed.
Yeah. Anyway, all right. So here's the next point that Kyle's trying to make. Like he's talking about this word "contend" in this passage.
Oh, is that like wrestling?
3.
Well,
they love talking about wrestling with God.
Right.
Then the Lord said, "My spirit will not contend with humans forever." Contend in the original language means to strive, to fight, or to use force. And God the Father says, "I won't do it."
No, it doesn't. It fucking doesn't. So,
how did I know?
That's fun. I definitely feel like I have to share my screen again just to show you because I looked at I read the text and I'm like Yadon is not a word that I recognize. So I'll show you and you don't even have to read Hebrew to understand what's going on here. Let me just pull it. I think it's it should be this one. Is it this one? I hope. Yes, it is. It's this one. So the dictionary is on the far right side. The word is dune up at the top here. It's red. And you'll notice right beside it, there's this big ass question mark. Which means, I don't know what this means. We don't know. We don't know what this word means. Genesis 6:3. There's this little symbol at the end here, this little cross. That means that means
Jesus, right?
This means that these are all the listed occurrences of this word in the entirety of Hebrew literature. And look, it happens once here.
That's like a super concordance.
Unexpla. I wonder what that could mean. Shall I look it up? Oh, unexplained, unexplainable. To stay or something similar by context. So they're basically looking at this verse and going, Yahweh said, my spirit will not something with the man forever, because he is also flesh. So something, it means something, guys. That's the best we got. So sorry, back to Kyle. Kyle should let us know what it means. It means something. What does it mean?
To contend with.
To contend, to fight. Did he say?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
I don't fucking know. How do you know? I'm very interested.
Spirit will not contend with humans forever. Contend in the original language means to strive, to fight, or to use force. And God the Father says, I won't
None of
do
those
it.
things.
We
We don't know.
Important.
We
We
don't
can
know
go
what it
against
means.
his plans for good
We
and
don't.
cause them to fail.
We
You
don't
think
know.
like, wait,
that
what? I
means
thought God's
anything.
plans can't fail.
That's also what contend means in English, Kyle.
It's true. So,
Yep.
Plans for good and cause them to fail. You're thinking like, wait, what? I thought God's plans can't fail. Isn't that heretical? Well, no, actually. See, while God's overarching cosmic scale plans and designs do not fail, his plan.
So
But how do you get to the overarching plan if everything along the way can fail? Like, how do you finish the master plan if every in between can fail?
well, see, it's like the
luck.
Enderman
Luck.
syndrome, Matt.
I feel like maybe luck.
God. Have you thought God?
It's just like no matter what happens, phase 3, profit. That's it gets there eventually. No.
Magic.
Plans for nations and individual people, they fail all the time. That's actually what sin is. It's when you and I fail to follow God's plan. And to be clear, his plans are never for us to sin. And what a monster.
Wait, sin is when you don't follow God's plan, and God's plan is not for you to sin.
That's profound.
But he's saying, but God's plans can't fail. We just fail to follow God's plans.
But if he just
plan
said
is
that's
for us
how
to
God's
follow his-
plans fail.
Yeah, but if his plan is for us to follow his plans, if we fail to follow his plans, then his plan failed. But you see, Kyle didn't use those words.
He did not.
So it's fine.
But apocalypse solves it all every time.
Yeah.
Every time.
Yeah.
80% of the time, it works every time.
Yeah. Jesus has to come back, stomp everybody like grapes, and then I don't know, Leviathan chains forever or something.
Yep.
Aunt
God
Jared
would be if he was upset for us doing exactly what
Aunt Jared apparently objects to the word flesh. Says it's gross.
Okay. You know what's weird? I
Mm.
took German for 4 years in high school.
Yeah.
So I'm not an expert, but in German, like they don't call it pork, they call it pig flesh, and they don't call it beef, they call it cow flesh. Everything is flesh. It's not chicken, it's chicken flesh.
Mm.
We're all squeamish in English, and we call it beef and pork. It's not
That's
pig,
true.
it's
We
pork.
don't
And-
include that part, do we?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, that is
Like-
it is interesting.
It's the squishy part of the pig that's just what they
No.
call it in German.
Yeah. Yeah.
They did want to
Very
kill like
precise.
millions of people though, so
Those Germans were
Yeah.
meticulous.
They're better now, but yeah.
are they? Well, I
Well,
don't know. Most of
better.
them are.
I'm not saying anything.
he planned for us to do. You might wonder, well, why would God make a world with the potential for that kind of pain that comes with us not following his plans? It's because a world without the potential for pain is also a world without the potential for love. See, if
Is it? Are we sure?
So,
Uh,
all right. So, does heaven have the potential for pain?
Exactly.
No,
So
because
that
love.
means heaven does not have the potential for love. This is one of the things that bugs me the most about this apologetic, like with the whole like problem of evil, problem of suffering. It's like, well, but without like the bad, we can't appreciate the good. Well, but according to your story, didn't God create everything completely perfect and without bad? So does that mean before sin entered the world, no one actually understood what love was. How does that make any fucking sense?
Importantly, their story. That is not all of that stuff isn't actually in the biblical
Right.
story of creation, right?
Yes.
So
Correct.
it's very,
Yeah.
very good. Yeah.
Well,
the Germans did give us marks. That's true.
Yeah, DH, like, yeah, Fleisch is
Mm-hmm.
in German is it. Yeah, it's a lot of lip and tongue.
Yep. Yeah, it is. Yeah.
God forced us to follow his plans. We've been nothing more than robots, just mindlessly following our programming. But God must think love is worth the pain, and apparently we do too, because we keep having.
Yeah, so apparently there's no middle ground between we're robots and God has to drown 99% of us.
Like, why couldn't we be
in the-
fleshed robots and God doesn't exist?
Yeah. Or that.
You guys are both parents.
Correct.
I hope so. I have 2 kids.
Yeah. I'm a grandparent. But
no need to brag. Come on.
well, I mean, I kind of feel I feel like I have to take every opportunity, actually. So, oh my God, Cronenberg movies. I haven't seen one of those in ages. Anyways, I don't need terrible things to happen to my kids in order to communicate to them that I love them. I don't. I just don't, right? Like I don't need there to be potential for terrible things.
Oh, hold on. This is all brand new information. I need to find something to write this down on. Hold on. Sorry.
This is brand new information. Friends, anybody?
Yes. Continue. I'm learning now.
I mean, that was it. Like, it's not hard. It's the easiest thing to learn. I mean, I'm not a philosophy guy, and I can figure this out. So, you know,
I need to tell a short aside about jelly donuts.
Yes, you do.
I'm eager.
Between high school and college, I was a manager at a miniature golf course that also had like miniature golf with a basketball. It was called Bank Shot and a human maze. And it's a weird kind of stress working at a miniature golf course with other things on the edge of Hickville. And so afterwards, people are like, I don't want to, workers were like, I don't want to go home. And they're like, what should we do? And somebody's like, I want to drive around. And I said, all right, let's go Dunkin' Donuts. We're going to get jelly donuts. We're going to rip them in half and throw them at whatever we want. And so we would do that. And sometimes they would stick on things. Sometimes they wouldn't. But I am pretty sure we pissed off a lot of people who woke up the next day with jelly on their car and half of a donut laying next to it.
Probably, yes.
But it was a lot of fun.
It sounds like it.
Yes. Well, thank you for bringing us along.
Oh, wait. Also, one of the things I did was I figured out how many like ice cream parlor chairs we could Jenga on top of a couple tables balanced on my lap. I was in charge that night.
Wow. Yeah.
I think it was like 13 chairs.
Wow.
No wonder they made you the manager.
Well, he didn't know. The owner didn't know. That place was a little haunted.
Kids, bring them to a world with the potential for love and pain. See, it's for the sake of love that God says, I will never force you to follow my plans. Instead, he'll just ask you to trust him.
Or
this
drown
message
you.
isn't turn or burn. It's trust or go your own way.
Well, trust or drown.
Okay, but if go your own way means I will drown you.
Burning. Like, it's just...
or burning. Like
Maybe he doesn't know what turn or burn means. Do you think that could be it? That he doesn't know what that means?
No.
Maybe he doesn't know. I
Yeah,
don't know.
it's like
They're trying to solve the problem of how to keep the machine going, how to keep the organization thriving.
God, people
Yep.
keep posting donuts in the chat, and I'm so hungry.
right.
Man.
But I don't have donuts, so this
I
is not
also
helping.
I also don't have donuts.
Like not even a croffle.
Oh, I had a
Apparently you love
croffle
cookies.
on
Now-
Saturday.
Now, have you had a cronut?
What is a cronut?
Is that a donut made with croissant batter?
Yes.
Oh my God, no!
No.
Ooh, where would I find one of those? I live in
different than a
Chicago.
cruller?
I mean, I know of at least 2 places in Cincinnati that sell them.
Well, that doesn't help me.
Well, Cincinnati's special like that.
I might as well drive to fucking Montreal. Jesus.
Well, let's not get crazy.
I wonder a cronut.
Is it different than a cruller?
Yes,
Yeah,
much
it's
different.
A cruller is just like a donut forced out of a different shaped nozzle, right?
Also made with like an egg, like a really eggy flour. So that like the batter's
Okay.
different too.
Mm.
So
So it's like
Where?
a cake donut made like a glazed donut, sort of. But I guess
homemade
eggier than a cake donut.
cronuts near me.
Yeah. Oh, and apparently, sorry, we're saying goodnight to Ember.
Oh, good night, Ember.
Good, Ember.
Good night, Ember.
Oh
Wish
my
I could
God.
tell you things that I don't have permission to tell
I
you.
wonder if that's true. There is a French
Yeah.
bakery that opened up like 8 months ago, which is literally like within a walking distance of my house. But I have not been in yet. But it's the first one that came up when I asked about cronuts.
Yeah.
Do
Yeah,
they
same-
call it a quonut?
Maybe
You know,
not.
like croissant.
Ah.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's actually where I had the last one. Was that there's a French bakery here in downtown Cincinnati. It's just called
Okay.
Paris Baguette, which is like the most unimaginative name for a
Come on.
Parisian bakery ever.
That sounds like
Paris
my grandpa
baguette.
was from Paris.
Yes, isn't it?
Mm.
Oui,
Yeah.
oui, monsieur.
But it actually is really good. But
Sure,
Yeah.
the name doesn't have to.
yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, I am also a little biased because my teenage daughter loves that place, and so she loves when I take her there. So like, oh, my teenager wants to be seen is willing to be seen with me in public at a place. I love it. You know.
I'm looking forward to more of that.
Yeah.
My teenager doesn't like sunlight.
Oh,
Well, my other teenager also doesn't. I just got the one that actually likes to leave.
Yeah, my teenager is definitely my child.
Yeah, like my daughter, like between like me and her mom, like we have no idea where, like why she is the way she is.
She's like the I was gonna say like the more well balanced version of the combination of you two.
Yeah, she's basically been running things ever since she was like 4. They're like, oh, you actually have executive functioning here. Yeah.
She heard chickens mentioned, and she's just like, mm.
What?
she vetoed it with a noise. That's what I'm saying. Because you
No, she
had
was
like
actually-
was she on board with the chickens?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's interesting.
Anyway, that's a whole other thing. So
That's not a one-time choice in life. It's in every phase of my life, that choice has taken on a new meaning. In high school, it was trust God's plan for what was healthy and what wasn't, or go the way of all my friends and get high every weekend just like they were.
Wait,
In
hold
college, it
on.
was
No
trust
way
God's
his
plan for
friends
what
got high on the weekend. No way that was his friend group.
Okay, and Miranda, like, she does like that, but it's not just that.
Well, yeah.
She also likes me taking her other places that don't involve me buying her things, and she'll like take selfies with me there and stuff. So.
Really? Wow, that's cool.
Yeah.
Selfies even.
Mm-hmm.
That's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he
Yeah.
doesn't do. They don't do social media.
Yeah.
I instilled that maybe.
Both my kids have Instagram, but like my son doesn't actually use it. But yeah. But neither of them like ever like react or comment on any of my posts. So anyway.
Wanted me to do with my life that didn't fit the neat blueprint or chase money and status above everything. When I was single, it was trust God's plan for sex or go my own way like everybody else. And then I got married, and it became trust God's plan for loving my wife even when I don't want to and even when she doesn't deserve it, or maybe
even when she doesn't deserve it.
Deserve it?
Yeah, that stuck out to me.
Yeah. Wow.
See, I thought people were made in the image of God and always deserved love. Kyle.
I have never even when it was argument time, I never thought my wife didn't deserve love.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, even me, like being no longer married and having an ex-wife, I still don't think she is undeserving of love, like at any point.
Yeah, that's a dark thing.
So
I withhold love from you, and now I'm fine. Let's talk. Like, that's weird.
well, see, here's the thing. I was never here. I have both. So anyway, yeah, it's like I can't say anything around either of my kids involving the numbers 6 or 7. But anyway,
I think it's fun. I think it's just the youth acknowledging everything is absurd.
yeah. Well, yeah, that aspect of it I appreciate. But okay, but so this whole thing that Kyle's saying right now, here, I'll just back him up a little bit. Like,
trust God's plan for loving my wife even when I don't want to and even when she doesn't deserve it, or maybe look at other options because I'm not as happy as I thought I'd be. See, every day there's a million small choices to trust God and be honest, even when it's costly, or go your own way. Trust God.
I mean, it's a good way to stay trapped in an unhappy marriage.
right? But also, so Kipp, you're the like Hebrew Bible scholar here.
I am, I think.
What part of the story of Noah and the flood teaches us this?
Yeah, I'm not seeing it. I don't see it.
Well, it's because you're not looking through Jesus.
Because I'm not looking through the Jesus into the Noah
goggles.
Yeah, see, that's the thing when you put on like the Jesus colored glasses, like when you're wearing them, you see Jesus everywhere. But
everywhere, it's all you can see. So,
but that's not the reality of it, Kyle.
Yep.
He'll protect you or sink into anxiety. God's question for you.
Oh, yeah, that was another, like, I'll just back this up. I want to let this hit.
Go your own way. Trust God that he'll protect you or sink into anxiety.
Because people have anxiety, like myself. It's just because we're not trusting God. So again, it's my fault that I struggle with anxiety.
It's correctable.
Right?
Yeah, it's just all you have
there
to
was
do.
also right before this, there was a thing about like it easily could have been an analog for depression, and like calling depression a personal failing, anxiety a personal failing.
Yeah,
it's like no, sometimes people's brains are just a little bit broken, and everything's an emergency.
Right. But if that's the case, explain this to me, Kyle, how since losing my faith and no longer even believing in God, I'm actually struggling with my anxiety less now.
Yeah, absolutely.
How does that work?
A lot of things are happening in my life right now that like I would have flipped the fuck out if I was a Christian. And it's amazingly smooth. Like I'm surprised I'm doing okay.
Yep. So
I'm just very distracted by this comment from DH Personal. If Kyle's wife isn't providing him ample chicken tendies, I mean, she really does deserve hate.
see, that can't be the problem because, like, in my marriage, like the chicken tendies were plentiful, so that's clearly not.
I mean, you even had chickens. Like there were contingency plans for the tendies.
Yeah, like if we ran out of the frozen ones, hey, there's some fresh chickens
Wow.
right in the
You
backyard.
had chickens. Wow.
Yeah,
We had
we
a few
chickens for a while.
generations of tendies in the backyard.
Yeah, which I will say, as far as like pets go, chickens like not bad. Like as soon
Also,
as you like,
Yeah.
as
some
soon
of
as
the
you get them
dumbest,
all
though.
set up, right? But as soon as you get them all set up, like in their coop and their pen and everything, they're basically like almost no maintenance.
Except sometimes
Like,
they'll peck
clean
each
it.
other almost to death.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yep.
I mean sometimes you got to separate them, but other than that, it's like you just go out like once or twice a day to like refill their food and water and collect eggs, and that's like literally it.
I sort
Yeah.
of took care
And-
of somebody's chickens. They were a Christian. They were like a weird. I think they liked RFK Jr. They probably still do. Anyway, they had a chicken. One of the chickens pecked one of the other chickens' heads, like all the way down to the skull, and there was an open wound. And they're like, just put coconut oil on it. And so
Sounds
I did that.
something RFK chickens would do.
Yeah, for real. And I've had my finger touching a chicken's skull through the meaty part of the chicken. And that's when and the chicken was like bark, bark, bark. The whole time. It would just like that's when I realized how dumb chickens are. It's like I got a finger in an open wound, and the only reason I'm not poking your brain is because your skull's in the way, and you're like
Yikes.
But honestly, like with like egg prices the way they are now, like maybe like getting chickens isn't at this point is not a bad idea.
No, they will eat just anything in your yard.
Yes.
Yeah, that too. Yeah. But anywho, oh yeah, Kyle's still here.
He's still wearing a jacket.
God's question for you through the story of Noah is clear. He's saying, will you trust? I'm your loving father.
It's so clear.
Is that what God is saying through the story?
All the breathy talking.
I mean, I guess it depends who you are in this story.
Okay. So
Or not.
Who would the you have to be? For
I'm
that
the
to
ark.
be the question.
I mean, I guess a not loving father either. Like God never presents himself as he makes a covenant. He makes a binding agreement with Noah and promises that he's never going to annihilate humankind again. That's it, right?
Right, but Jesus had
but
to
it-
die. So
Just it, yeah.
Right.
But I mean, if you're not Noah, I mean, God's not anybody's father in this story. Well, except for the sons of God who come
yes.
down and have sexy time with the human women.
Yeah.
oh,
And
so
Have
Kyle
giant-
conveniently skipped over.
yeah. So I mean, those are the only things, the only sons of God in the story. But if you're not Noah, you're kind of fucked. Like if that's who you are in this story, then
Mhm.
like who are you and why? Like what makes you? I don't know. I just have so many questions. And are his glasses frames like are they really misshapen, or is it just me? It might just be me.
he might be a little misshapen, to be honest.
I think it's like with the lighting, the way it's only like
Yeah,
reflecting
okay.
off of like some of it. Yeah, it does seem a little weird. But real quick, another like string of comments here, like no donation button. No, because there's a subscriber count requirement we haven't met, but you can help with that.
You can
And
help.
also like
Help, guys.
and also like this is only like just something because like my tism won't let this go without saying something about it. Like not like trying to like give you a hard time on this, Andrew, but like the official name of the show is actually just The Humanity. The live part is only part of our like if you see us on YouTube, like because the way YouTube is done, like with the
Crappy
handles.
YouTube handle thing, yeah.
So like
Yeah.
so basically the Humanity Live, that's only because at the Humanity was already taken, so we had to add something to it to make it, so I just stuck live on the end of it. But yeah,
It's also the
show,
best way to search for us, because if you just search the humanity, YouTube's like, I don't even what.
Yeah, like we went a little too general, but yes, the official name of the show is just The Humanity. But,
all that to say, Aunt Jerry, you're right. You're just
yes.
right about everything. So just
Yeah,
keep doing
sorry,
what you
I
do.
was only focusing on that one part, but yeah, the rest of it is yes. I should be focusing on the rest of it, but yes, thank you, Andrew, so much. But yeah, anywho, that was more a complaint about YouTube than the way people actually mention us or anything. But yeah, anywho.
And will you follow my plan? See, my hope and prayer is that today gave you more faith in that loving Father. The Father who loves you, not condemns you. The Father who will stop at nothing to rescue you.
In the was it a good plan? In the flood story, the plan was kill everything, except for just these animals and these people, and then feel bad about it and start over. I don't know. Doesn't feel like a great plan to me.
No, it's not good to start over with a bunch of inbreeding either.
Yeah. Twas a shit.
But again, it's all good if you remember the Jesus part. That's not actually a part of it, but if you just remember that it is a part of it, then it's all good.
Sure.
Even if it costs him his own life, the Father who welcomes you home with a smile and who always will.
Oh, that's why it has to do with why it's called. What happened?
I don't know. Like it just
died.
YouTube just said enough.
Enough. It said we're done.
Hey, fuck. What was I gonna say?
It's just credits, I think, after that.
I don't.
Yeah, I think it's just like they just go. So that is basically the end of it. So they just go into like a worship song or whatever.
I know what I was gonna say.
All right.
I was about to say, speaking of inbreeding, and then I didn't know where my next thought was going. But speaking of inbreeding, there's an episode of the X-Files that was aired once on TV, and I saw it when it actually aired. If you are an X-Files fan, you know the one I'm talking about. The inbreeding episode only aired once, and then everyone pretended it never happened.
I don't know.
There was a quadriplegic mom they kept on a cat. You know what that is? It's like a thing that rolls under a car to work on it. Kept her on that under a bed, and that's how they tried to make more siblings. The two sons. They all had like horrible birth defects, and it was like a horror episode. You can see it on Hulu, but it only aired like once. Anyway, that's where my brain went.
I'm just distracted by like how we're like making a nice like descending angle with our head levels here. Anyway, but yeah, I think Marin summed this up pretty well.
The sermon makes no, it doesn't. Like why even tell the story of Noah's Ark in this? Like you don't need it for anything.
I can't even say they tried.
Yeah, well, I think if I remember, like this was part of just an entire series on the book of Genesis, and it was called like Coming Home or something. So
dumb. Wow.
Yeah, but they
didn't nail the dismount or the title. They didn't nail anything.
Was that Kyle's idea? The title.
Damn it, Kyle. But yeah, so I mean, it's kind of the Humanity and the Humanity podcast. I don't know. We usually just go by the Humanity, but yes, podcast is literally in the logo that's on the screen right now. But
we're anything anything but consistent.
Yeah. So I say, if you're going to search for us, I mean, I guess if you're watching us right now, you already have us. But to tell other people, the best way to search for us is just on YouTube anyway, is just @The Humanity Live, all one word, no spaces or anything, but just @The Humanity Live. That's, yeah. Anywho. So, but yes, it would the Magic Zoo Boat. Another way to.
My
Thank you,
kids
Kelly.
had a Noah's Ark toy.
Really? Like
It was cute as a button.
just a boat with the animals?
Yeah.
Thank you, Andrew, thank you, Andrew, for making it rhyme. That's
No, but the Fisher Price toy did come with a Noah.
I seem to remember that actually.
Not his family, though.
Maybe that raised too many questions.
Yeah.
Yep. We all know the biblical author's message of the flood story is incest, wincest. It does come up a lot.
Well, the past was kind of the worst. Like,
It really was.
I imagine for survival, incest probably happened too much.
Yep. Well, anyway, so Kipp, you survived. I'm glad to see.
It's after 10. Yeah.
Wow.
I am so hungry. So I am going to take the garbage out and find something to eat. But don't worry, I'm not in the garbage.
Okay, good.
Okay.
I
I didn't think you were a raccoon. I wasn't sure.
My
Right.
my cat is friends with the neighborhood raccoons.
Oh.
Yeah.
Probably
So
not a good
Dagon
idea.
is not. But,
Yep, that makes sense. So Kipp, are you familiar with Forrest Valkai?
yeah. Is he
Yeah.
coming on here next?
No, but I mean, unless he suddenly discovers that we're a thing and wants to. But so you ever watch his Reacteria videos?
Yeah,
And at the
it's
end, he
been a
gives,
little
like,
while,
his,
but
like-
I've watched a bunch of those.
Yeah, all right. So at the end, he gives his like science teacher rating, like for the video that he reacted to.
Oh,
Like,
okay. Yeah.
so, if as a biblical scholar, like, how would you rate what we just experienced there?
Bible teacher, as
Like
now,
the challenge rating.
okay. So as an let's say, as an undergrad, first year in my first year of my intro class, Bible teacher. Never mind the fact that Kyle says he's been studying the Bible for 20 years.
20 years.
I mean,
20
loosely
years.
speaking.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I guess I could give him like a C minus, just because. I mean, just because
Well, that's polite.
it's a Bible story, and he kind of told most of it.
And he knew arc meant box.
He knew that.
Yeah, he had some points on the board. Yeah.
So it wasn't a total fail. It was just really. I mean, it was not good.
I think it's safe to say he didn't finish the assignment.
Yeah, it makes me think of that, right? Because I taught intro classes at an evangelical Christian school. It was way better teaching intro classes when I was in Norway, because you just went in and you taught, and the students were like, cool. But when I taught at an evangelical school, I had to set aside like probably 5, sometimes 10 minutes at the end of my lecture, just to do emotional damage control, for all the minds that I demolished that in the course of my. It was so exhausting, and I would this would come through in assignments that I would grade, or in questions that would be asked in class. This reminds me of that, right, where it just feels like there's this constant push all the time. You're just sitting there with him going, okay, focus. Just read the story, okay? Just no. Shh.
I know your pastor said.
Yeah, it's not right. So I mean, he's that guy in my class.
Gotcha.
So
Well, that's how
Well, at least Fox learned something today. I learned you can study something for 20 years and not learn shit.
not learn shit. It's true.
Yeah. Also,
Nine.
don't worry, Kelly. Yeah, we definitely did not get Forrest before you. Like, love to have you on sometime, but me and Matt, like, we're just bad at planning things.
So bad.
This
is my. I think this is like my third or fourth time on this show, but I don't. You know, the first. I think the first time it's actually been planned.
Yeah. So I mean, you see how bad we are at planning. The best we've been able to do is Kipp. So, but seriously, like for Kelly or like there's like several people we want to have on, but like I said, we keep meaning to reach out to people, but just keep forgetting. But people can still reach out to us. So like Kelly, you are definitely like one of those people who can reach out to us.
So
and we'll
write an email, Kelly, right now. And in the title line, in all caps, just write "Get off your ass, bitch," and then in the body of the email, say, "When am I going to be on your fucking show, losers?" And that will probably do it. I'm guessing.
All right,
but I think
probably.
So Kipp is our new PR manager, apparently.
Yes.
Oh, hey, and AJ's here.
Oh, hi, AJ.
Sorry. Shh. I mean, AJ's here.
Holy
Sorry.
cow. I just found a bruise on my heel from last night. This door over here is a little high.
Speaking of non sequiturs,
my heel got caught underneath when I was trying to walk through, and I closed the door on my heel.
You closed.
I found
the
door
on
alley.
your heel.
Yeah.
Ow.
Yeah. Well, hey, and AJ, you're definitely a person. Welcome to email us about coming on sometime. Absolutely, if that's what you're referring to. But yeah.
Oh wow.
Okay. Yeah. Now we are able to pre-record things and then stream later. So,
wait, what?
There you go.
I mean, yeah.
you should definitely name drop Tommy and Matt Miranda.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
Everyone behave. So, I mean,
act normal.
Come on, AJ. Have you seen this show? Like, what does that even mean?
I had scotch.
Yeah.
That's like fancy irresponsibility. Yeah,
it's true. And I on an empty stomach, no less.
Ooh.
So
you eat dinner, man.
No, I had all I had was this bowl of crackers and cheese that I was munching on but it's gone now. So I have to go and find dinner, but not in the garbage.
Yes. Good. All right. Well, I guess we'll let you get to that. So yeah, I guess in closing, yeah. Thanks, Kipp. This was a lot of fun.
Yeah, I had fun. It's
good.
I'm glad you matters.
Yes, I'm glad we did not get you to aneurysm level. So that's
I'm still okay. Yeah.
So I guess we'll just have to do better next time. I mean,
I think Kyle earned a lot of points with the box translation.
It's a C-. I mean, you know, it's right.
Somebody knew their stuff. I don't know if it was Kyle, but like whoever was involved in writing.
Yeah. So again, like I don't imagine this is the case, but just in case anyone is watching this and is not familiar with Dr. Kipp, like please go to his channel. Like we tagged him in the title of the show on YouTube. But yeah, click on that, subscribe. Like if you're into like the kinds of things he was doing tonight, but probably like on his channel, it's a little more sophisticated usually.
Mm-hmm.
But
Vish is there to keep me in line. most of the time.
Yeah.
So just up, except for Saturday nights when it's just me and the
Right.
Weasels and Nitty,
Mhm.
where it's less it's responsible. Maybe that's
Yeah.
So
So if it's any indication, like how like much lower brow the Budget Scripture Saturday is compared to his normal stuff, he actually had us
very
on
low
one time. So that's how
did.
low the bar is for that.
That's true.
But yeah, so thank you, Aunt Jer, just in case. Like, so just to make sure no one misses that.
Thanks, Aunt Jer.
Yeah, and with even more maps. So
And Nitty does equal parts, keeping it on the rails and derailing.
yeah,
That's true.
he is very good at both.
He
Yeah.
really is. He really is.
So
yeah.
yeah.
So tomorrow I stream every Thursday evening. It's I read Hebrew with a friend, and tomorrow it's Rabbi Hannah the Rebel Rabbi, and we're gonna finish reading the story of Phinehas and the covenant of Phinehas in Numbers 25. And then on Friday, which is my regular show, every Friday at 2:00 in the afternoon Pacific. Tomorrow I'm doing something like totally different. It's gonna be cool. And I'm excited about it. So I have a friend. Her name is Maddie, and she's a professional meteorologist, and she has a channel called Science Side Up. I got to know her through Dapper Dinosaur, and I play a Star Trek role playing game with her and Dapper and some other people on Friday nights, and so she like reached out to me like a few weeks ago, and it was delightful because she's like let me see if I can here, I'm just pulling this up here to see what, because it was so funny. Hey, she says, this is a video of Wes Huff on Piers Morgan.
Oh, good.
And this is the bit where he says some wild shit about science. And then she says, I'm chomping at the bit to talk about this. So she reached out to me because she knows I'm like Wes Huff's best friend. So and that was a few weeks ago. And then I texted her earlier this month, and I said, hey, are you still interested in doing this? And asked her if she can come on the show. And she says, yes, I'm dying to make fun of Wes Huff with you. So
wow.
this is all she wants, is a place to go and to make fun of Wes Huff. So I get to be that place. And Maddie is delightful. So
that'll be a good watch.
It's gonna be
Awesome.
It's gonna be so much fun. We're gonna watch a Piers Morgan clip, and we're gonna watch some of his appearance on Diary of a CEO, and she's gonna make fun of what a stupid moron he is when it comes to science, and I'm gonna sit back and I'm gonna laugh my ass off. So if
Awesome.
that's what you're into, then that's what I'm doing on Friday. And then on Saturday night at 7:00 Pacific, it's Budget Scripture Saturday, which is just irreverent, and I get drunk usually, and there's bad AI and Bible shit.
Yes.
So it's good.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, it just occurred to me that if we all keep this up, it's possible that Wes cannot make a living without finishing his degree, because he's hoping he can cold case detective his way into something lucrative, right?
Well, I mean, he's already there. I think he's already rolled this into a very productive, lucrative career in the apologetics sphere, and Wessamilian Huffosphere for the world's number one science expert. But I think we're at the point where I will be surprised, I think, if he finishes now at this point. He's certainly he doesn't have to, and he's got enough cred with the people that matter.
He's
in his
going to get an
audience.
honorary
He
doctorate
doesn't
from
care.
somewhere.
Oh,
I'm going
yeah,
to
for
call it.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
he'll just, call himself Dr.
Yep.
Dr. Huffenstein. So it's, he has his, that's true, G Ward. He does have his knife side hustle.
Wait, he makes knives, or
Oh
he
my
has a
God.
knife brand?
So, yeah, there's a knife brand that made, this is the most absurd thing. There's a knife company in the US that decided to partner with Wes Huff and make a series of special edition reimagined replicas of ancient knives and swords.
Oh God, this is going to sell like crazy.
And then they've named, there's 3 of them, and they've named each one after like a famous Christian martyr.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, let's get your collectible stabby instrument named after the guy that got stabbed.
It's gonna be in so many redneck garages.
Mm-hmm.
How does Kipp feel about honorary doctorates? I mean, I it's fine because most
It's not a real doctorate though.
No, they're not. But most people with honorary doctorates don't go running around calling themselves doctor. Like, people like Billy Joel has like 37 honorary doctorates or something like that, right? He doesn't ever refer to himself as Dr. Billy Joel.
He could though, and I'd be fine with it.
Sure. Right. And that's it, right? Like,
I mean, if you got 37 of them, I think you could call yourself doctor.
I've attended a lot of like university convocations, and this is a thing: is most schools where I've worked, this is part of it. Is there's graduating classes in all the schools and the faculties, and every year they'll give out at least one or maybe a couple, depending on the size of the school, honorary doctorates, and it's usually to people who give them lots of money.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, most of the schools I attended didn't have the kind of clout to give them away to super famous people. So, I mean, Manchester, but yeah, I don't know. So it is. I understand what it is, so it doesn't bother me. So long as people who you can't even say earned, because they're not earned. People who are gifted their honorary doctorates, so long as they understand what they are, I'm fine. It's fine.
I'll bet he gets one from Liberty University.
Billy Joel, he's probably got one from.
No, Wes Huff.
Oh, Wes Huff will get one from Liberty. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. And Biola.
Biola, yes.
Mm-hmm.
That's where isn't that where Enns teaches still? No.
Did Peter Enns teach?
I don't
Biola?
think so.
Who am I thinking? Biola.
Sean McDowell teaches at Biola.
Oh, fuck. Yeah.
There's more too, but I can't. Yeah. Anyways.
Yeah. Yeah. So this was fun. We survived. Like, I don't know. Like, hopefully somebody learned something from all this, or so yeah.
Or even not. It was fun.
Stephen G. Clenard says Kipp's alma maters could only afford to hand out honorary masters.
Man, I don't even have one of those.
The University of Manchester is a top 50 school, y'all. I'm just saying.
In what category?
No, like, I mean, in the global ratings, it's always in the top 50.
Oh, okay.
So
nice.
Sorry, I was trying to cast shade. It didn't work.
When I attended the University of Manchester, the religions department was consistently ranked number 1 in the UK. So that's part of why I went. But I don't know where it's at anymore, but
The UK is crazy how like areas that are so close to one another can be so different, and
that's true.
it'd be like the University of Columbus in Ohio would be like, oh, Columbus, and it's like that's like 2 hours away. Everything's like 2 hours away in the UK. It just is.
Yeah.
I don't know, different accents, different colleges.
Yeah,
It's interesting.
it's true.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, I should probably go to bed, but pee first.
Yeah, I got to eat some chicken.
Do that
nuggets.
first
Yeah.
before you go to bed.
But yeah, thanks a lot, Kipp, for coming on.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, we enjoyed this. Like I said, love to have you on maybe some other time, just kind of more like general, like pick your brain about the whole variety of biblical topics. Or this is actually just a part of a whole series that Crossroads did on the book of Genesis. And I know they did more on like other books of the Bible. So we may find some other ways to make you hurt at least slightly if you're up for it. But but again, like other people, like
I'm addicted to pain.
Plenty of other people want to have on as well. So yeah, reach out to us and yeah. But yeah, this was good. It feels good to be able to. It's like with a lot of the stuff that Crossroads talks about, it's like we know, like even though like me and Matt, like we're not experts on any of the actual like biblical stuff, like it's like okay, we may not know for sure, but this just feels wrong. It was good to have someone who actually knows what the fuck they're talking about say, no, that's bullshit. So
yeah,
we appreciate that. So
I'm happy to oblige.
All right. Well, cool. Well,
I like saying bullshit. I just like saying it.
That's good. Mm-hmm. It's a good word. It's a good.
It
word.
is. Right.
All right. Well, any other parting words, gents, before we head off for the evening?
May your things and stuff be forever with your people.
That works.
Wow.
Good night, everybody.